an hour.
Wow. All right, Mayor Peter Simmons from Bonita Springs. Mayor, thank you so much for taking the time to even be with us today. I know you're very busy. Please stay safe and give our best to everyone in the Emergency Operations Center there for us.
Thank you. Everybody be safe. God bless.
Thanks.
And let's go ahead and take a live look now. I believe we have our Sanibel cam up and showing you kind of what the conditions are there. Can you see how low the water is? Isn't that pretty amazing there? And even the rain there. That's a very telling sign.
I was going to say it is a telling sight. Meteorologist Zach Milan can actually explain this, and we've been seeing this at a lot of our cameras around town lately. It looks like, as if the water is just kind of being sucked up from something, obviously Hurricane Irma, and the water levels around town are very, very low. Zach, can you tell us exactly why that's happening?
Yeah, in fact, guys, look at weather too. In fact, the streamlines across southwest Florida actually showing that northeast to southwest flow. In fact, Scott Zedeker now here in the Wink Weather Center really showing and telling us that this is similar to what was actually said happened during Donna, right? Yeah, he said Donna back in 1960 because it followed a very similar track. As we zoom in actually over Lee County, notice the wind northeast to southwest, really funneling the wind across and right down the Caloosahatchee, really down and out, really underneath the causeway, even across Estero Bay. I'll show you this here, more zoomed in. This is from our tower cam, sky cam here at Wink News, looking right down in the little river that is extended right next to our TV station. Obviously, a boat actually just sitting there, half on dry land, the other half the back, and the water, all the water moving out of this little river back into the Caloosahatchee. And you can see the wind actually whipping the camera around just a bit. Another view, in fact, over the Skycam in Sanibel Harbor, Marriott Resort and Spa, showing, look at all of this. Really a place that is usually typical to see a lot of water at any given time during low tide or high tide, because obviously a drop area to put your boat in. Obviously nothing going to go in there at all because all the water has now moved out and moving back off towards the Gulf of Mexico. And seeing that even from the Hyatt Regency Coconut Point Resort and Spa. Matt, do you want to click that real quick on your computer? Click on the stereo real quick. It's always a thing in our back that always has the two kind of cameras, both in Naples. This is a view in Naples right now, and you can see that there. Actually, the Naples water actually moving off towards the southwest, and this one actually showing a lot of dry land still across the Estero Bay. So yes, it is quite an amazing sight to see all of that continue, all of the water continue to recede away from southwest Florida, really away from our area before we see it all return as a surge, plus some, in fact, later on this afternoon and later on this evening. But yes, the boat is absolutely telling, and it's all because of that wind moving from northeast to southwest, guys, across and really down the Caloosahatchee, allowing all that water to funnel out of southwest Florida for now. But again, as that storm approaches our area, it will return as a surge. Again, water has to be lower here because it's moving out, and it is rising elsewhere, rising near the storm before it backbuilds to our area. So more forecast details on Irma, but still one of the impressive things of a hurricane, again, following the same kind of picture that, again, Donna saw back in 1960. So overall, again, back to you guys. More information on Irma coming up in just a bit.
All right, Zach, thanks so much. It is really something to see, though. The water level is so low.
I was just going to say the science, it all makes sense.
It's just such an eerie thing to see.
It is.
Chris Grisby is now on Fort Myers Beach. I think he's on Fort Myers Beach right now. And Chris, what are you feeling out there?
Yeah, we're out here on Fort Myers Beach where the rain is starting to pick up a little bit more in the wind. It's definitely, we can feel it. I want to just pan over here to these palm trees so you can just take a good look at them. You can see that the rain, the palm trees are blowing wind more towards the beach. It's normally not that way. Normally when you're coming to the beach, the wind is coming in towards the shore, so you're feeling that wind, that sea breeze. But this time, that rotation from Irma, that's going counterclockwise, so that wind is actually moving away from the Gulf. And if we can go right back over here, I want to show you these buoys right here. That's normally filled with water. You can see that the ocean line right now, it's farther back, so you have a lot more beach, a lot more sand, because Irma is sucking up all that water right now to dump it on us. Once that storm surge kicks in, that storm surge can be up to 12 feet high, so that's going to be very dangerous. So if you're in Fort Myers Beach, you definitely want to hunker down here pretty soon and keep up to date with these weather reports. But for right now, reporting in Fort Myers Beach, Chris Grisby, Wink News now.
And It's just incredible to see how the conditions are just deteriorating all around us.
And it's exactly what we saw with those other two images, so it's pretty amazing. The other thing we want to get you to right now is reporter Andrea Henderson was at that Lee County emergency meeting that they had just in the last 30, 45 minutes, and she has a recap for us. So, Andrea, are you with us now?
Right. If it doesn't get right.
Yeah, I can hear you guys. Yeah, emergency personnel are really stressing that it is getting down to the wire now. Now is really the time that you need to get those safe spots immediately. And they just told us, at that meeting a little bit ago that EMS are now off the streets. They are not responding. And law enforcement will soon be following once those winds pick up. They said around 11. They will also be getting law enforcement off the streets here. Now, I do want to show you, this is video of the emergency personnel here. They're hard at work. They've been this way around the clock all morning. Checking radar, answering the phones here, and we just heard a little bit ago from state representatives, emergency personnel. Again, for those who didn't go to a shelter, they say that they need to get more inland, again, away from those low-lying areas. They are very concerned about the storm surge that will be following the high winds here. Also, they're stressing even after the strong winds pass, you need to stay put until you hear it is safe.
Yeah, you know where the keys are, right?
I don't know how to say it in strong enough terms that people who are in those areas, that evacuation zones, if they're still there, they should seek refuge elsewhere. The tidal surges can be deadly. Above all else, we want to save lives. Property we can replace, but we just simply can't live with death if it's avoidable.
So again, just really stressing that you need to get to a safe area now. And again, even though EMS are not responding at this time, you can still call United 221, that hotline. Also, they're saying you can call 239-433-3900. They will also be able to help you there at that phone number. Of course, I'll continue to bring you updates as we get more updates here. For now, live at the Emergency Operations Center in Lee County, guys.
All right, Andrea, thanks so much. And we do want to reiterate at this point, they're saying go ahead and leave if you have to, but, that's really last resort. If you're doing that, you're doing that at your own risk. We do not encourage anyone being out on the roadways at this point.
Well, and let's face it, in many counties now, let's say you're going out there and there was a car crash or something. First responders are not responding to emergencies. They are not out there. So you are completely on your own if you do, in fact, get in your car and leave, which we really do not want you to do. Also in Charlotte County, they have also stopped responding to emergencies. So it seems almost every county now in Southwest Florida has stopped responding to emergencies. And in fact, we just, there was a update at the Charlotte County Emergency Operations Center, and they were saying, look, calls are going to be coming in and they're going to prioritize those calls. But it could be hours, if not a day, before they can even start on that list. Yeah. So that is why we're telling you, you're going to be at your own risk. The camera that you were just taking a look at was over Naples, and it looked pretty rough out there with the surf. You're seeing a lot of rain and, of course, a lot of wind.
Yeah, so that's just giving you a picture of what's happening down there in Naples at this point. And this is a live look right now, right outside of our Wink studios. The river there just has completely gone down, and you saw on Chris Grisby's live shot on Fort Myers Beach, same thing as Irma's taking all of that in, and you can even see the camera there shaking.
Right.
When that popped up, I think everybody here in the studio was a little bit in shock.
I mean, your jaw just kind of drops. It's not something you see every day. Just in, we're learning that Florida Southwestern State College will stay closed through Wednesday, September 13th. We were just getting this in the newsroom. So again, if you are a student or have a student that goes to Florida Southwestern State College, they're going to be closed throughout September 13th.
And let's go ahead and take look at the latest power outage numbers that are coming in. This is from FP&L, Collier County, saying they have about 3,000 customers out. Lee County at last check was at 1,350. Charlotte 230, and then you see the numbers for Miami-Dade and Broward. Not too long ago, we reported across the state 1 million people without power already, and that is going to go up. So be prepared everybody's telling us this, you will likely lose power.
And we're also going to be getting a live update, 11:30, I believe, from FPL. We're going to try to bring you that live. Quickly, LCEC, a lot of us, who live in Cape Coral, we're LCEC customers right now. Across the LCEC spectrum in Lee County, 2,102 customers without power. Right now, it seems to be the North Fort Myers area really being hit hard. 418 customers without power. Cape Coral, 181 LCEC customers without power. And then down in Naples at Carnstown, 876 customers without power.
Okay. At this point, I think we have Mayor Randy Henderson with us on the phone. So let's check in with him at this point. Mayor, good morning to you. How you doing out there?
Well, good morning. We're still in full stride, encouraging people to safety, protecting life over assets, and I'm pleased that citizens are taking this serious. Conditions are deteriorating. I don't have to tell you that, and thank you, by the way, for the outstanding coverage. It's helping us and helping citizens, and so people are taking it serious. I have people moving around as we speak, and we're drawing close to the time where we're not going to be able to do that much longer.
Right. Mayor Henderson, I have to ask also, I mean, we saw a picture from the Fort Myers Police Department with all of their officers inside a high school, and I'm told they're going to be there until the storm is over. So at what point, have we reached that point in the city of Fort Myers where emergency crews will stop to respond?
Yes, we are mobilizing right now to make sure that our law enforcement professionals and our first responders are safe. It's important for them to get out of harm's way. Excuse me. They will be ready to deploy to our citizens' aid once Irma passes, and we have to stay focused on that. So yes, time is drawing close now to where there will be no provisions to reach out. But they'll be ready when we're done, and that's important.
And can you talk about that a little bit, Mayor, what you guys are doing right now and what you're talking about? So, as we hunker down and wait for this, what the next step is after the fact, kind of provide some insight into the plan of action.
Hello?
I think we might have actually lost the mayor's cell phone signal. As soon as if we can get him back on the phone, we'll be sure to bring him back on live on the air. But Mayor Randy Henderson, Fort Myers, was basically saying they're mobilizing now, and it's getting to that point where they're going to stop responding to emergencies, and he wants everyone to be safe and to stay where you are now.
And the picture that Corey's talking about, I mean, it's if you can picture just like a gymnasium, and it was just stacked with people who were all meeting and talking about Irma. So it was a picture that basically said all hands on deck here for Fort Myers. So,
and we have a call in now from Carolyn Ware, who is hunkered down in Naples this morning. Carolyn, you're a nurse in Naples in advanced medical. How are you doing right now? What's going on?
Hi, I'm doing well. Just hanging out in Pelican Bay, trying to remain calm and getting pretty fast, but
And having
I guess.
Carolyn, we're having a little hard time hearing you. I'll see if I can ask one more question, see if you can get a better signal. I don't know if maybe you're probably closer inside the house, if you can get closer to maybe a window for now so it can check the cell phone signal. But have you been through anything like this before?
No, I've never been through a hurricane like this before. In New York in 1986, I was there for Hurricane Gloria, but I think that was a Category 2.
Mm-hmm. What is it like? Kind of give me a sense of what's going through your mind right now, Carolyn, because at this point, there's nothing you really can do but hunker down. What are you doing to make the time go by, to just kind of feel a little bit better about the situation? What's going on right now?
Corey's looking for some tips.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm here with my girlfriend who's also a nurse, and we have lots of magazines. We're obviously watching the news and the weather. We got a bunch of books for when the lights don't come back on for a while.
Yeah.
We have our dogs, and we're just supporting each other just because we really don't know what's going on. We're worried about the storm surge, and just really trying to calm each other down.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you have someone there with you. That's so important.
And if you're just joining us, Carolyn's on the phone, and I believe, Carolyn, you said you're in Pelican Bay. Can you tell me, paint the picture, what it's like down there in Collier for you guys, conditions-wise? Are you hearing the wind? Is it raining?
Lots of rain. Right now, lots of wind. A little while ago, it kind of quieted down in between the big gusts. But, yeah, right now the wind is pretty consistent, and the rain is coming down pretty hard. Like I said, I do have the hurricane shutters down, but my back window is the hurricane glass, so I am able to look out. But there are some people, in my development, there are some people that stayed behind as well. So, we have some neighbors that are here to support each other. But it is pretty quiet. Other than that.
Yeah. Well, Carolyn, thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us. I know this is such a stressful situation. We're here with you through this entire thing. Please be safe, and after this, please, send us an email or call us back so we know that you're okay.
Yeah, and we
Great,
really appreciate
you. So much.
Yeah, and stay safe out there, you and your girlfriends. Okay, and we were just talking to Carolyn, who was in Pelican Bay. Wink News reporter Michelle Kingston, she's been in Naples, and she went and checked out the beach right before the really bad weather was coming in. And let's see what it was like when she went and checked it out.
On Naples Beach, we're about a block from the pier, which is just right here behind me. The rain is just starting to pick back up again, and that is something we've been seeing throughout the day today. The rain is heavy, then it's a little light, then it completely stops, and then it starts back up again, and that's exactly what is happening right now. We were at Gulf Coast High School earlier today. That's the only shelter still open in Collier County, and we drove from there to here. So we got to see what the conditions were like on the road, and folks, do not leave your house. No reason to leave anymore. The storm is approaching, and law enforcement and fire crews, they do not want you on the road anymore. It's no longer safe for anybody to be out, and we witnessed that on our way here. We saw the palm fronds all over the road, which we will show you shortly. The wind is starting to pick up. The rain is getting very heavy at times. Now is the time to start to hunker down. We are actually going to do the same thing. This is our last shot here at the beach, and we're going to head back to our hotel as well. But we wanted to show you what the beach looks like, because I know a lot of you at home are wondering. And take a look at the water. You can see that the waves are just starting to pick up now. And it's really actually pretty calm here. The rain has really soaked into the sand, so even with all of this wind, the sand isn't blowing up into our faces at all at this point. Now again, you can see that rain is really starting to come down now. So we're going to head this way because I want to show you the road, because it's a totally different story out on the road than it is here on the beach. It's a little calm standing here. But when we cross over this bridge and get onto the road, you'll see, and I think it's because of just the wind tunnel with all those trees, that the wind is gustier. So we're just going to step up over here. And you can already start to feel it a little bit more standing between the trees here. And you can see those palm trees really starting to blow as the wind starts to pick up. And look, right here, palm frond down. On the side of the road over here, 1, 2, 3, 4. Another really big one on the left here, the side of the house. Across the street, another one. Probably can't see further down, but there's another one down by the light. So they're starting to fall. And that's why we're urging you to stay off the roads. It's no longer safe. Again, here comes the rain, even more rain now. We don't even have our camera outside. To put that into perspective, we're shooting on a GoPro because we do not want our cameras out here. We don't want to hurt them because we want to be able to continue to cover this storm for you. So again, we're going to head over to our hotel because we want to seek shelter ourselves. So I will report from there very soon. We just need to get over there. We're just a few minutes away, and we'll talk to you from there. In Collier County, Michelle Kingston, Wink News Now.
And Michelle actually shot that a little bit earlier ago, and on her way out, she sent us a picture where a palm tree had fallen on 6th Avenue north in Naples. What you're looking at now is West Palm Beach.
Wow. You can see just how heavy the surf is there. And, you know, they're getting hit pretty hard as well on the East Coast, and they've seen lots and thousands of power outages. The time right now is 10:27 in the morning. Let's go ahead and get over to Wink News meteorologist Matt Devitt for a complete look at what the latest is with Irma. Matt.
Yeah, that's right, guys. So wind gusts currently are around 30, 40, even 50 miles an hour. You can see some of those wind gusts in Fort Myers. And I want to kind of take you to full here. You can see the 53-mile-per-hour wind gust also in Naples. If we could, in the back, can you please punch up our primary Weather One computer? There we go. I wanted to show everybody right now, if you look outside and maybe you live along one of our waterways, river, anything like that, you're going to notice that there are parts of the shore that you probably haven't seen in quite a while, and that's because the wind. We have generally a northeasterly wind and easterly wind, and that is blowing the water out into the Gulf. So take a look at this. Yeah, this is actually just outside of our studios here at Wink. Yeah, we normally do not see that. And let me take you towards Punta Rassa, the Sanibel Causeway. Look at all of that. Again, that is not very common. We don't see that. And the one thing that is also contributing to this, what is it, around 10:30, high tide is actually, or excuse me, low tide is actually right now. So the combination of Irma and the low tide, that's why we're seeing scenes like this. I mean, again, there are parts of the shore that you could probably walk on that you normally wouldn't be able to. So we had Michelle Kingston, the live shot. And in Collier County, we've had wind gusts over 60 miles an hour. Here's a live look in Collier County. You can see the winds coming in from the left portion of your screen, blowing those palm trees left and right. And we're still dealing with a lower end Category 4. It's a powerful storm. Sustained winds are at least at 130, and the pressure is currently at 929 millibars. But the plan, the overall plan is still the exact same. This is going to make that turn and continue to move towards the north and northwest as either an upper end 3 or a lower end Category 4. So that is what we can expect as we hit this afternoon and this evening. But the one thing we've been talking about for days is how big this storm is. And actually, I don't even have some of the upper bands even on this radar. I mean, look at the rain from Tampa, Lakeland, Orlando, Melbourne, you name it, West Palm, Miami, where they actually got a wind gust over to 90. I'll show you that here in just one second. And the rain continues across the Everglades all the way towards our area here in Southwest Florida. So it appears that the radar site in Key West, it's down. So we're actually using the Miami radar, and that's why the eye and the eye wall looks a little ragged. We're not getting a complete look at it. So again, I'm using the Miami radar because it appears that the Key West radar isn't working anymore. And they saw basically the left part of that eye wall, significant wind, at least 90 plus, some of those wind gusts, and even more rain continues from Fort Pierce, West Palm, all the way towards Miami. And embedded within some of these outer bands could be some isolated waterspouts and tornadoes. We can have that from time to time with these tropical systems. There's a greater wind field higher up, and you can sometimes get some twist and some spin in the atmosphere. So it could have a few quick spin-ups. Sometimes they last for a few seconds, a few minutes. And I actually did get a report just north of Arcadia in Wauchula, Hardy County, of possibly a tornado. I'll show you that report here in a few seconds. Immokalee, Naples, you've had those wind gusts over 60 as these bands of rain continue towards the northwest. Absolutely pouring right now for parts of Bonita Springs and Estero. Lee County absolutely covered with rain all the way towards Lake O. Here's going to be Buckhead Ridge, Moorhaven, Clewiston, some steady rain as those winds have been picking up 30, 40, 50, 60 miles an hour. And the rain widespread across DeSoto, Charlotte, as well as Sarasota County. So you see the wind pick up, and then sometimes it can die down. But this can happen with tropical systems. You get some quick spin-ups, you get a few tornadoes, waterspouts, funnel clouds, and sure enough, apparently, this was around 9 o'clock, so about an hour and a half ago, apparently there was one of those quick touchdowns, and it did some damage to a business, again around Wauchula, well north of DeSoto County and Arcadia. So it's a possibility. Not only do we have to deal with the hurricane, which is stressful enough, but we do have to watch out at least for some isolated tornadoes and a few of those spin-ups. So the way that we measure these tropical systems and these hurricanes, we use the satellite, we use observations on the ground, but we also rely on the hurricane hunters. And they have been flying around. They've been analyzing that we still do have, at least currently, a Category 4 with 130 sustained winds. Officially, these are the highest wind gusts that we've had in southern Florida, basically from our area towards Miami and extending towards the Keys. And Big Pine Key is topping the list with 106. That's the highest wind gust so far. But look at Miami International Airport. That's not even close to the eye wall. They saw wind gusts to 94 miles an hour. Compare that to Key West at the National Weather Service office. They peaked at 91. Deerfield Beach, 86. Coral Gables, 82. And locally, Immokalee at 68. Naples at least at 63. And these are basically going to go up as we go throughout this afternoon and this evening. We peaked at 56 at Pagefield and Fort Myers, and Punta Gorda checking in at 48. This actually happened about a half hour ago. I showed you that list, and then literally live on air, we had an even higher wind gust. But we've been averaging with some of these bands, tropical storm force wind gust from Fort Myers, Naples, all the way towards Punta Gorda, averaging around 35 to 50 miles an hour. So we have the rain, we have the wind, and the wind is already doing this, and we still got the eye and the eye wall well towards our south. So with that rain, with the wind gusting 50 to 60, this is really going to be a sign of things to come. Trees will either snap in half or be uprooted. So let's read Richard's report together here. Apparently, a carport went through the house window around this Peace River subdivision. So already, again, seeing some trees down. This went right through the guy's window. So, yeah, we are going to have some structural damage. We are going to have those trees down, and it is very likely that we will have power outages by the second half of today, even more than what we have right now. So some good advice here. Check your phone, anything with a battery. The time is now to charge those in and get that power to 100%, because we really want to assume that we're not going to have power by later on tonight. And the reason for that is the eye and the eye wall, the strongest and worst part of the storm. That's what impacted the Keys earlier. They had some of those wind gusts over 100. That's going to be riding up our southwest Florida coastline as we hit 2, 3, and 4. Here's a projection of what the radar could look like by the middle part of this afternoon. Notice those small white wind streams going around the eye and the core on the bottom portion of your screen. And again, the worst part of the storm, where, I'll be honest with you, we could see those wind gusts over 100, is going to basically ride up north from Marco Island, Naples, all the way towards Fort Myers Beach. As we fast forward into time, you can see that eye wall on top of Lee County, also parts of Charlotte County. Again, here's going to be I-75. You got Sanibel, you got Captiva, and notice how that center continues to essentially go right up our southwest Florida coastline. So here's what the radar could be showing at 6 o'clock, and we could have that eye wall bringing wind gusts over 100 miles an hour. So I just want to at least prepare you for that possibility of damaging winds. They could peak over 100 miles an hour. And I think the best way to prepare for it is to prepare for it like a tornado. Treat it like a tornado warning. So what do we do during a tornado warning? We get away from windows. We don't even want to get close to them. You want to get to the center and bottom part of your place, the closet, the bathroom, and just get to the center. Okay, because we will have possibly tornado-like damage because we're going to be dealing with potentially those wind gusts over 100. The reason for telling you that is obviously not to scare you. The last thing I want to do is scare you, but it's to prepare you, and I really want you to hunker down. Okay? So for a few hours, it will get a little rough, especially when that eye and the eye wall approaches from the south. But if you're prepared and you're talking it over with your friends, your family, you're all hunkering down during the worst part of the storm, you'll get through it. You'll get through it. It's at the very worst going to last around 6 to 9 hours. It's going to be for a few hours as it rides up our coastline. But again, as you take a deep breath, you talk over the plan, because now you know it's going to be approaching later on today. You talk the plan over with your family, so that way there are going to be no surprises when this moves through. And at least to a certain degree, we can take a deep breath and the anxiety can go down. I know stuff like this can be stressful. I mean, I completely get it. And it is a very nerve-wracking time. It's a major hurricane. But my job is to fill in the holes that maybe you're still wondering about this hurricane. Okay, so that's what I recommend. When this eye wall and the eye approaches, treat it like a tornado. You know, they did this at Key West about an hour or two ago. They issued what's called an extreme wind warning, and they could see wind gusts over 110 and 115 plus. And actually, when they issued that, they said there's the possibility for tornado-like damage, and they may do that across our area later on today. So I just want to mentally prepare you for the possibility of wind gusts over 100, and that could lead to downed trees, and we already have a few of those currently across southwest Florida, and the eye's not even close. And, you know, I just want you to be mentally prepared for it, so that way you can hunker down, you can keep your family safe, and we get through it. Okay, we're going to get through this as a community. Southwest Florida is the best, and we're going to get through this, no doubt about it, as this eye in the eye wall at 7 and 8 is going to bring those strong winds across parts of Charlotte, DeSoto, as well as Sarasota counties. There's the core, and then also, remember the water level rise? We had to do those mandatory evacuations because of where Irma was going to be positioned. Okay, so you got the counterclockwise flow. If you look very closely at your TV screen, notice those white lines, and if you literally follow my finger right here, you can literally see the Gulf trying to get piled up into parts of Southwest Florida. Now, right now we have the reverse. Because of a east and northeasterly wind, it is blowing the water from all of our waterways into the Gulf. Now, that's going to be temporary because once the core and the worst part of Irma starts to move towards our area, we will start to see those water levels return and actually increase quite a bit. And that is why we have those storm surge warnings and we've had those mandatory evacuations. So there will be spots, especially in southern parts of Collier County, all the way up the coast towards Fort Myers Beach. Is it possible to see 5 to 10 feet of storm surge plus? It is possible, and that's why we had those mandatory evacuations, and we wanted to keep you safe. That's our job here. We just want to keep you safe. We want to get you the very latest information because we care. That's why we're talking about the latest wind, also the rainfall forecast, which could peak at 6 to 14 inches in spots. So not only do you have to deal with the potential for saltwater flooding from the Gulf, that storm surge, but also we will deal with several inches of rain, and that could lead to some flooding. So as we put everything together, here's basically what we can expect by this afternoon and by this evening. So I know you see the big numbers and all the wind speeds, the 60 to 90 miles per hour sustained, the 90 to at least possible 130 for those peak wind gusts, the rainfall at 8 to 14 inches of rain, and the possible water level rise ranging from 1 foot to 9 feet. Obviously, the greatest totals will be along the Gulf. But we're doing this because we care. We want to keep you safe through this. Wink has got you covered, I promise you. We got Chief Meteorologist Jim Farrell. You know, he was on top of Charlie in 04, and he will continue to be on top of Irma by this afternoon and by this evening. You got Scott as well. We got the whole crew in town. And we're going to do this so that way, as a community, we will get through it, whether it's through the wind, the surge, or the rain. So today is the day. After today, hey, it gets better. It gets better. Conditions and Irma will start to move towards the north. We're going to see some wind hanging around and also some lingering bands. But Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, you're going to think, what Irma? We're going to be back to our typical summertime scattered storms with 90 degrees on Wednesday into Thursday. But the one thing, the one takeaway with what I want to say in this weathercast is that, you know, the time to go out and prepare for the storm, it's done. I really want you to hunker down from here on out. Now, in the meantime, you know, can you move around your place, your apartment, your house? Yeah, but when that eye wall approaches, again, please treat it like a tornado. And you just want to hunker down with your friends and your family, please tune on to Wink. We'll get you those updates. We'll tell you where that eye wall is, where it's going to be heading, so that way your family is safe when Irma approaches.
All right, Matt, thank you very much. Again, as you're looking at us now, this is a live image of Doppler radar, if you are wondering, so you get a constant update of what it looks like out there. And we are seeing rain pretty well across Southwest Florida now. At some points, it's coming down so hard, we can hear it here even in the studio.
And we want to get you a picture right now. This is in Miami, and this is where a crane went down in the downtown area. So this is what we're being told right next to the federal prison and the courthouse. This pictures from the media station WSVN. Just to give you an idea, when Matt was going over wind speeds earlier, this is 10 miles from Miami International Airport, and he had said there they were seeing 94 miles per hour. So there's cranes all over that city.
And you can just see, I mean, that's just the power of the wind.
Yeah.
And that's just really incredible. Very scary, you know, to see what can happen in this wind. But, you know, if we're prepared, you know, hopefully nobody was hurt in that. So it's just a very scary image to see.
For now, let's go ahead and get to Wink News reporter Oliver Redston, who is on the phone with us because at this point we don't have any live capabilities. He's in Naples. He's been at the Emergency Command Center and set the scene for us, what it's like there, Oliver.
Yeah, Lindsay, it's pretty tense here, to be honest. I think a lot of folks are now in the point where they are hunkered down. We're watching the storm out the window, and we can actually see the winds bending trees, large palm trees. So the storm is extremely powerful, and it's here. We are, just to give you an idea, almost to the southern tip of our viewing area, south of Naples, southeast of Naples in that area. So the storm is reaching us before it reaches a lot of other parts of our viewing area. But right now, we are hunkered down. And the big news, we've just learned a while ago that Collier County schools will be closed from Monday to Friday. And again, that's in large part due to the fact that there are now 15,000 people seeking refuge inside of schools in Collier County. It's kind of a staggering number when you think about it. So they're going to need a full week to sort of recover from that 15,000 people in those schools right now. And again, we're just kind of watching this storm, and we're waiting on a press conference that's supposed to come at 11. We're going to try to bring that to you live on Wink News. And again, hopefully, emergency management personnel will be able to give us a better indication of what the scene is out there, because we're just hunkered down. But the winds, we're being told, have been recorded above 70 miles per hour at the Naples airport.
Wow.
And all county first responders have been pulled off the roads at this time, guys.
Luke, in the back, if we could, our producer, could we throw up the Naples camera? Because this is really telling as we have Oliver on the phone. You can see the palm trees right there swaying in the wind. You see that heavy rainfall. Oliver, what is the mood like inside the EOC? And I know you get to talk to the emergency responders. What are their plans as they ride out this storm? And then what are the plans, when it moves out of the area?
Well, yeah, it's a good question. And I would say they come into our press room every 20 minutes or so and give us briefings. And I just asked Kate Albers, the public information officer, what's going on? And she said, we're all watching just like you are. And we don't really know what to expect yet. I mean, obviously the eye of the storm has not hit yet, so that's still the worst, and we're still bracing for that. But we do know that the winds are at extremely dangerous levels right now. So, again, I think it's too early to tell what the full impact of the storm is going to be, but we know that folks are just hunkered down, and it's tense, and we're all watching.
Oliver, you mentioned that there was 15,000 people in the schools. Most of the shelters are schools down there, but there are some, I believe at least one church and a few other locations that are not schools, that are shelters. Do you have any idea just how many people or pets they are housing people down there in shelters in Collier County?
That's another great question, and the answer is even they don't know. Even emergency management personnel don't know right now. We know it's more than 15,000, but the full number, because they've been adding shelters. We've mentioned this on our air. They added 8 shelters yesterday alone. It's pretty staggering, and they have around 20 shelters. I believe it might even be more than that right now. And to give you an indication, we've been at a lot of those shelters yesterday and today, and almost every shelter is over capacity. They've had to create overflow shelters, so they're literally busing people from one shelter to another simply because there are too many people and just not enough buildings. And they've been adding these shelters to try to accommodate it. But again, we're talking tens of thousands of people looking for shelter. That's not easy to accommodate, especially when they're flowing in so late in the game. And we know, Michelle Kingston was reporting earlier today, people were still earlier this morning trying to get into shelters as the storm was already here. So that should give you an indication.
Okay, well, Oliver, thanks so much for joining us on the phone. You have been with us, I believe, since about midnight now, and you've done a really fantastic job. I'm glad that you're safe and inside at this point. We did hear from Lee County earlier, and their estimation was they were housing 30,000 people in their shelters, at 1,700 pets. So you talk about getting all those people, and Oliver was talking about getting them all there and over the overflow buses, and now all of these people, many of you are probably listening to us via radio together now, and I know we're all anxious, I know we're all waiting, but we're all in it together. So hopefully really everyone who's in those shelters, they can kind of embrace each other as we ride out this storm.
And I did speak to someone who I know that is in a shelter right now, and everyone's just kind of obviously trying to do what they can to stay positive. And what's really frightening, and some of these people don't even know what they're going to go home to.
Yeah.
And that's what's really tough. But I will say, in these shelters, they're making friends. They're seeing what good there is in people, the volunteers that have stepped up to the plate to help out at these shelters, and that just really puts a smile on your face through all of this, because it's going to be the volunteers that really help others get back on their feet.
And for those of you who are listening in shelters, you know, where we do have crews who are now, everyone's inside, but if they can see out a window or they can paint a picture for what it's like in your area, we're working to do that. In the meantime, let's go to Wink News reporter Christy Gross, who has more from the Charlotte County Emergency Center in Punta Gorda.
So I'm right outside that Charlotte County Public Safety building, where inside is the Emergency Operations Center, and I'm told any minute now they're going to be sealing the door because conditions out here are quickly deteriorating. Let's take a look out here. You can see the rain is coming down and the winds are picking up. You can see the trees blowing in that wind, and they have reached about that 40 to 45 mile per hour sustained winds, and that's why within the hour they're going to be pulling all emergency services off the road. That means no fire and EMS. That means no law enforcement on the road, because it is no longer safe for them to be outside. And just another quick note, we want to tell you that if you do see flooding in your home, you need to make sure that you turn off that breaker to prevent any sort of electrocution going on. And he says if you're going to be going in the attic, then you need to bring some sort of tool with you so that you can break your way through that roof. And I just want to tell you, you can see the conditions are getting worse and worse out here. And this is the time to just hunker down. It's too late to go anywhere. So if you decided to stay at home, get somewhere safe, stay calm. We will get through this together is the message they want you to know. We have prepared for this. Stay calm. We will get through this. So just remember that, and we're going to get through this together. You can see conditions are quickly deteriorating here as Hurricane Irma gets closer and closer. So just hunker down, guys. We will continue to bring you any of the latest updates and information as soon as we get them. For now, in Punta Gorda, Christy Gross, Wink News Now.
All right, Christy, thank you very much. Meanwhile, we have a man on the phone right now who plans to ride out the storm in Marco Island. He's riding out the storm on the 10th floor of a 19-story building.
Yeah, I believe Scott Decker's on the phone with us now. Scott, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. So please just set the scene of you're on the 10th story, is that right? And what's it like around you?
Yes, I'm in a high-rise in the peninsula out here in Marco Island. And this is not by choice. I did try and fly out of here several times, and then we tried to drive, and then that wasn't an option. So this was a better decision. We're also in a hurricane shutter building, as well as a storm hurricane shutter unit. So definitely in good hands inside the unit. It's just what's outside. And basically we're seeing lots of boats being lifted, not off their lift kits yet. But actually lots of dolphins even looking for places to go, and the wind is quite fierce here. A lot of reliction of the water right now, so it's coming out of the east.
Now, Scott, we've been saying, try to get to almost the lowest point in the building. Obviously, you don't want to go to the bottom floor because of the possible storm surge, but do you have any plans to maybe go down a few floors so the wind isn't so severe?
Yes, I absolutely do, and I'm not using elevators because that's a danger. We have lost power and water. We're expected to have a 12-foot storm surge here, which would put the first floor close to being under. And yes, I'll be going down to about the second floor. We also have storage units in the middle of the building where we can go to actually avoid even the noise outside.
Scott, you said we. Who are you there with?
There are about 4 residents in the complex out of 109. It's a 19-story building and a high-rise. And these are all people who are in a good bunker with their units, with the protection they need. And these are people who did try and leave as well. So this is not something that we tried to ride out or watch the storm.
Okay. So, Scott, I guess at this point, what is your plan? What are you going to do for the next, day or so? Hopefully you maybe have some games to play. What are you guys going to do to at least try to lighten the mood in this very dangerous situation?
Well, fortunately, we came well prepared. We filled bathtubs up. We have phone chargers. We have food for a week. We have water. We even have ways of boiling water. And yes, that's a great idea, playing games, which I suggested. And we all got together and cooked dinner last night. Good. And I'm a big skier, and I've got my ski goggles on. So when I'm out there taking pictures, they are multi-use as well.
Well, just be safe, Scott, and please let us know that you're okay after this storm, because this takes a toll on everybody, and we just want to know that you guys are safe.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Let's go ahead and take a video right here. This is just in its new video, and it shows a funnel cloud forming. Look at that right there on the right side of your screen over Fort Lauderdale, I believe.
Yeah, I believe this is over Fort Lauderdale Beach. And you can see, if you look closely up in the distance, funnel cloud forming off the coast there. And, the meteorologists have been telling us this, this can happen when these feeder bands come on shore. And we are going to be expecting, possible tornadoes like that, especially on the East Coast, as these bands do make their way on. This has prompted many tornado warnings, of course, in Florida. We've been telling you about them even from yesterday. We've had tornado warnings issued here. So that's always the threat. And a lot of people have asked, how am I going to tell the difference between just the high hurricane winds and the tornado winds, if there is in fact a tornado?
Yeah, and I think what they were all saying yesterday is that you're going to know when you start to see that. And at this point, we're really hunkering down anyway, whether you're in a shelter or whether you're at home. And don't try to peek outside, because at this point, let us try to be your eyes and ears. Or if you're in a shelter, we'll talk to you through radio.
And Cape Coral is also seeing conditions deteriorate very quickly because of Irma. Winds are picking up. Our John Schrieweiler is live out in Cape Coral right now. John, give us a sense of what it's like out there.
Well, it's very rainy, very, very windy. We've actually moved. We may not look like we're in a safe location, but we really feel safe. We moved to a structure because we're not on the docks anymore. I'm going to step this way so you can see what's going on out here. But this really gives you a really nice vantage point of the Tarpon Point Marina here. And you can see all the boats out in the distance, the swaying. But I want you to look out to the point of the palm trees. You ever notice on Matt 7-Day when he puts the wavy palm tree in the wind up, or maybe the double one because there's a hurricane? Well, that's what it looks like in real life. You see it right there. You can also see how choppy right now and how aggressive the river looks. That's the Caloosahatchee River right there. So that gives you an idea of just how close we are to it. And you can see all the boat docks here. We left the boat docks because it was just too windy up there. So we're going to step inside the structure here right now. We're a little better protected. And I want you to look at the docks and look down there, because occasionally we'll actually see people down there who are just doing some final checks on their boat, making sure everything is okay. We really kind of at this point advise against that. That's why we left the docks, because it's super windy down there. But we did have a chance to meet up with one gentleman who was doing a final check on his boat. And of course, just like everyone's been saying, all our meteorologists have been telling us, we're really concerned about that storm surge. And let's take a listen to what he had to say about the storm surge, because he's also concerned.
But I think we could probably get an 8-foot surge in here, which would put water almost up in this where we're standing here. So we're hoping for the best, but preparing for the worst as usual.
Okay, take a live look at this right now, guys. That is a sailboat out there. It is anchored out in the cove here at Tarpon Point. Now, typically, any major boater or mariner in Southwest Florida would tell you this cove in Southwest Florida, probably one of the safest anchorages we have out here. They'll come in here all the time, maybe on a weekend, to avoid a storm. Obviously, this is not your average storm, not your average day. We assume that probably nobody is on that vessel. They've probably dinging to shore. But if you saw how small it was and you saw the way the wind was just blowing it and crashing water against it, that just gives you an idea of what the conditions are out here. So like I said, we've come up off the dock. We're in this parking structure now, kind of 5 stories up, but we're pretty protected in here, so we feel a little bit safe. So we give you just a little bit more from the look outside before we have to go inside, before things get a little too hairy. But again, conditions continue to deteriorate, especially here in Cape Coral. We can also report, I know you guys probably talked about a little bit ago, Lee County deputies have pulled their deputies off the road. Cape Coral police and first responders here in Cape Coral doing the same thing once those winds reach 40 miles an hour, and basically we're right about there, guys.
Yeah, Mother Nature making that sailboat almost look like a toy there in the water. Thanks, John. Well, this is apparently our camera out at the Hyatt at Coconut Point. You can't see anything.
And that's very telling that you can't see anything. You can just see how heavy the rain is falling. And you mix the rain with the wind and you get this sort of effect. You can barely see. I'm sure the visibility is down dramatically out there.
And again, this is at Coconut Point. I do want to just tell you, this is an image in Coconut Point. Sarah, in Marco Island, you can imagine what they're dealing with. And we did just get into the newsroom. I want to get this out real quick because we were talking to Scott, who is sheltering in Marco Island with 4 other people, that they have experienced system-wide water pressure loss. So they said at this point you need, if you're there, you need to boil your water until further notice for the few people who were not able to evacuate.
All right, and let's get over to Wink News meteorologist Zach Malak. Zach, the sky cams are much different right now than they were just a few hours ago.
Yes, in fact, we are continuing to see more rain move in, the visibility become reduced, the wind speed continue to increase. And the newest advisory from Irma showing that it is still moving off towards the north at 9 miles per hour due north now. That is the biggest change as of this newest advisory. Was moving north-northwest in the last advisory, now showing it move due north, seeing wind speeds associated with it, again, 130 miles per hour, and seeing the pressure at 933. So again, still a Category 4 storm. As we put this into motion, the track has shifted a little east, matching that one model that we had inside our system here at Wink News, showing that it is going to continue to track just a little east. Potential landfall really right along the coast of southwest Florida as a Category 3 storm. Seeing that here right around this afternoon, evening, around 8 p.m. It does continue to track towards the north, weaken rather fast, a Category 1 storm by Monday afternoon and evening, and that'll be approaching really the northern portions, the panhandle of the state, and approaching really portions across Tallahassee and into southern Georgia and eastern Alabama. All right, the headlines still for this afternoon: wind, rain, surge. The wind 60 to 90 miles per hour sustained. 90 to 130 mile per hour wind gusts are possible. We've been having a few readings of wind gusts above 100 in a few places, primarily down in Key West before a few of these sensors have gone out. But again, we are going to continue to see a lot of our wind sensors drop off towards the south as the wind speeds still approach really the upper 80, 90 mile per hour sustained range. But again, looking like they're rather weak because the wind not too high in those areas and seeing a lot of those wind sensors drop off. Looking at wind sensors though across our area, seeing some sustained winds right now at 20 to 30 miles per hour. Rain, we will see 8 to 14 inches, some locally higher amounts as much as 19, 20. This may cause some inland flooding as we've mentioned all morning long through at least midday Monday. And this surge, right now we have the opposite of a surge. Again, all the wind, I should say, from the northeast really pushing all of the water funneling out back into the Gulf, back really towards the southwest. Many of you sending in your pictures of your homes either in Cape Coral and your back canal is really almost bone dry. That is because that wind is moving from the northeast to the southwest, starting to clear the rain or clear the water really from those canals. But still, the surge will move back in this afternoon, evening, and will last through the overnight hours tonight, and we'll still see that surge 1 to 9 feet. So all of that water will come back, plus more with gusto later on this afternoon, evening, and overnight. Something we will continue to watch and monitor as Irma comes closer to southwest Florida. But look at these highest gusts from Irma. Big Pine Key on really the Florida Keys, 120 mile per hour wind gusts just reported recently. Miami International Airport at 94. That knocked out the sensor at that wind speed. No more sensor data coming in from the Miami International Airport, unfortunately. Key West topped out at 91 before that sensor went down. Deerfield Beach at 86. Coral Gables 82. Looking at Immokalee near 68. Naples 63. Wind gusts reported at Page Field and Fort Myers at 56. Naples, that was reported at the airport there. Airport Pulling Road, really right across by Davis Boulevard as well as Radio Road at that corner. Seeing a wind gust near 63 miles per hour. Also, Punta Gorda seeing a wind gust recently at 48. So continuing to see these wind gusts creep up. Continuing to see these rain bands move in and through portions of southwest Florida. Let's go around the town and show you where the rain is right now. Showing across the Cape Pace Peninsula towards Inglewood, really Port Charlotte, downtown Punta Gorda, seeing some light to moderate rain right now, tracking back through US 41, I-75, Burnt Store Marina, seeing some light to moderate rain. Visibility is reduced across those areas. If you're checking outside your windows, definitely seeing some rain come down. Arcadia light rain really across Fort Ogden, US 17, seeing the rain really across Lake Placid, a light to moderate rain there. Sebring seeing a small pocket of moderate to heavy precipitation that is going to continue tracking off towards the west-southwest around this area of low pressure. Again, that counterclockwise flow moving off towards Buckhead Ridge, Moorhaven, Clewiston, all seeing some light to moderate rain there, even towards LaBelle. Again, a lot of the wind now increasing from southeast to northwest, moving and switching radars to the Miami radar, showing that we are having some rain, moderate rain, Fort Myers south through much of South Fort Myers, Iona community, as well as the Villas, seeing some moderate to heavy rain at the moment. San Carlos Park through Fort Myers Beach, St. James City, Pine Island, seeing some light to moderate rain. Bokeelia, though, just some light rain. So we are watching out for you guys in Pine Island, seeing some rain showers continue to approach your area. The heaviest band, though, continuing to move off towards the west and even towards the west-southwest. So Lehigh Acres, you will be in the moderate rain for the time being, as all the moderate rain south of LaBelle will continue to track your way and track over the Villas. Immokalee seeing some light rain at the moment. Orange Tree, some moderate rain. In South Naples, near the Lely Resort, seeing some light to moderate rain before we see more moderate to heavy rain push in from Everglades City, even towards Everglades, right down the trail. So really going town by town to show you that it is raining everywhere, either light to moderate to heavy at times. Again, these bursts of heavy rain going to continue to pop in and out. Again, seeing some difficulties from the Miami radar. The Key West radar has already gone out. You may notice someone actually reached out on Facebook and said, hey, why is the back end of the storm open? Why is it clear? Is this showing some weakening? Well, no. We used to have the radar from the National Weather Service in Key West. That has since gone down, not getting any information from that, having some difficulty with the radar from the National Weather Service in Miami. So eventually we will have to transition to Tampa to really see this storm come through. But for now, seeing the stuttering from the National Weather Service Miami and the National Weather Service radar in Miami, showing this moderate to heavy rain continue to push off towards the north and northwest and then southwest across our area. So yes, showing that really right there in a current live view where the rain showers and storms continue to move through our area, and continue to see actually some thunder, also some lightning across our area, and we'll continue to see the rain showers and storm activity go across the area. So guys, we are continuing to see moderate to heavy rain across our area, really starting to see the storm move through our area as well. We will continue to see the storms really move through some portions of the area. In fact, go over to Weather 1 real quick for me, please. And Matt has a zoomed in view of the radar there. And yes, thanks, Matt, for that one. You can see that across our area, continuing to bounce around across really southwest Florida, showing where the rain is right now. Again, many of our computer systems here at Wink News have been really been taking a hit the last few days because we are continuing to use them over and over and over the last 24, 48 hours. So one of them froze. That's why I had to use over and click over to Weather 1, showing once again the rain really across our area, hopped into what Matt showed earlier. But again, we had the storm report, the tornado across DeSoto County, northern, or I should say Hardy County earlier on. This was around 9 a.m., so there are the possibilities of a few tornadoes. The newest hurricane hunters really showing and still going through that storm. And obviously the latest report coming in at 11 a.m. really showing that we still have that storm anywhere from at least a Category 4, 130 miles per hour. So I'm backtracking now. Obviously clicked on the Matt Show, but guys, let's fix that one computer that is now frozen and get Matt back on air too in a little bit too.
All right. Zach, thank you.
And we are still waiting for Collier County to give us an update, and as soon as we get that in our ear, we'll make sure we'll bring it to you. But in the meantime, we've got some stories that we wanted to share with you. I believe when it was out of Fort Lauderdale, where they were talking about somebody had to respond for somebody delivering a baby. So you're now seeing these stories where there's medical services needed, and you know, if they can't get to you, that's not a good situation. It was actually where doctors, they were forced to take a Florida woman through delivering her baby at home while Hurricane Irma's outer bands lashed. And this was in Miami. The city of Miami said on its Twitter account earlier that firefighters, they couldn't respond because of the medical emergency.
Yeah, and you know, doctors from Jackson Health System actually talked her through the birth of the baby girl at home, and I do believe that the baby and the mom are doing okay, so that's the good news. But you know, we're going to hear these stories.
Stay in there.
yeah, that one needs to stay in there for a little bit longer, that's for sure. And now let's go out to Collier County, where the emergency responders are holding a press conference right now.
Forward motion and changes in storm surge predictions. This has certainly been a challenge for our weather service and emergency managers, responders, shelter managers, but I think we've done the right things at the right time, and we can't thank the public enough for their cooperation. So much needs to be said to the business community and a lot of churches and organizations who also open their doors. Just a tremendous situation, or a tremendous feeling of community spirit and support here for what really scared a lot of us along the way. But we're doing very well. The community is certainly, the situation is certainly stable in terms of now we just have to kind of wait for the storm to get through here. There are a couple of important messages that I really need to stress today, is that depending on the forward motion of this storm and its exact track, either way it's going to be the eye is going to be very close to Naples. A little bit of shift either way. Whether we're at Cat 3 or Cat 4, depending on what those wind speeds are at this point, are incidental. The fact of the matter is you need to stay put, you need to stay indoors, you need to get off the road and understand that this is going to take hours. We're going to be into the late evening hours. If we don't get, and it doesn't look like we'll get any major storm surge until the backside of the storm. So when it gets dark tonight and you think wind conditions have improved, that water that's coming in, that's being blown in from the backside of the storm, could be very significant in terms of storm surge. So in other words, storm surge potential is greater later tonight. So don't be fooled that some of these areas are totally clear when in fact the water could come right back in later this evening. So I know folks will be anxious to get home and to get out of get to shelters and get home and check on things, but don't do that, especially in the barrier island areas, until we give you some type of all clear. And the last thing you want to do is be going back and investigating at night without power and without good visibility. So, you know, this is going to go well into the evening, and let's don't be in any hurry to think that we can get back into the immediate coastal areas or any of these areas impacted by storm surge later this evening. Let's talk about shelters. We're still running 28 shelters. We do have openings still at Gulf Coast, so there's still room at Gulf Coast, but this is not the time to be on the road either. But just so you know that there's still some capacity there, but you should not be on the roads. You should be hunkered down at this point. 17,382 people in shelters by our count this morning, again at 28 shelter facilities. Florida Power and Light is certainly has a large crew here, a lot of crews in staging, and we're talking about thousands of utility workers in staging and across the state. FP&L is reporting to us 25,600 outages, and that's out of 210,000 customers in Collier County. Lee Co-op also has some outages. While they do not have exact numbers, they do have a significant number of outages counting Immokalee, Everglades City, and Marco, and they're certainly doing what they can do. Those crews, response crews, usually 25 to maybe 35 miles per hour is all the wind speed that the bucket trucks and line crews can work in, so we're certainly well above those wind values, so they're not able to go and respond at this point. National Weather Service continuing to tell us that the storm is roughly 130 miles per hour, continues to track to the north. We've seen 7 miles an hour, 9 miles an hour, 12 miles an hour, so we're going to see that type of fluctuation along the coast. And a rough approximation, again, because of the variables with this storm, is seeing the eye cross very close to Naples mid to late afternoon. So again, remember, peak surge values are later this evening. So we really got to be careful that we don't get hurt here with the potential for high water, especially at night. The EOC continues to have roughly 57 agencies working around the clock. We continued to use some time last night to put some state resources on alert to get in here with a large number of strike teams for the fire service, small boat teams, fuel teams, medical teams. All of those mission orders have been placed in the queue, and a lot of that we suspect will be staged in Orlando as quickly as possible, and then we will continue to evaluate the need and draw down those resources for both Lee and Collier counties. We're working very closely with Lee, Public Safety and Emergency Management, those fire and law enforcement agencies, and we're ordering jointly in some cases so that we can get those items here. If we don't need it, Lee County needs it, and vice versa. We can share that and work a little bit of a regional communication and coordination. All of our communication systems are up and running, doing very well. Our liaison and coordination with the state EOC has worked just like a champ today with no particular issues. Staff's doing a really good job. We've already identified things where debris staging areas may occur. We've already worked on things if we need rally points to bring supplies and equipment in. I personally spoke with FEMA Administrator Brock Long today. He assured me that he had items coming to Florida, probably continuing to augment state resources by staging in Atlanta. And as we give them the additional reports, those additional supply needs will come out of Orlando. A lot of that, of course, depends on the condition of I-75. So again, I couldn't be more pleased where we are in terms of the response, the preparedness, having some planning done, have a fair number of inventory of bottled water that can be immediately deployed if that becomes an issue. But we're doing very well, I think, and again, we'll continue to assess every hour equipment, personnel, supplies, anticipate what is a reasonable planning assumption for what we may need to do. Again, to our residents, be patient, be self-sufficient, stay indoors. Remember that after the storm passes, possibly tomorrow, if there's a fair amount of power outages, we may lose stoplight controls. And we go into four-way intersection discussions, all right? Make sure you understand the concept of a four-way intersection. You might be used to looking at stoplights, and you really should be looking down at a stop sign or a temporary signage that may be there, a temporary signaling. We do have backup power and backup battery resources for a number of intersections. That'll take some time to deploy. But again, tomorrow or tomorrow night, tomorrow afternoon, if you're out and about, the entire situation of traffic will look quite different. Again, stay off the road unless you absolutely have to be out in the road. Emergency workers, essential workers, people going to help stock and restart retail. It's important that you maintain two forms of identification. We want to know in case there's a question or other issues that the sheriff has, have some form of identification that ties you to the business that you're working. Hopefully something from your employer or a letterhead or a badge, an ID, as well as any logo, and make sure that you're going where you say you're going. But we understand that retail will be a big part of getting our community back together, and we understand retailers need to get staff in there for stock. We know that trucks and trailers will be coming in. So again, please be extremely patient, take your time, understand that four-way signals may be in place, but we'll start getting things put back together. Our debris removal contractors are well positioned. We've got a couple of spare generators for major infrastructure if it becomes necessary, so I think we've got most of the bases covered. let me see. I'll take a few minutes for some questions.
What's the latest on the storm surge predictions?
The storm surge predictions, this is where it gets really tricky because there are some modeling that's going on, and that's publicly available at the National Hurricane Center site. So you're getting that on the public website just about the same time we are. There have been, yesterday we had some pretty significant models, pretty significant storm surge. There's been a little receding of that storm surge. And that's okay because I think we're going to continue to see ups and downs in those predictive models. I think we have postured ourselves right in the middle. And I think we're just right. We did not overreact to yesterday's prediction in the increase. We didn't overreact to that. We've seen some recession in that storm surge model, and we're not going to change. We are where we are. We're hunkered down. We're staying put. If the storm intensifies, we're just right. If the storm intensifies a little more, we are still just right because we took the high side of the average of that, and I think we're right about where we need to be. Remember, the key term here in storm surge is predictive.
And we were listening to the Collier County emergency operation official there giving us an update, basically saying that right now 17,382 people are in shelters, and now is not the time to be on the roads. Everyone should be staying where they are and hunkering down.
And that's the case in all of the counties at this point. You know, emergency personnel, law enforcement, nobody's out there. Want to get you out. Do we have another press conference happening right now?
This is the Lee County Emergency Operations Center press conference.
Let's listen in.
Is safe, has been looked at through the years and annually is inspected, and the plans are gone over. Just like all the other facilities we use to shelter the residents in Lee County, this one has had the due diligence done to ensure that we can pull those people from the evacuation area and give them a safe place to go. So if you have further questions about specifics with the county, I'm sure they'd be happy to address that. But from a public safety standpoint, to calm any fear or mass exodus, I'm here to tell you that the building has been, it's been gone over, it's been planned, and with regards to its structural integrity, we believe it is sound. That's it.
Good.
I don't see the need for a question.
All right. And that was in the Lee County Emergency Operations Center, talking about Germain Arena, which is holding a lot of evacuees.
Yes, we had Jessica Alpern in there earlier, and she, we weren't able to show. We wanted to respect everybody's privacy who was in there because they were also sleeping. It was very early, but we wanted to show everything, and she just said it was packed to the brim. An earlier press conference that Lee County gave, the Sheriff's Office did say at that point that, they're hunkering down now, but they have 3 helicopters that they plan to get up in the air as soon as we are able to weather through this. And those are going to be to, one, assess debris and also for search and rescue. So you're starting to see them at least not mobilize, but plan how they'll mobilize. At this point, we want to get out to Fort Myers Beach, where Wake News reporter Chris Grisby is at this hour. And Chris, what's it like where you're there? You're inside, good, inside, but how's it looking outside there?
Yeah, we're inside this Diamond Head Resort. We're actually in safe conditions right now. This is 100% concrete structure that we're standing in, but I want to show you outside. You can see that the wind is really starting to blow really fast. That's why we took shelter inside of here, because that wind is just blowing super fast. We've been up here since 1 a.m. this morning. We got live at 2 o'clock, and conditions have really changed since we've been here. This morning, it was really not too many people out here, and the rain was just light, but over the hours, everything has just gotten worse and worse, and we can start to feel the wrath of Irma right now. You can see all these palm trees are blowing, and then the shoreline, it's coming back. I know earlier I had mentioned that shoreline was actually receding. Now we're starting to see that shoreline come back up, and that storm surge is going to continue to come up as Irma makes its way up here towards here. But like I said, we are in safe shelter right back over here. We're actually inside of one of the bars inside and just taking shelter right inside, and we're going to ride out this storm here and just make sure everyone in Fort Myers Beach, if you're in safe place right now, stay in that safe place, because you don't want to go out in these conditions. That wind is crazy out there right now, and it's not good for anyone. We haven't seen anybody outside, not even emergency personnel. But for right now, I'm going to send it right back over to you guys.
Chris, thanks so much. I'm so glad that you're safe. I want you to stay inside because your safety is our first priority right now.
And I do want to clarify something, because we caught that press conference right as it was ending with Lee County Emergency Management. But apparently there had been some concerns, I believe, circulating on social media about the safety of Germain Arena. So for those of you who are in shelters, especially in Germain, listening to us on the radio right now, I want you to know that that press conference that wrapped up, that we caught the tail end of, that was the sheriff's office saying Germain Arena is absolutely safe to be in right now. They want to calm everybody down. However that rumor started, they don't, you're okay.
And that's what's so bad sometimes about social media, is that these rumors can start and people start believing them. But the sheriff's office did say Germain Arena is safe. For now, let's go to the Collier County Fire Department spokesperson, Andrea Shue, who is on the phone with us now. Andrea, can you hear us?
I can. It's actually Cape Coral.
Cape Coral, excuse me. So sorry about that.
No problem.
What is this current situation right now with the fire department?
So we actually just suspended our emergency services. So we wanted everybody to be aware that emergency services have been suspended at this time because winds have reached a sustained 40 miles per hour.
Okay, and I know, so many other people are, not responding to emergencies. Is this the time now where you guys are mobilizing to basically stay where you are to ride out the storm?
That's correct. And 911 will obviously still be operating. People can call in if they have an emergency. They are going to log all of the calls, and as soon as we're able to respond, we will head out and triage those calls, so the most severe ones will be responded to first.
Andrea, we're just in the beginning phases of this, but since you guys have been now told you can't go anywhere because it's not safe, have you already been receiving phone calls?
Probably so, but we are in the Emergency Operations Center and not with dispatch, so I'm not sure what their call volume is at this time.
Okay.
So what is the real big message? There's so many people, Andrea, in Cape Coral that are riding out this storm. What are you telling them now as first responders?
So we want everybody to remain calm. That's obviously first and foremost. If you are nervous, it's best to go to a center area of your home, close all the doors. It provides a little bit more stability. No matter where you go, bring your phone with you. So ideally your phone has been fully charged. That way, if you do have an emergency, you can call, and also you can use it to follow media as well as social media updates, so you'll know what's happening outside, because kind of the fear of the unknown is one of the greatest fears. So if you have that phone, it helps you be connected, and you can kind of know what's going on, and it provides you not only information but a greater sense of security.
Yeah.
Andrea, I know you have been very busy, but have you had a chance to check in with firefighters across the area and see, kind of get a sense of what they're experiencing condition-wise at the different fire stations?
Not too much. We did just bring them in off the road, so there was obviously wind and rain. We did have to evacuate a number of our own fire stations and house them elsewhere because they were in the flood evacuation zone. So we do have them housed elsewhere. Obviously, when it's time to, when the conditions have cleared, we will send them out to respond, but it will be from a different fire station. So it may take them a little longer to get there, but as soon as we're able to provide help, we will.
And lastly, Andrea, what is, you talked about going through that list of 911 calls after the storm comes through. What is the other process of the firefighters, after the storm hits? Are they going to be going out checking different roads to see how bad the destruction is?
Definitely. One of the top priorities is to get the roads cleared so that emergency services can get through and get to the people. So they will be going out, helping with damage assessment, helping clear the roads, helping anybody really that they come across that is in need. We'll also be helping family members who are wondering about their loved ones. So we're going to do everything that we can to ease the community's concerns, fears, and just keep everybody safe. That's our top priority. We do want to remind everybody that after the disaster is actually a time when most people are injured. When you go out and it's time to clean up, there's debris around. There's going to be nails that may get into your tires.
Right.
There are going to be, loose shingles. There's going to be flood waters. There's going to be standing waters. So we want people to be extra precautious once the storm has passed and not just take that scenario lightly. Remember that generator safety, that's obviously very important. So we just want to make sure that once the storm passes, everybody stays as vigilant about their safety as they are now.
And as you're talking about that, Andrea, for everybody, because there's a lot of people in Cape Coral who cannot be at their home, and they're going to be in shelters, and they want to know when they can get back. Are their roads clear? How do they go about getting that information from you guys?
As soon as we have that information, we're going to post it on our social media pages as well as provide it to traditional media sources such as you guys. Okay. So as soon as we have information about when the roads are cleared, when people are safe to go back home, we will let everybody know, because obviously on top of safety, that's going to be everybody's next priority, is to get home and check out their damage.
Well, Andrea, thanks so much for taking the time to talk to us. I know you guys are so busy there, and please give our best to all the firefighters. They're the heroes after this too, because they're putting their lives on the line sometimes to save others. So, Andrea, thanks so much.
We have some breaking information for you right now. LCEC says approximately 20,000 people are now out of power. Most of those people are in Marco Island and Sanibel. So if you're listening to us on the battery-powered radio, we're going to stick with you through that too. But we're starting to see that widespread power outages now.
Yeah, and already we're hours out still from the main event, as you would say, from this hurricane making landfall. And it can be a frightening situation. Without power, you can't maybe see the TV, you can't see outside because your storm shutters are on. But if you can hear us, just know that we are going to be here with you throughout this entire process. Let's get right over now to Week News meteorologist Matt Devitt. Matt, you have some new information about Irma and where she's headed.
Yeah, that's exactly right, buddy. But to hit the nail on the head here, we're not going anywhere, folks. We are going to be with you every single step of the way here. And what we're going to start off first with is just a look here across Southwest Florida. How many times have you seen this? Combined with the winds from Irma blowing the water out into the Gulf and also low tide, I'll be honest with you, there are parts right now of Punta Rassa and all up and down our coast I've never seen before because of our low water levels. Look at the winds cranking up. This is live right now, folks. One of our sky cams in Collier County. Look at that strong wind coming in from the east, blowing the palm trees left and right along some of our waterways. So what is it, 11:30? We got an update around 20 minutes ago. It is still a lower end Category 4, 130. But by no means weak. It is a powerful storm. 130 sustained winds. The pressure is at 933 millibars. The plan is still going to go according to what we were expecting. It's going to be moving right towards Southwest Florida as either an upper 3 or a lower end Category 4, and primarily this afternoon and this evening. So there you go. There's all the rain, the bands, wind, rain, you name it, even a few isolated tornadoes. But the worst part of the storm is right now still south of Marco Island. We had a wind gust as high as 120 when the eye wall moved over a part of the Keys, and it continues to ride towards the north with all that damaging wind and also some lightning into the mix. So notice all these bands lining up one after another, and if you see some of these individual cells, within those we actually could have some spin and some twist, and water spouts, even tornadoes are possible. And I did get a report of possibly some tornadic damage in Wauchula, and that's going to be in Hardy County, just north of DeSoto County. So here's a look at all of that rain as it continues from Bonita Springs, Immokalee, and Naples. It does not matter where you are in Collier County, it's raining. Widespread rain towards Lee, Charlotte, all the way towards Lake O. Take a look at Buckhead Ridge, Moorhaven, Clewiston. These bands of rain, heavy at times, with that potential for winds averaging around 40, 60, 70. I even had one report in Naples at the airport of 79 miles an hour, and at least so far locally, that's the highest gusts we have. That's going to be changing very soon. But rain, and a lot of it right now from DeSoto County all the way towards Charlotte County. So here is a look so far at the highest and peak wind gusts across Southwest Florida. Big Pine Key 120 and locally 79 here in Naples. So I believe we have an FPL press conference.
What we're seeing thus far in terms of outages across our network, how we're positioned to respond and restore power to what we expect will be millions of customers who are impacted by Hurricane Irma, how our customers can stay informed with us and connected with FPL. A reminder again about safety during and after the storm, and a personal plea for patience. First and foremost, with Irma already causing significant power outages in Florida, I want to assure all of you, all of our customers, that we are prepared. This will be a massive storm, but we are prepared to restore power and likely in many places not just restore and repair, but rebuild, as we said yesterday, many parts of our infrastructure. As of 11 o'clock this morning, we've had nearly 2 million customers who have experienced outages. If there is any good news, at this point we've restored about 320,000 of those customers thus far. But it's going to be a long, long road. Every single FPL employee is dedicated to this effort. Those folks, along with workers from across the country and contracting companies, make up an army of about 17,000 hardworking men and women committed to restoring power as quickly and as safely as possible. Where conditions permit and it's safe to do so in between feeder bands, our crews are out and they are helping get the lights back on. But again, I want to emphasize safety is an issue, and we can only do that where it is safe in between feeder bands. A very real concern for us right now is the threat of tornadoes. And I can tell you that for quite a while, beginning last night, we've had many alerts go off on our mobile phones indicating that tornadoes are in the way, but we simply cannot put our troops in harm's way. Rest assured, though, we will be working continuously throughout the event and after the event, and we won't stop until we get everyone's lights back on. For our customers along the east coast of Florida, let me be perfectly clear. Do not let your guard down. Do not become complacent. This is a very, very serious storm. We've seen some jogging back and forth of the storm, but just because the storm appears to be making its approach to the west coast, do not let your guard down. As our customers in southeast Florida can attest to, we are seeing it right now outside our window. This is a very powerful storm, and every bit of Florida is going to feel its wrath. I also want to caution all of our customers that it's very likely they will experience more than one outage during this event, and prolonged outages may occur, especially in areas, again, where we need to rebuild our system. Nothing has changed in our estimates. We are still sticking with the fact that we estimate millions of our customers will lose power as a result of Irma. Specifically, we're anticipating widespread impacts with tropical force winds or higher across the entire service territory for FPL. And again, let me remind you, we run from the Georgia-Florida line to the north, all the way down the east coast, just north of the Keys, coming around and ending just south of Tampa. As I noted earlier, FPL is responding to the hurricane, and restoration efforts are happening where we can. And the fact that we've already restored some 320,000 customers is a direct result of the more than $3 billion that we've invested in the past decade. The lion's share of that restoration is actually occurring via automation across our grid, which we believe is one of the most advanced in the nation. FPL is prepared for this storm, and I would suggest that we're more prepared for this storm than we've ever been for any other storm in our company's history. That said, Irma is deadly. It is massive. There will be damage to our system. We're already seeing it. There will be down poles and wire, particularly along the coast of West Florida. And as I said yesterday and the day before, Mother Nature has not done a wholesale clearing in South Florida in more than a decade. So we are already seeing trees and other debris, trees that are off of our right-of-way, that are flying into our equipment and causing outages. Many of our concrete poles, which are rated for 145 miles an hour, especially along the coast, also will be at risk, especially on the west coast of Florida. And to put that in perspective, concrete poles can literally break at speeds above 145 miles per hour. Think about that. That gives you a sense for the scope of it. From a restoration perspective, to help us get the lights back on and rebuild, we've assembled the largest restoration force pre-positioned, not just in our company's history, but in the United States. Nearly 17,000 restoration workers are set to stage out of more than 20 locations. And as I said before, we have heavy equipment, cranes, front-end loaders, and the like to be in front of our crews. They will work in tandem with our crews when it's safe to go out and restore, to move the trees and debris so that our crews can restore power. This Restoration Army is made up of men and women from across some 30 states, from as far west as California, Massachusetts, Texas, Wisconsin, New York, and Colorado. Those are just a few. And that number is 3 times the size of our everyday restoration team, and about 25% more than what we had in place before Hurricane Matthew struck us last year. As Irma continues to progress through Florida, we're adjusting our crew movements so we can be in the best possible position to restore service once the wind clears and allows us to do so. Yesterday I shared this with you, and I want to walk through with you again how we're responding. If you look at this map here, day 0 is yesterday. We moved our crews from Lake City in the north, where Interstate 10 and 75 intersect near Jacksonville. We moved crews to Daytona. We moved crews down to the Treasure Coast. We moved crews down to Orlando. Then Orlando crews, where we had people staged, we moved them down into the Tri-County area, Miami-Dade, Palm Beach, Broward, the area, and also to the BB&T Center. So these crews are in place and ready to respond when ready. Once the wind subsides, beginning what we believe will be starting tomorrow, we will then make another movement of our troops, if you will. And think of this as a military movement trying to follow the path of the storm change. We still have people restoration workers at Lake City. We'll move them down into the West Coast where it's safe to work. Orlando will collapse in on the West Coast. Same from down in the Tri-County area. We will move our troops over to be positioned. But I want to be very clear, we are seeing, and I'll touch on this in a bit, we're seeing a heavy bands coming through at this point in Miami-Dade, and the storm is not moving very quickly. So outages will continue to be prolonged. Now, our crew movements, as I alluded to before, is very much like military movements. And there's a supply train that comes along with that. It includes food, mobile sleepers, logistics, lodging, and fuel. And to give you a sense for what that looks like, just yesterday alone, our fuel trucks, and we have a fleet of fuel trucks, we had a fuel truck set up in Martin County along I-95 at a way station, and we literally fueled up 2,100 trucks, and not just FPL equipment, but we also fueled up Florida Highway Patrol and Florida National Guard vehicles. So this is a time where we all come together and we use our resources as we need to. I want to spend a couple of minutes more talking about restoration. This will no doubt be one of the most complex, not just in our company's history, but in the history of this country in terms of restoration. As I said previously, a storm of this magnitude and intensity will require us, in many cases, to completely rebuild our electric system from the ground up, particularly on the West Coast. We anticipate that restoration effort will be measured in weeks, not days. And we fully expect that, given the fact, as I said a minute ago, that the storm has slowed down, many of our customers will be out for a day or longer, given much of the fact that, much like emergency responders, our crews cannot get out and work in this weather. It's just simply too dangerous to move. And this is exactly why Governor Scott, local, state, and federal elected officials were so adamant about evacuations. We expect that despite the strength of our system going into the storm, our crews will still need to set up hundreds of new poles, string thousands of miles of new line, install new transformers, and put in place transmission and even substation equipment.
And if you are just joining us there, we are listening to a live press conference from FP&L, and the main message there is whether it's the equipment, the manpower, the strategy, it's all hands on deck with them. They have a plan in place. If you missed it, he was pointing to a map showing the different parts of the state where they've got, trucks positioned and 17,000 workers positioned, and as soon as this storm passes, their plan is to kind of come from the East Coast and from up in the Orlando area and just move down towards us. But they said the bottom line here is you need to be prepared that you're going to lose power, and you're going to probably be without power for a day or more. They said, you know, it's unprecedented. This is going to be one of the biggest restoration jobs ever. So they're prepared, but you're going to have to be patient. We're all going to have to be patient.
And the silver lining, though, from that press conference is he was saying that they feel like FPL is the most prepared they have been in the company's history, and they've never seen a storm like this before. So they've been working very hard on this in preparation. So like Lindsay was saying, it might take a week before you have power. We're just going to have to mentally prepare ourselves for that. We're all going to have to go through it, but, you know, we'll get through it.
Well, we will. And I do want to mention, you know, while people are able, I know a lot of you are probably listening on radio, but while you're still have the television too, you know, if for some reason you lose power and you've got the battery operated radio, we are simulcasting.
Yeah.
So you can go to 94.5, 92.5, 93X or 96.9, and we'll be continuing to bring you any updates that way as well.
And let's take a tour now of our area just to give you a better sense of what it's like out there. And take a look. This is our live camera right outside the station on our tower. This is pointed down at Billy's Creek. And look at that. You can just see how low the water level is right there. Normally the water goes up to the dock there. That boat is pretty much stuck there. But you can just see how low the water is in anticipation of Hurricane Irma.
And here's a live look in Sanibel where you can see, again, like Corey was just mentioning, in downtown Fort Myers, here in Sanibel, you can see the water, again, low as well, rain on there. And this in Naples, look at the wind as the palm trees blow there.
If we can actually take down that graphic, it'll give you a better idea of how low, look at that, see how low that water is there. Normally the water, like I said, just like in downtown Fort Myers, that water usually goes all the way up to the dock there in the boat on the lift.
Look at the wind picking up
and
the water.
wind's picking up. So that just gives you a better idea of what the conditions are like around town.
And here is the Hyatt Coconut Point and Estero, and you can see raining there as well. So there's kind of a look around Southwest Florida at this moment and the weather conditions we're all dealing with.
We now have Wink News reporter Oliver Redson on the phone, who is in Naples. And Oliver, you were just sitting in the Collier County Emergency Operations Center as they were holding that press conference. What are the big takeaways that you noticed from that press conference?
Yeah, Corey, this was the first time we heard from Dan Summers, the emergency manager here in Collier County today, and he gave a lot of important information. I think the biggest takeaway is that he said the eyes, they're expecting anyway for it to pass somewhere near Naples mid-time this afternoon. So mid-afternoon, he says they're expecting to see the eyes somewhere in the area. He also gave some important predictions on storm surge. So initially we had expected that the storm surge would hit at the start of the storm. He's now saying that it's going to hit towards the end of the storm. And he says we're going to be dealing with this here in Collier until the late evening hours. But important to emphasize, a lot of those storm surge concerns are going to be coming on the backside of the storm. So that's an important takeaway. He also gave us some numbers that we've been waiting on until this point. 28 shelters total, including Gulf Coast High School, which is still accepting new people. 17,382 is the total number of people in Collier County shelters right now. It's a pretty staggering number when you think about it. We also know that 25,000 outages have been reported in Collier County. And just to give you an indication, that's out of 200,000 total customers. So we just heard from FPL, and they gave a little bit of an indication about when we might get some of those folks' power back. But, you know, really, 25,000 is quite a lot. But the big takeaways, the eye should be passing close to Naples sometime mid-afternoon today, and it will be going into the late evening hours, and we could be getting a lot of that storm surge on the backside. Guys?
All right, Oliver, thank you so much. And, you know, Oliver is there for us, and he is in a safe place. He's in the Emergency Operations Center. He's going to be hunkered down there with the emergency team. So anything that comes out of Collier, Oliver will be the first person to know about.
And really, everybody's hunkered down.
Yeah.
Florida Highway Patrol actually sent us an email just minutes ago saying that all of their troopers now in every county in our viewing area are off the roadways because it's
just
not safe.
Carrie Kendrick is on the phone with us. Carrie is, she lives on Sanibel, and she evacuated to Orlando with her 3 children. Carrie, first of all, how are you doing right now?
I'm doing great.
Good. I'm glad to hear that you're, in a safe place, away from Sanibel.
So where's your home on Sanibel, and have you had any updates from anybody about what's going on out there?
Had no updates from anybody yet. It is near West Gulf Drive, which is kind of the center.
Okay. And how high up, Carrie, is your home? Is it on stilts? Is it built pretty high up?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
No.
So what is your, what is your biggest concern right now?
Water. Water surge.
I think that's a concern for so many people here, Carrie. I mean, when we first asked you how you doing, you said you felt great. You were very chipper.
I'm in Orlando right now.
Right.
I'm okay, but I'm watching the news and it's not looking good for the island. No.
And you've got your 3 kids with you up in Orlando, right?
Yes.
When did you guys decide to leave and go up to Orlando?
Friday.
Okay, and here we are on Sunday. And what's it like up in Orlando where you're at right now? Because we're seeing a lot here in Southwest Florida.
Getting some outer bands right now, some wind and rain.
Okay, so you're starting to see the effects up there
and
also.
A lot of tornado watches.
Oh, okay. Now, Carrie, as a parent, obviously, your number one concern was your children, right? Was that why ultimately you decided to leave?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah. All right, well, hopefully.
All right, Carrie, well, thanks so much for joining us on the phone. We will be trying to get updates to you, all of you, Carrie included, who are in areas that were under mandatory evacuation, wondering when you'll be able to go home, what's the home situation going to be like. So we appreciate you joining us this morning, Carrie, and take care while you're up in Orlando.
And now let's get over to meteorologist Matt Devitt for the latest on Irma. Matt.
Yeah, and obviously we just want to prepare for the fact that these power outages will continue to go up because Irma's not even close to Marco Island, at least just yet. So the rain and the winds that we're seeing from it, it's really a sign of things to come. The core, and when that eye wall starts to approach, that is when we could see those wind gusts over 100, and that's when you'll really notice those power outages across Southwest Florida. So I just wanted to kind of keep you mentally prepared for that. If you have your phone around or anything that needs to be charged to 100%, the time is basically now to do it before those winds really start to crank up by this afternoon and by this evening. So Irma is a Cat 4, sustained winds at 130, moving towards the north at 9. It's going to be smack dab on top of Southwest Florida or just hugging our coastline as an upper end Cat 3 or a lower end 4 as we hit the second half of today, and then all the way up the west coast, along our Gulf Coast, and approaching Tampa Bay by later on tonight. So here's a look at this massive storm. We've been talking about it for days, 300 to 400 miles wide, and also as we zoom in, you can see these bands of heavy rain and also strong damaging winds. Here's the toughest part of the storm, the strongest part. There's the eye and the eye wall actually picking up on some lightning. It's feeding off of some energy currently in the southeastern Gulf. Also bands of heavy rain and strong winds. We have seen these wind gusts topping 60, 70, 80, even 90 miles an hour around our East Coast friends from Miami towards West Palm. As we zoom on in towards Collier County, those bands of rain continue, and it is going to rain for the next several hours. So get prepared to be wet. Bonita Springs, Immokalee, bands of rain, gusty winds. Here's going to be LaBelle. You got Clewiston all the way towards Lake O. It is pouring right now for parts of Fort Myers, Pine Island, Sanibel, Captiva, you name it. These outer bands working in from the southeast, and we have more rain, more of these showers from Lake O all the way towards Charlotte, DeSoto, as well as Sarasota counties. So far, and this is likely going to change, these are the highest wind gusts that we have both locally and across the southern half of the state. So the eye and the eye wall, when it went right on top of the Keys, Big Pine Key had a peak wind gust of 120 miles an hour. That is so far the highest that we have associated with Irma. Miami International Airport, 94 miles an hour was the peak wind gust. Key West at 91, Deerfield Beach at 86, and then locally, again, so far, and this will likely change, just shy of 80 miles an hour in Naples, upper 60s in Immokalee, 56 in Fort Myers, and some more spots with 50-plus mile-per-hour wind gusts, and that includes our friends in Port Charlotte. And here we go. This is live right now. Some of the wind gusts, 47 Punta Gorda, 60 in Naples, and 44 in Fort Myers. But the game plan is that as that core in that eye wall continues to approach hour by hour from the south, these wind gusts will be going up. So the eye wall is not even here. Look at some of the pictures that we've had already. These strong winds forcing over this tree, uprooting it, and we've also had some trees snapped in half. And then check this one out. Let me read this guy's report on Facebook. This is Richard. I want to thank you again for that picture. This carport was blown through this guy's window. You can see that right there at the Peace River subdivision. And this is, again, just from the outer bands, not even that eye wall, which is still well towards our south. So let's take you throughout the rest of your Sunday. By 3 p.m., bands of rain widespread DeSoto, Charlotte, Lee, and all the way down towards Collier counties. But the worst part of the storm, that eye wall, which, remember when it went over the Keys, 120 was the peak wind gust. That is going to first be on top of Marco Island, and then after that Naples, and then Bonita Springs, Fort Myers Beach, Sanibel, and basically going right up Tamiami Trail and I-75. Now, with that eye wall, there will be the potential for wind gusts over 100, and when that approaches, that is when you really, really want to be hunkering down with your friends and your family. And truthfully, considering that we are going to have wind gusts over 100, I almost want you to treat it like a tornado, which can have those winds over 100 as well. So you want to hunker down, get to the center and lowest part of your room. Again, when this eye wall approaches from the south, that's when we could have those winds 100 to 120. And I want you to treat it like a tornado. So get away from windows, get to the lowest and center part of your house, and then that will be at least a safe spot that you can be with your friends and your family when this eye wall continues towards the north. Here's going to be around 4 o'clock. That eye wall could possibly be on Lee County, including Sanibel, Pine Island, San Carlos Park, you name it, Fort Myers. There's going to be the eye, the center of circulation, and that's also when you'll probably notice that potential for storm surge to start to go up. So by 5 and 6, here's a snapshot of what Irma could be doing and our future radar, and there's the eye. You see that right there on the northern part? Watch how that starts to cross over into Charlotte County, including Port Charlotte and Punta Gorda. In addition to that, very heavy rain, also isolated tornadoes are a possibility. We already had one around Wauchula at around 9 o'clock, just north of DeSoto County. So there's the eye wall. We'll still track it as it continues to go up the coast. And basically, that is the worst part of the storm. And it just so happens that, I wish the situation was better. I wish I could change this, but that eye wall is going to go over a very populated area here in Southwest Florida. So by 8 o'clock, by around sunset and after that, there's the eye wall, the eye as well, the center of circulation, and it's going to continue towards the north. But that doesn't mean we're necessarily done with the surge or the wind just yet in Lee as well as Collier counties, because look at the individual wind streams, those white lines. You can literally see that water piling up from the Gulf and coming in from the southwest. So the time frame, again, on the top portion of your screen, 9 o'clock. For a reference, here's going to be the eye and the eye wall as it eventually will start to move away from our area here in Southwest Florida and more towards Tampa Bay, the I-4 corridor, Lakeland, as well as Orlando. So by late this evening and by midnight, we're just going to be left with some lingering wind and also some of these bands. But the main event and the time that you really, really, really want to hunker down, it's when that eye wall with those wind gusts over 100 starts to approach. Regardless, we're going to see a lot of rain, several inches after it's all said and done. And when we put everything together, because of that eye wall and the intensity, the winds could be sustained for a while at 60 to 90 miles an hour. Those wind gusts could top 92 as high as 100 plus, including 110, 120. Remember that one wind gust in the Keys, 120? It's a possibility. Here's a look at the rainfall, which is going to be the freshwater flooding possibility, and then the saltwater flooding from the storm surge. That is a likelihood as well because of Irma, the intensity it is at, and also where it's going to be situated within our Southwest Florida coastline. So our job here at WINK is to keep you safe. We will continue to keep you safe throughout this afternoon and this evening. We've got Chief Meteorologist Jim Farrell here on the Weather Center. He's going to be on in a few minutes. He's got Scott to back him up. So again, as that eye wall comes in, we want to have you absolutely prepared. Make sure if you still have power, charge everything that you have. So that way, if you do lose power, you can still benefit from that for at least a few hours and hopefully beyond that point. Now, the good news is I want to give you some positive news. Granted, we're going to have some lingering wind and rain, but by the second half of Monday and especially by Tuesday, gradually conditions will improve.
We do have the Wink News app where you can stream everything live if you do lose power that way. And one little housekeeping note as well. We want to let you know the Jaguars game is going to be on at noon. It's going to be over on WXCW because we're going to stay here to bring you the latest on Irma.
All right, and the time right now is 11:55. We're going to take a break, kind of reset. Wink News anchor Chris Safati and Lois Tomey are going to join you now with Chief Meteorologist Jim Farrell as they continue to track Hurricane Irma. We'll be right back.
Hurricane Irma is headed for southwest Florida.
Wind really starting to pick up here.
Stay with Wink for continuing coverage of this powerful, dangerous storm.
On TV, online, on your smartphone, you can count on Wink News, the weather authority.
I would recommend France Eye Care to everybody. It's a quality of life. And if you can fix a problem that you have, why wouldn't you fix it? And France Eye Care fixed my problem totally. They just did an outstanding job.
Call 239-418-0999.
At Wink News, we're committed to you.
Rain is pummeling southwest Florida.
Dangerous lightning to track.
Behind every breaking news story.
Breaking in the last 15 minutes in a arrest.
Behind every exclusive Wink News investigation.
Wink uncovered never-before-seen statements that appear unethical.
Behind every weather forecast.
Thunderstorm activity moving through the
is
region.
A commitment to you, your family, your safety and well-being. Because news happens now. Count on Wink News.
For the largest in-stock selection of tile, wood, and stone, come to Floor & Decor.
The selection here is just monstrous.
There's just so much variety. Right now, we're featuring our wood-based, water-resistant laminate, AquaGuard, that looks and feels like wood, but can be installed anywhere. Use it in kitchens, baths, or basements. It's fast and easy to install. See our huge selection of options exclusively at Floor & Decor.
Wow, I cannot believe this selection.
Floor & Decor on Cleveland Avenue next to Edison Mall.
At Wink News, we're proud of the honors and awards our team has earned. But far more important to us is our commitment to you. A commitment to bring you important information that makes a difference in your family's life. A commitment to go deep behind the headlines to report stories that matter. A commitment to keep you safe and ahead of dangerous weather. Count on Wink News, our photojournalists, reporters, and anchors. Count on Wink News to serve you in everything we do.
Do you see signs your home's value is dropping? If you have wall cracks, settling floors, a dirt crawl space, or uneven concrete, it's time to call N-Square.
Get foundation, concrete, and crawl space issues fixed right. Call N-Square.
Wink is Southwest Florida's hurricane authority. As Hurricane Irma moves toward Florida,
it's going to finally make that turn to the north.
That is the worst part of the storm, which to roll smack dab on top of Southwest Florida.
No matter how long you've lived here, no matter how many hurricanes you've weathered, every storm is different. Stay with Wink for continuing coverage of this powerful, dangerous storm.
On TV, online, on your smartphone, and on the radio, you can count on Wink News, the weather authority.
Hurricane Irma is headed for southwest Florida.
Wind really starting to pick up here.
Stay with Wink for continuing coverage of this powerful, dangerous storm.
On TV, online, on your smartphone, you can count on Wink News, the weather authority.
54,000 children in southwest Florida don't know where their next meal will come from. That number skyrockets when school's out. But you can make a difference. If you care, share. Make a donation to the Harry Chapin Food Bank of Southwest Florida at harrychapinfoodbank.org.
During the annual preseason sale at Recreational Warehouse, get big discounts on all pool heaters. Save hundreds now and enjoy your pool all winter long at Recreational Warehouse, Colonial Boulevard, Fort Myers, and Airport Road South, Naples.
Jim Farrell and Matt Devitt, Wink News, the weather authority.
Wink is Southwest Florida's hurricane authority. As Hurricane Irma moves toward Florida,
it's going to finally make that turn to the north.
That is the worst part of the storm, which to roll smack dab on top of Southwest Florida.
No matter how long you've lived here, no matter how many hurricanes you've weathered, every storm is different. Stay with Wink for continuing coverage of this powerful, dangerous storm.
On TV, online, on your smartphone, and on the radio, you can count on Wink News, the weather authority. At Wink News, we're proud of the honors and awards our team has earned. But far more important to us is our commitment to you. A commitment to bring you important information that makes a difference in your family's life. A commitment to go deep behind the headlines to report stories that matter. A commitment to keep you safe and ahead of dangerous weather. Count on Wink News, our photojournalists, reporters, and anchors. Count on Wink News to serve you in everything we do. Jim Farrell and Matt Devitt, Wink News, the Weather Authority. At Wink News, we're committed to you, your family, your safety and well-being, because news happens now. Count on Wink News.
Welcome back, everybody. We want to start by telling everyone that Germain Arena, a shelter with about 5,000 people in Lee County, is safe. There are rumors going around now on social media and some other places. I'm not really sure where, but emergency management reassures us Germain is safe. If you're in there, you're safe. Stay there. Stay where you are. So now we want to know what's next and where Irma's headed.
Yeah, and we also want to let you know, too, that we are awaiting a news conference from the governor in just a few minutes. So we will continue to watch for him and take you there when that begins. But first, let's get the latest information with the hurricane. Let's check in with Chief Meteorologist Jim Farrell for our first update.
All right, folks, here we go. Nothing has happened so far that we did not expect. This is Sunday. Sunday has always been the day when this major hurricane was going to come close and then move through southwest Florida. And we're going to live through that event today. We are getting hourly updates from the National Hurricane Center. So this is the latest information on what has become, again, a Category 4. It became a 4 overnight. It's moving to the north at 9 miles per hour. The wind is around 130 miles per hour right now. And here is the forecast cone. This is definitely coming our way. There is no time for any wiggle room to go farther west or farther east. This will probably weaken a bit, which is some good news, to a Category 3. But don't be misled. That's still a major hurricane, and it's coming right over US 41. Possible landfall in southwest Florida could be very close to where Wilma came in, around Cape Romano, the Marco Island area. And I want to focus on the exact point of landfall because this is still a rather large hurricane and the wind extends out in both directions and there's quite a bit of rain. Take a look at this. Doppler radar has been identifying the eye since yesterday. Right now, every square inch of southwest Florida is getting at least light to moderate to heavy rain. It's going to rain all day long in southwest Florida, so this represents one of the three issues we're going to have to deal with today. Heavy rain, producing perhaps some fresh water flooding. Now, we're going to be tracking this eye. Right now, on the current course, this is going to come in very close to Marco Island, perhaps around 4 to 5 p.m. All right, we'll fine-tune that. And I'll give you some other time of arrivals for Naples, Lee County, Charlotte County a little bit later on as we continue to broadcast. But right now, here comes a big band of rain. This is heavy rain, as you see in the yellows, oranges, and reds. Here's part of the eye wall right in here that has a thunderstorm in it with the white dots from our lightning tracker and some very heavy rain that will rotate counterclockwise around that calm eye. All right, Charlotte County, there you are. Rain just came through. Got some more coming in from the east. You can see this circulation of the rain, which mimics the wind direction at the surface. If anybody can pull up a couple of cameras while I'm talking, I want to reference the fact that the wind is blowing from the land out to the Gulf of Mexico. And as we thought it would, it is lowering the water right now. The water will come up later as the storm surge develops. But as this wind increases, we're going to watch the water flow out of the Caloosahatchee, out of Charlotte Harbor, out of the Gordon River. So if you live on a direct access canal or the river, the harbor, or any area that has some saltwater access, I am sure that you have already noticed that, hey, look at that. It's low. I haven't seen the water that low in a long time, or perhaps ever. It might even go lower because the offshore wind is going to continue until the center of circulation moves north, and then we get the opposite wind flow out of the south and southwest. There's a look at Naples. All right, a little lower than average. We've been watching some live cameras around the region, and you can see the palm fronds blowing. Nothing too dramatic yet, but now that's a dramatic difference. You are looking at the Sanibel Causeway, or no, is that Sanibel Causeway? I can't recognize it because I have never seen it like this. That used to be full of water. Look, you can see the land. The water has been pushed out of not only the Caloosahatchee River, but it's being pushed out of the bay into the Gulf of Mexico. And you can see the land underneath what was once full of water. So this is what is going to look like for a while across southwest Florida. We are going to anticipate that this is going to continue until the hurricane comes through and then starts to move to the north. Then we're going to get ready for the opposite effect. Instead of the water going lower than average, it's going to return to its average level, and then when the wind becomes onshore, then we're going to watch it rise, and then we're going to see the storm surge develop. Let's take a look at Doppler radar again. We go back to the weather computer, and you can see how this matches up. There's the flow of the rain. This is also the movement of the surface wind. All of the water is getting drained. This, I'll just coin this phrase right now. This is the Donna effect. If you talk to anybody who was here in 1960 when Hurricane Donna did a very similar thing, came out of the south, the eye went over Naples, the eye went over Fort Myers. When it was here, Donna, as a Category 3, pushed the water out of the Caloosahatchee. And I've met some of you over the years. They were in elementary school at the time, but they tell me as adults that, but Jim, you could have walked across the Caloosahatchee. And that's because of the Donna effect, wind blowing the water out to the Gulf of Mexico. Then when Donna went to the north, the water snapped back. Get ready for that same effect today. All right, there's Doppler radar. I'm going to sample some of the current wind speeds around South Florida. What happened? The anemometer is broken for now. There are no reports coming out of Key West and Marathon and Homestead. We've got one on Fort Lauderdale at 44, West Palm 49 miles per hour. These are sustained wind speeds occurring now. The pattern should be, with a few exceptions, windier south than north. And we see that right now with Naples at 44, because the windiest weather is going to be coming out of the south. Let's look at wind gusts. Obviously, if the anemometer's out at Key West for sustained wind, we're not going to have any gust reports right now. Well, here's a gust report. That's almost hurricane strength at Fort Lauderdale. If you have any friends on the East Coast, you know, all eyes are kind of focused on our coast because the eye's coming in. Oh, Southwest Florida's really going to get it. Yeah, we're going to get it. But these guys are having it too. They have that onshore wind right now with a lot of rain, and they are getting the storm surge now for them because the wind is blowing the Atlantic Ocean into the coast, into their access canals and inlets. In Southwest Florida now, we have wind gusts of not quite 50 miles per hour from Lee County northward. There's Naples, a wind gust of 64. Now we've sampled some of the wind gusts, not sustained, these are gusts. And there you go, that's what a major hurricane does. 120 mile an hour gusts, Big Pine Key, Miami International, almost 100. And we've got Key West at 91. Speaking of the East Coast, we've got a live picture for you from Miami Beach. And take a look at that. You can take that full screen. I'll back out and get out of that way. If you can pop that up full screen so everybody gets a good look at that on their high-definition TV. This is live, is that correct? Yes. WFOR, CBS affiliate in Miami. The live picture of what it looks like on Miami Beach. It looks worse there than it is here because of what I just showed you on radar. The wind is coming off of the Atlantic Ocean, and they actually have some very high waves developing there. This is live Miami Beach. Let's go back to Chris and Lois. Get ready for the governor.
Jim, when the governor is done speaking, but the governor is about to give us an update, so let's go live and listen.
Over US 1. Hurricane Irma made landfall in the lower Florida Keys at 9:10 a.m. as a Category 4 storm. The eye of this powerful storm is now 80 miles south of Naples and approaching the Naples-Fort Myers area and will impact us later this afternoon. A vast majority of the state is experiencing sustained storm force winds. Irma will continue to make its way up Florida's west coast, impacting highly populated communities and leaving destruction in its wake. On our east coast, South Florida is experiencing increased hurricane-force wind gusts, coastal flooding, and dangerous seas. In northwest Florida, we'll start to feel the impacts of the storm late tonight and early Monday. There are areas of South Florida and the Keys that have already had up to 10 inches or 12 inches of rain. Across the state, we could see an additional 8 to 15 inches of rain. A vast majority of Florida is under a hurricane warning. Millions of Floridians are being impacted by this storm. This is a serious threat of significant. There is a serious threat of significant storm surge flooding along the entire west coast of Florida, and this has increased to 15 feet of impact above ground level in southwest Florida. Tampa will see a surge of 5 to 8 feet. The Big Bend area will see a surge of 4 to 6 feet. We'll also see an increase in flooding of rivers throughout the peninsula. We have seen tornadoes in central South Florida, and the threat will continue today and tonight. This is a life-threatening situation. Remember, in southwest Florida, the storm surge comes after the strongest winds. Do not think the storm is over when the wind slows down. Local officials will let you know when it is safe to go out. The storm surge will rush in and could kill you. We have thousands of National Guard members and Fish and Wildlife officers on standby to help with search and rescue as soon as it is safe. But they cannot help you until the storm has passed. You need to stay in a safe place. With the storm's latest track, families in the Panhandle need to be on high alert for severe weather, including tropical storm and hurricane-force winds. Here in Tallahassee, it is likely we will experience hurricane-force winds, and families must prepare. We are doing all we can to be prepared to respond to this storm. Today, I requested a major disaster declaration from President Trump to help bring important federal resources and aid to Florida. I've spoken with the President nearly every day, as well as today, and as well as our other federal partners. We are working very closely with the federal government to make sure Floridians have the resources they need for this storm. This has been a challenging week for our state. All week, I traveled Florida to spread the message. Take this deadly storm seriously. Stay safe. Be prepared. Listen to local evacuation advisories. My first duty as governor is to protect the people of Florida, and the storm is here now. Everyone's family matters. Every life matters. Please know that we will do anything and everything to protect and rescue every person, and we will spare no expense in doing it. This week has demonstrated that everyone around the world that Floridians care about each other. We have each other's backs. We're proud to call Florida home, and nothing will change that. While I know we have done everything we could to prepare for this storm, we can never do enough. I've heard from other governors and from people all over the world about the ways they can help our state make it through this destruction. In fact, we have received direct support from 16 states. We've received National Guard. From Texas, we received Fish and Wildlife members. From Ohio, Incident Management Team. From Colorado, Emergency Operations Support Team. We've taken all help and all resources that have been offered. I know Florida is known for our beaches, our theme parks, and our college teams. But our most important asset is our people. Many people from all over this great country and world have asked me what they can do. If you'd like to give, text DISASTER to 20222 to make a one-time $10 donation. If you'd like to volunteer, volunteerflorida.org. Pray. I don't see prayer as a last resort. It should always be a first resort. We will continue to keep you updated as we go through this storm, but let me be very clear. We'll make it through this together. Hurricane Irma ya está impactando en nuestro estado. Este huracán es muy peligroso. Acuérdense que la vida de usted y su familia es lo más importante. Por favor, tengan cuidado. Cada familia ya debe de estar en un sitio seguro. Para más información, por favor llamen al 1-800-342-3557. También visiten mi cuenta de Twitter at FLGovScott para más información en inglés y español de Huracán Irma. Mi prioridad es que todos, turistas, familias, todos in la Florida estén seguros y preparados. Now it's my distinct opportunity to turn it over to our Adjutant General. We have the best National Guard. Our National Guard are individuals that are putting their lives at risk when their own families' lives might be at risk. We've called up 7,000 members of National Guard. I've had opportunities. I've had calls from people from all over the country that want to provide as much support to our National Guard as possible. So, Adjutant General Mike Calhoun.
Good morning. Thank you, Governor. The entire Florida National Guard has been activated, with more than 2,000 guardsmen supporting 200 of the over 500 shelters. More than 700 more guardsmen are preparing to set up food and water distribution sites as soon as the storm passes. We're working alongside FWC and Urban Search and Rescue to begin rescue missions as soon as it is safe. We're working closely with our counterparts from other National Guard and active duties. More than 10,000 National Guard troops are on their way into the state of Florida from 14 different states for deployment after the storm. Help is coming by air, land, and sea. We're grateful for the outpouring of support and assistance from our brothers and sisters in the Army, Air Force, Navy, Marines, Coast Guard, and the entire Guard Nation. And we are ready to do all we can to help our fellow Floridians, and we'll be here as long as it's needed. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Now we're going to hear from Fish and Wildlife. Nick Wiley has done a great job leading Fish and Wildlife.
Thank you, Governor. We have approximately 200 FWC officers in search and rescue staged to join our Florida National Guard partners. Each of these teams has trucks, airboats, patrol boats, and ATVs on standby to assist with these life-saving missions. We have more than 500 law enforcement vessels standing ready, and we are prepared to sustain these resources as long as necessary. We are swearing in more than 200 officers that are being deployed from Mississippi, South Carolina, Arkansas, Texas. By the end of the day, we will have 50 additional officers from Louisiana, 28 officers from Arkansas, and 26 officers from Mississippi. I appreciate these brave men and women for joining our officers in these missions and all of the states that are sending resources to support Florida. We will continue to work together to keep Florida families safe. Thank you.
Be glad to answer any questions anybody has.
Governor, we're in a low tide situation right now where you have a lot of people who are venturing out, going to docks, seawalls, beaches to survey what's going on. Does that give you cause for concern, knowing that they're going out there right now thinking the situation may not be as bad as they've been expecting?
Everybody needs to be safe. You need to understand the storm's coming up the state. And it can still change the direction it's going. You've got to continue to watch the storm. Where we're going to get the storm surge we're going to get it on both coasts, more on the west and the east. It looks like right now. But the storm surge can depend on how the winds are coming. It can be before the storm and it can be after the storm, depending on where you are in the state. So everybody should be cautious. They should listen to the local law enforcement, listen to the local officials on when the evacuation orders are up. So everybody needs to be cautious. I want everybody to survive this storm. I want everybody to be safe. During the storm, as you know, we can't send out first responders to save you, so everybody needs to be cautious.
Governor, what shape is Naples and Fort Myers in right now? Obviously, all last night we were hearing that that was going to be a likely place that was going to get hit pretty hard. Where are we now?
Well, as you know, the storm is just south of the Naples area. I think it's about 80 miles south or so. It's going to have an unbelievable impact. 10 to 15 foot of storm surge above ground level. It looks like a little bit less, but something close to that. Fort Myers, we've added a lot of shelters. We've done everything we can to open shelters. We've worked to make sure people can get food. We spent hours trying to move people out of assisted living locations, making sure they have the support they need. We still need more nurses. to help our special needs patients. Right now, you can't get out in many parts of the state because of the weather. But after this passes, we're going to need more volunteers, and I hope more people will continue to volunteer, because this is going to be. We've got, hopefully everybody survives the storm, and then we've got to make sure anybody that's in tough shape afterwards, we rescue them, and then we've got to start the process of restoring the state. I can tell you that. I'm proud of everybody here at the emergency management team. I'm proud of what the counties are trying to do. I'm thankful what the federal government's doing. I'm thankful the other states are offering resources. I know there's a lot of people are going to want to come in and help us, and I appreciate every one of them.
Disaster declaration request, does that have an immediate effect, or is that just going to be something that resolves itself in days or weeks ahead?
Sure. The request that went into the president today will have three components: public assistance, which will assist governments at all different levels, state, local. It'll assist charitable organizations, the municipal and cooperative utilities. That's going to be more, some of it will have an immediate assist on the terms of debris removal and emergency action. Some of it's going to be the longer term rebuilding of infrastructure. There's also a mitigation component which will allow us to harden infrastructure against future storms. The one that will have the biggest impact immediately is the individual assistance component that's going to go to individual Floridians to help them recover for this storm. So that's going to be the one that would be the most impactful right away.
The storm's passed, right?
Correct, yes. I mean, it's going to take a few days for the declaration to come through and to put into place and for people to register. So it will take a few days, but it will be very quick.
Brian or Governor, there was I know there was an 11:15 call that might have been the first chance to see what type of damage Monroe County, Miami-Dade, Broward, and even Collier is seeing. Any reports yet of the damage left after the storm passed by?
Well, when we were on the call, clearly Monroe needs a lot of support. They're not able to get out yet and really assess exactly what they need, but they know there's water over US 1. I mean, if you think about what do we have to do down there, we've got to make sure we get US 1 open. There's one road down there, right? We've got to get make sure all those bridges, survive this, because one bridge, then everybody south of the bridge is stranded. We've got to find out what the airports are like. So the storm is still passing there. The storm surge, we'll see how bad that is down there. But you can watch, what you see on TV is exactly what you're hearing from Miami. They've got a lot of wind, and they'll get the same storm surge as the storm moves north.
Sure. Up here in the Panhandle, obviously the storm's kind of taking people by surprise. I think even Tallahassee thought there was going to be a near miss a couple days ago. Now the city's in kind of the center of the cone. What preparations are being done as of right now, especially with gas? Because I know there's a bit of a shortage.
We have been working on getting gas into the state for this entire week. Unfortunately, now our ports are closed, which were our primary ports for gas are Tampa and Port Everglades. We are the Corps here. We are working with them to make sure as soon as the storm passes, we can get those ports open to get fuel here. We will provide escorts again. Law enforcement escorts to the carriers to get to the gas stations as much as possible. I waived the fuel tax to see if we can get more gas into the state. We've done everything we can to get as much fuel here as possible. I know there's been lines, there's been outages, but we're gonna work every day to keep doing it. It'll be really important to get the ports back open, and I know it's something that the ports have already talked to the Army Corps to make sure they know a process to get that done as quickly as they can.
Governor, in the immediate aftermath, after the storm is cleared out, well, especially for South Florida right now, the people that went to shelters, how long could they expect to either sit in place and wait to hear that their neighborhood is okay to at least check out or go back into?
Well, clearly every county is going to be a little bit different what happened in their county. If you're in the inner counties, if you're in the middle of the state, it's probably going to be a little bit different because of mostly wind and some rain. You won't have the storm surge. So what will happen in every county, they'll try to get let people know what happened. I mean, but the issues that every family is going to deal with is, one, do you have power back? And if you don't have power, do you want to stay in a shelter? That's one. Two, we've got to make sure we have fuel for everybody. We've got to make sure we have water and food for everybody. So we've pre-positioned assets. FEMA's pre-positioned assets. We got to get those things as fast as we can to the southern part of the state. But all the assets for this it's slowed down the fact that this has covered the whole state. And so as you try to move the assets down to the southern part of the state, we got to let this storm pass. So it's safe to drive on our roads and things like that. So everybody's going to have to be very patient.
In Hardin County, Governor, a sheriff's deputy was killed in a storm-related collision. What type of guidance is being given to first responders? Should they be on the road right now at this point when the storm's coming short?
So, in every county, if you talk to the sheriff's department, every county, the police department, they have protocols for when people are supposed to be on the road. As you know, in the middle of the storm, you can't drive certain vehicles because of the wind, and whether it's the wind or the rain. But in every county, they make those decisions.
Governor, it's been almost a week, 5 days at least, since we've been waiting for the storm, and now it's here. I know you've been all over the state. What kind of a toll is it taking on you, and what have you learned about the state and the people?
Well, one thing when you go through this, what you'll learn is you have a really good state emergency management team. I mean, Brian Kuhn and his team, they do a really good job. If you go around the state and whether you're talking to the emergency management officials locally or you're talking to the law enforcement, they're absolutely committed. Also, you have to be impressed with your National Guard. I mean, these are individuals that are showing up. They're coming on active duty when they don't know what's going to happen to their own family. The other thing is, I want to thank President Trump. I mean, I've talked to him pretty much every day, and I've talked to the FEMA administrator almost, I think, every day. And you've got FEMA officials here. People, but that's true for every federal agency. People are working hard. There's a lot of unknowns, and that's what you worry about. I hope everybody survives, and I'm praying that they will. I do know that one thing you feel good about is people want to help. I've heard that all over. I've heard that all over the state, and I've had calls from outside the country, and all over this country, people want to come in and help, and I believe they will.
You had evacuated your family actually here to Tallahassee on Friday. The storm's coming to Tallahassee. What are your plans the next 36 hours as this storm moves up the coast?
Well, I'll make a decision based on how I can be helpful to the state. My daughter and her family are gonna go to D.C. So she just had 2 little babies, and so she's got 5 little boys, and so it's tough for them to be if we lose power here.
First Lady?
She doesn't decide what she's going to do yet.
Governor, how do you assess the evacuation efforts so far, the availability of shelters?
Oh, you really have to be impressed. I tell you, you have to be impressed with what the number of people that volunteered, the number of shelters got open. I mean, you really have to be impressed. There's a lot of work left to do. We've got to make sure they have the food and the water, because we had to open up shelters really fast. A lot of shelters got open in the last 2 days. If you can't tell exactly the numbers on how many people evacuated, but if you look at all the cameras this morning, there was nobody on the roads. I think everybody was pretty much hunkering down. If you look at, I think you have to. I think Florida Highway Patrol did a good job on how to, in FDOT keeping the evacuation routes open. We didn't have to. We used the shoulders. I think one of my big concerns was because we started having fuel problems immediately. And I think everybody, the oil companies, the ports, the carriers, the gas stations, they worked as well as they could to try to get as much fuel down here as possible. So I'm hopeful. I'm praying that people got out. You look at my community where I live. I mean, 10 to 15 feet of storm surge. I don't know how anybody survives that. So I don't know exactly how far inland it's going to go. But I know that the Collier County and Lee County, I was in both those places this week. They were very focused on it, and they were tracking it, and they're trying to get information out as fast as possible. But you worry about. I hope everybody. I just hope everybody listened.
How soon do you expect fuel will be making its way back to Florida? It's obviously been, the shipments have been cut off. When will they begin again, do you think?
So step one, we've got to get the ports open. The big fuel is the ports. All right, it's Tampa. I mean, there's others, but it's really Tampa and Port Everglades. Those are 2. So the storm's got to pass. The Corps' got to get out there and make sure it's clear. But what we've been told is once that happens, there are tankers that want to come in. That's the big. That's the the lion's share of the fuel. But on top of that, we have fuel trucks that are coming down from north. That's why I waive for 5 days the fuel tax. So we're gonna have a run on fuel again, right? As people now want to go back home afterwards. So we're going to work hard to get it. Hopefully we won't have this issue where we're worried about a port being closed down again, which really slowed us down. But I think we're going to make good progress. People have worked really hard to get more fuel here. I don't think I finished. Yeah, go ahead.
You know, the storm did switch track, and Northwest Florida is expecting stronger wind conditions, worse conditions. Are you confident that we're prepared up in this part of the state?
You know, the way you always look at it, I've been really impressed statewide with the emergency management team. All right, I've been very impressed with, you know, the response from everybody, whether it's FEMA or anybody else. In the end, there's always something, you know, that you could have done, because what happens is it changes. Something changes. The storm changes, moves path. It's more severe than you might have thought. But I can tell you, the people are going to be prepared. I've had calls every day with the utilities. I know everybody's going with the power back on. My understanding is there's 23. They already have 23,000 people coming down to the state to help with to restore power. Now some of those, because of the storm, have been able to get pre-positioned, and some of them have not. So if it was a east or west storm, that would make it easier. But I know people are going to work hard. We're going to get we'll open up the shelters. But I mean, it is hard when it impacts your entire state.
Anybody else?
Governor, can you speak to the type of preparations that are taking place at the mansion?
Well, I haven't really hardly been there, so you'd have to ask somebody else. So I wouldn't know. I get there really late at night and sleep and leave.
You plan to be here at the EOC throughout the storm? Is that correct?
I'm gonna be here. I'll figure out my schedule at the end of the day, but I'm gonna be here throughout the day today, and then I'll figure it out late today. Thanks, everybody.
All right, Governor Scott there giving us the latest on the situation of the storm all across the state. And, you know, we've been talking about for so long how this is going to be all across the state, but it really got kind of driven home when you were listening to them talk about it's made landfall in the Keys. Mm-hmm. It's headed our way. Now there are folks in Tallahassee going through what we were going through 2 days ago. Yes. It's like, what's going to happen to us? And we need to get gas, and they're having gas shortages. So it's an entire process to manage.
But what you need to know right now is you can see the radar behind us. You can see all those heavy rain bands coming in. There's going to be heavy, nasty weather all day, and the winds are going to get stronger as the day goes on. So the safe place that you are right now is where you need to stay. And we will continue to monitor this and keep giving you updates as we get any kind of update, whether it be from emergency and public safety officials, from our own meteorologists, or if we get these pictures that are coming in. We'll keep passing them along to you. And if you are listening to us by radio, we will try to do our best to describe what we're seeing, because we know you may be without a picture at this time.
And you can always watch on the Wink News app. It's a good idea to keep that in mind if your power goes out, because we are starting to get reports of power outages. That was Vanderbilt Beach a second ago. Now this is Cape Coral.
Charlotte County,
I'm sorry. Charlotte County here. You know, if this is also a time, because it's going to be a rough few hours now, but you can take comfort and solace in all of the preparation and all the hard work that you've put in this week. It's going to keep you safe. If you went where you're supposed to go and you stay in that safe place, we'll get through it. So just, you know, all that hard work, all that stuff that everybody's been doing all week that has been grueling, this is when it pays off.
And we will try to pass along pictures that you may be able to safely send us. Now, what we're talking about here, we don't want you to leave your shuttered home. Right. We don't want you to go outside of your protected shelter to take a picture. But some of you may have hurricane-safe glass, and you can shoot a picture out of the window. Let us know where you're sending it from, what time you sent it. Your neighbors or the people who live around you might appreciate just to see what's happening outside if they are in shutters and they can't see what's going on.
Yeah, we want to hit all the neighborhoods. We want to be able to show you what your neighborhood looks like, and a lot of folks who have evacuated to somewhere else will really appreciate seeing pictures of their neighborhood taken by their neighbors.
Right,
if it's
so
safe.
Let's tell you where to send those, because that's the one point you'll need to know.
Right?
If you email them to us, it's desk D-E-S-K, desk at winknews.com. Desk at winknews.com with a location and the time you took it, and we will try to share those so other people in your area can see what's happening outside as well. But only do it, please, if you can do it safely from a hurricane glass window or something like that.
Or you can just put them right on the Wink News Facebook page with that same information, and we'll get them.
Sure.
All right, we had to interrupt Jim for the governor, so let's get back to Chief Meteorologist Jim Farrell now.
Thank you, Chris. Lois, just a little footnote to my producer, getting a new battery for my, what we call IFB. We're going to do that live right here on TV so I can hear anything I need to hear that comes into my right ear as I bring you up to date on Irma. We're getting hourly updates, as we mentioned before. I'm going to run through some of this information. You mentioned landfall in the U.S., right here in Florida. 9:10 this morning, Irma made landfall Cujo Key. We're expecting the next U.S. landfall to be near Marco Island, Cape Romano, between 4 and 5 p.m. We're measuring the distance from the center of the eye's current position to the Marco Island area, about 51 miles away. All right, and it's coming in. So it's going to happen today. Today is the day, Sunday. Right now, as of noon, this is a Category 4 hurricane, 130 mile per hour wind, moving to the north at 9 miles per hour. Moving to the north. It brings it in to the southwest Florida coast, we believe, between 4 and 5 p.m. We've got the forecast cone as tight as we can get it here, and I just want to show you that it should weaken to a Category 3, but don't fixate on that, because that's really not going to change anything. Maybe the wind drops off a bit, but we're still in for major hurricane force wind today in southwest Florida. Now, this track is a little more off the coast, but very close to it. I'm going to take the icon out and just show you the track here. So this is the official Hurricane Center track. Now, remember, there's a margin of error. We don't want to fixate on the red line, but for the effects of the hurricane, but I want to kind of fixate on the red line for the actual location of the eye and the eye wall. So either over Marco or very close to the west. Sanibel, right now, it's going to come close to you around 8 o'clock, as is indicated by the National Hurricane Center. So this is going to be an all-day event. You know, here we are at 12:37. We've got landfall or close to it around Marco between 4 and 5. And then in the early evening hours, it'll be as close to Lee County as it's going to come. Then, of course, Charlotte County, you're down the line. You'll be next. All right, let's work with some of those figures in a second. Doppler radar, this is a big one. We were talking about this yesterday. Most of the rain is on the northern half. Here, look at that. Here's the eye. Look, the rain is reaching as far north as Jacksonville right now. Counterclockwise circulation. The wind is bringing the rain in from the east. So the East Coast is getting rain, but they also have that onshore wind coming off the Atlantic. So they have high waves, and they have some storm surge flooding beginning to affect them as well. Here's the circulation center. White dots from our lightning tracker indicating a couple of thunderstorms, not too many. This is not a big thunderstorm event. Hurricanes have a lot of warm air from bottom to top. That's the nature of the tropical structure. We get a lot of thunderstorms in the summertime because it's warm at the bottom, but it's cold at the top. So in a warm core system, which is what a hurricane is, it's warm at all levels, or at least warmer at all levels than it would be if it was a non-tropical system. So you get fewer lightning strikes because lightning is created in an environment usually that has some cold air up top, and it's not quite as cold above the hurricane as we would have on a typical summertime day. So a few thunderstorms, not too many. That's not going to be the issue today. Non-stop rain. Here we go. Every square inch of southwest Florida is getting wet now. And if you're new to the tropics, or technically where we live is the subtropics, when a hurricane, tropical storm, or tropical depression comes close and moves through, you'll have an all-day rain, but it won't be at the same intensity all day. It will be heavy, then light. Heavy, then light. What's happening? You get these bands of heavy rain moving through the area, and then the in-betweeners. In between those bands, there's rain, but it's light. So heavy, then light, on and off in intensity, and that's going to be the pattern all day long for rain. Now, I know a lot of you are very concerned about storm surge, and we have been monitoring the potential for storm surge, especially since yesterday's storm surge potential forecast was increased dramatically. Let's see what the potential looks like at this point in time. There's the onshore wind east coast, right? Offshore west coast right now. So we don't have storm surge yet. In fact, the water around southwest Florida has gone down in canals, rivers, the harbor. The water is lower now than it normally is, dramatically lower, as we've been showing you some of the pictures from around the area. Opposite so far on the east coast, the water is higher than average because the wind is blowing the Atlantic Ocean up against the coast. So the water is higher there, lower here. That wind is blowing the water out to the Gulf of Mexico. Let's watch for the timing of the change of direction. Northeast right now, you can see how the wind is flowing that way now. But it all changes as the hurricane approaches and then passes through. Now, the timing is going to be different. I mentioned just a minute ago that we think a landfall perhaps near Marco Island, Cape Romano, could be between 4 and 5. This forecast model doesn't agree. The timing's off a little bit. So we're not concerned with the accuracy of the timing here. I do believe it is very accurate in depicting the wind direction. All right, so let's focus on that. So here's the eye of Irma now coming into the picture. Still an offshore wind, Collier, Lee, Charlotte, but not southern Collier. Central north, yes. Southern, no. Now you're getting a south to southwest wind later this afternoon. That is when things are going to change in Collier first. The water is low around the 10,000 islands at the coast right now. Lower than we've seen in a long time. But starting this afternoon, it will snap back to normal levels, and then it will start to increase to abnormal storm surge levels, but it can't happen until the wind shifts a bit, and that's going to begin later today. Let's go out in time a little more, because this is going to progress up the coast, and we're going to watch the water levels change county by county. Now, Lake Okeechobee, we never want to let you out of the mix here. We're aware. We don't think that water is going to get pushed over the dike of the levee, even though you're going to have a strong easterly wind pushing Lake Okeechobee, fresh water, along the western shore. That's a big lake. It's the second biggest freshwater lake in the continental United States. You know what the first one is? You might be from there, Lake Michigan. Lake Michigan is wholly contained by the U.S. border. This is the second biggest freshwater lake. It's a big one. So as the wind blows across the lake, the whitecaps are going to build, and there's going to be much higher water along the western shore of Okeechobee than the eastern shore. So that's our shore, Clewiston, Moorhaven inland a little bit, Lakeport, Buckhead Ridge. Get ready. You're going to have big waves. It's going to act like the Gulf of Mexico. It's that big. There will be a long enough fetch of wind over water to build up big waves on Lake Okeechobee. That's going to happen today as well. Back to the coast. All right, now, here we are in the early evening hours. Now, this is give or take a couple of hours from our official timing, but I want to show you wind direction. Now the wind is definitely onshore from the Collier-Monroe County line along the coast all the way to the Lee County, Collier County border. Onshore, 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 and it's been onshore for a long time down here. This is when you are still going to see the water coming up. Some of you have asked, how does this work? Is this just going to come up all of a sudden? No, it's going to come up. You'll notice it. But it'll be a gradual rise at first, and then it'll pick up in speed and in timing. But it's going to rise. And with this onshore wind now moving into Lee County, we're going to see the wind create storm surge over Fort Myers Beach to Bonita Beach. Remember the orientation of Estero Island. It's not this, north to south. Estero Island is like this. It's facing the southwest. So kind of the worst wind direction for Estero Island is anything out of the southwest, because that's going to push the water right up against the island, and the island's going to hold it there. So you're going to have the water begin to rise later today while it continues to rise in Collier. Let's go out in time a little more. After sunset, into the early and later evening hours, the circulation center may be very close to Charlotte Harbor. And up to this point, the water really hasn't gotten too high, but starting later this evening, you too, Charlotte County, are going to see the water begin to rise. Charlotte Harbor's a big harbor. You ever been out in the boat there? It gets rough. As soon as you get north of Bokeelia, things start popping, even on a normal day. So now the wind may blow right into the harbor, and it's going to push water into Charlotte Harbor, and it's a dead-end street. Well, you have the Peace River, the Myakka River, but they're pretty narrow compared to the width of the harbor. So Charlotte Harbor, Cape Hayes Peninsula, get ready. Now, the coast is still okay in Charlotte because you have that offshore wind, but at first the water is going to flow into Charlotte Harbor. Are you getting the timing of how this is going to work? Collier Lower, Southern, Collier Central, Lee, Harbor, Coast. That's the progression of the rise in the storm surge flooding that I expect is going to occur from this afternoon through the early evening. Jumping ahead now to tomorrow morning. The circulation center's way off to the north. Look at it. Which direction is the wind coming from? It is coming from the southwest, and the water will still be well above average levels. Got a live picture to show you from the Collier County Emergency Management section. Oliver, take it away. Tell us what you've got there.
Jim, this is a pretty unbelievable scene. I don't know if you can see behind me, but we are really in the thick of things right now. The wind is blowing to such an extent. Take a look at this gust right now. I'm just going to step out of the way. Look at this. These winds are blowing at speeds that you just can't believe right now, and I should note to folks who are watching at home, we are not fully out in this. We are under shelter right here, so don't try to go out in this if you are watching at home. But you can't make this stuff up, Jim. We just watched firefighters try to put up the hurricane flag on the flagpole over here, and the winds were blowing so hard they couldn't even get it up. So right now we'll have to wait on that.
Always be safe. I know a lot of our viewers comment when we show you these live shots of Oliver live now in the wind. Boy, you know, you tell us, the viewers, not to go out in the weather, but here you go, setting a bad example. No, I mean, that's part of our job, and Oliver is safe. We would never, ever put him in harm's way, all right? So you don't do that, the viewers at home, you watching, but he's okay, and he's aware. But Oliver, we're not even into hurricane force wind yet. There have been 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts in Naples. I'm telling you, you're there. But we have not even had hurricane force gusts in Naples yet. So it gets windier from this point forward. Stay safe, Oliver, and all of the other Wink News reporters out in the field. Everybody at home, don't worry. We will pull them in when it does become a little dangerous, but it's not to that point yet. We haven't even had hurricane force wind. All right, take a look at that shot. That's live, and that's a pine tree, right? Pine trees, by the way, they're like toothpicks. They're going to snap. It doesn't take much. We're going to have quite a bit of pine tree damage. I would predict that that pine tree, as tall as it is, because the leverage of a very tall object is easier to break than a short stubby object, I bet you that palm tree gets snapped in half or has a snap somewhere along the line before this event is over. It's too tall, it's too brittle. Palm trees are an issue in high wind. All right, surface wind, we kind of got the idea here. The hurricane's moving away. It's onshore all day Monday. So the surge is going to come. It's going to get to a peak, and it'll be reduced somewhat on Monday. But the water is still going to be held up against the coast, so there is still going to be some saltwater flooding issues even on Monday. Try to break down the three problem areas that come with any tropical system that's a landfall-like system in our area. I call it the three-eyed monster. Three eyes, problems. Here we go. Wind. Yeah, you saw Oliver's live shot in Collier, where they've already had 70-mile-an-hour gusts. How high could the wind get today? It's just the same as what we were telling you yesterday. A little bit of a reduction now because the hurricane is passing a little farther west, but we still expect 60 to 90-mile-an-hour steady, sustained wind in the three coastal counties, and I wouldn't be surprised if we get into that range in the inland counties, Glades, Hendry, Highlands, DeSoto, and eastern Collier. Gusts, so far the strongest gust is 70 miles per hour Naples, and the hurricane is still 50 miles away from Marco Island. So gusts will be in this range before the wind begins to die down. If you're inside, shutters on, or impact-resistant glass, you're going to be able to ride out this once-in-a-lifetime event, hopefully once-in-a-lifetime event, in safety. So this is why Florida has the best building code in the country for wind. Your house was built in Florida to the code. We're ready. Rain. Now, this is going to be a problem. You know, you think back a couple of weeks ago when we had flooding Island Park and everywhere else, Diplomat Parkway, Cape Coral, plain old rain. Well, the ground is still very soggy. If we do get 8 to 14 inches of rain, there will be some freshwater flooding problems, at least through Monday, maybe beyond. Storm surge has been the critical component of these three areas of concern, because typically the storm surge is the biggest killer in a hurricane. Nobody should die or get injured from a hurricane, because we know they're out there, we know they're coming. The communication these days is terrific. So you've been evacuated away from storm surge prone areas, but the surge is still going to come, even though you're not there. 1 foot in some cases, 9 feet plus. Why does it stop at 9 feet? I asked that question Jamie Rum. He's the storm surge expert at the National Hurricane Center when I saw him at the Hurricane Conference in New Orleans. And he said, Jim, how tall are you? I used to be 5'10". I'm 5'9" now. I don't know, as you get older, sometimes you shrink. I'm 5'9". He said, so does it matter if it's 9, 10, or 11? There's a live shot of Cape Coral. Take a look at that. Now, is this Tarpon Point? Okay, it looks like Tarpon Point. This is the south portion of the Cape. Now, you see all those boats. Boats float. As the water rises, the boats will rise, of course. Rising tide raises all boats. If the forecast verifies and there's 9 foot of surge, 9 foot above street level, these boats are going to come up. And they're going to start to move around depending on how well they are anchored. One of the problems with boats in a hurricane is if you don't have enough slack in your line, as the water rises and the boat is a cork in the water, it rises too. Well, what happens if you don't have enough slack? Well, you're going to have problems. And it's going to be interesting to check back and look at that shot throughout the day today. We talked about the wind, we talked about the rain, the surge. Now, you're not at home because you've been evacuated, but the surge is going to occur regardless. Now, look at this. The hurricane is now close enough so that we show you kind of one of the pictures we show on a regular summertime afternoon. There's the cloud cover. I showed you the rain on radar from Jacksonville southward. Here's the counterclockwise circulation and the eye after it came over Cujo Bay, Cujo Island, here, the key, and there it is now. So Marco, we mentioned about 50 miles to your south. Now, you all sometimes ask about water temperature because hurricanes get their strength from the warm water. Is the water temperature going to allow for a last-minute intensification? Doesn't look like it. The water was 89 degrees near the Keys, and now it's north of the Keys. So the water actually is not quite as warm as it was. So I don't think the water temperature is going to be a factor. This is always interesting. Look at the wave heights. This is real time. This is within the last few minutes. This is a map that we have that updates automatically. And I'm going to show you the wave heights here. Remember where the hurricane is right now. It passed over Cujo Key. It's right around here, counterclockwise circulation. Let's pop them on. 31-foot waves off the upper Keys. And remember the wind direction there, out of the east. The water's getting pushed up along the southeast coast. There's been a little bit of a diversion here, or a misdirection. Everybody's focused on the center of circulation, and they're saying west coast, southwest Florida. South. Hey, they're going to have a lot of flooding over here. That onshore wind, look how high the water already is. Where are these waves going? They're going toward the land. Now, out over the Gulf of Mexico, we've got a 22-footer. Then, of course, farther north you go, not quite as high, but hey, that's a lot of wave action. 15, 11. So as the hurricane tracks toward Marco, the wave heights will continue to follow the hurricane, and we will monitor that for you as we work our way through the afternoon and evening. I already showed you this last time around. Wind speed sustained, not crazy yet. It's going to be a wild ride today. And the wind gusts, there you go. There's the 70 from Naples, a recent wind gust, and that's actually the gustiest report in all of South Florida. We're looking at a couple spots here on the East Coast. Naples, you're at 70, makes sense. Remember, the circulation center's down here. Eye wall is closer to Naples than the East Coast. They'll have rough weather all day long on the East Coast. But right now, the windiest weather is around Naples to Marco. Let's look at what the forecast model says will happen today as we live through this historic event. I'm going to show you the forecast for wind. Is it going to be exactly 48 miles per hour at 12:30? No, there's going to be some inaccuracies built in, but this is the state of the art. This is the best we can do now for computer modeling of how windy it's likely to get. So this is going to be our guideline. 6 p.m. near hurricane force around Immokalee. Near hurricane, it is hurricane force in Fort Myers. 74 is the cutoff, so anything of 74 or greater is a hurricane. Cape Coral, there you go. Wind is moving northward. The wind dies down a bit. Collier, as the core of the windiest weather, moves northward. And here you go. Lake was up to 70 plus there. We jumped through that. But then by tomorrow in the morning, there you go. Not as windy. But boy, if you have a wind coming from the Gulf of Mexico, from the south, I've learned this the hard way over time. A steady southwest wind at 20 miles per hour or greater will give you at least 1 to 3 foot above average when we're looking at how high the water is based on the normal tide. So if it's out of the southwest at 25 to 30, we're going to have high water in the canals, the harbor, the river, you name it, through Monday morning. Now let's look at the wind gusts, because this in part is really the more important number. As I explained to you yesterday, if you increase the wind force on an object slowly, you dial it up in the lab, 40 miles, 50, 60, 70, 80, 91. Most structures can take a slow increase in the wind force before reaching their breaking point. What breaks stuff, tree limbs, pieces of plywood, you name it, is the buffeting. Bam. Wind gust. Gust, gust, gust. That flexes, 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 break. So this is important. How high will the wind gusts go? So those are the punches. Bam, bam, bam. If I press on you, slowly but surely, you'll feel the force. But somebody peppers you like that, it's a whole different effect. Let's watch. Wind gusts. Triple digits. 5 o'clock. We'll get back to this in a second. Let's talk to Judd Cribbs. Hey, Judd, is that you, really?
Yeah, Jim, how are you?
Awesome. You perfect guy. Beautiful. Judd Cribbs was a reporter here before he got married, and his wife made him quit. His wife's in my ear. She's a producer. She's the moneymaker. No, he has a good job. Judd was in, you remember this, Judd? I want you to relate your experience around Clewiston when Wilma came in. You were in the eye wall. I remember it like it was yesterday. It was 2005. Mm-hmm. Tell us what you want to say first about what's happening, and then, but I do want to get your recollection of the Wilma event. Go ahead, take it away.
Well, I was just listening to what you were saying, Jim, and it has more meaning for me now because I just realized in the nearly 20 years I've been living in Florida, since I lost power an hour ago when I'm at home, this is the first time I'm going to have to listen to the approach of a hurricane rather than watch it. Right. Watch it either on Wink as a viewer or in person. And what you were saying struck me as real strong recollection from my experience in Clewiston. It was the undulating gusts that were bringing things down. When it was just a steady force wind, things were kind of holding up better. And so that's what I'm hearing right now. I'm up across I-75 from FGCU in the Three Oaks area, and now I'm hearing gusts that kind of vibrate the house, and then it'll kind of abate, and then I'll hear them again. And what I wondered, since I've never experienced a hurricane just by listening, when the eye wall gets closer, since I won't be able to see it, will that continue, or would it just be more of like a continual gusting sound without the ebb and flow of the gust noise?
The eye wall, that donut shape, and we only, I feel like I could point to that because I see it on the screen. It's that semicircle on radar. It's a donut of nonstop rain and typically the windiest weather of all in a hurricane. And then, of course, in the middle of the donut is that hole. That's the calm, sunny by day, starlit by night center. So when the eye wall comes through, if it happens to come through your part of southwest Florida, and this is it here, you see most of it is north rather than south, but there is the windiest weather is right around that calm center. It'll still be buffeting. One of the problems with experiencing the passage of an eye wall over your house or community is that starting with Hurricane Andrew, researchers discovered the existence not of tornadoes in the eye wall. They coined the phrase mini swirls. They're about 50 miles per hour. So in that donut, you could have individual little swirls of 50 miles per hour. So if the sustained wind of the hurricane is, for a round number, 100 miles per hour, you could have 150 mile an hour wind in sections of the eye wall, which explains why, and it may explain why what we saw in Charlie came true. You'd have two homes of equal strength, built the same year, 3-bedroom, 2-bath. One would have significant damage and one would not. They're on the same street. Well, why is that? Well, that would explain it. Because of these very small mini swirls where you get an extra 50 mile per hour push on that home, but not the one or two lots down from you. So yes, to answer your question, buffeting back and forth, and the windiest weather likely to be experienced in the eye wall. You were in the eye wall, Judd, when you were in Clewiston. And very few people alive have really experienced those two events, to be in the eye and the eye wall. I'm jealous. It's quite an experience. You remember that experience, I'm sure.
And the swirls is an interesting explanation, because I did notice that in Clewiston that you'd have like pretty severe damage, and then not too far away, like very moderate damage. Many things, especially the mobile home community there, and took a real devastating hit, but it seemed uneven. It didn't seem like blanket devastation. It was just uneven devastation. Some totally destroyed, and others just moderately damaged or heavily damaged. And I do remember we were at the Clewiston Inn. The people there were just wonderful. There was never a sense of panic. It was more of a sense of awe, I would say. And we thought for a while, because we were watching you and listening to you, that we might actually experience the eye of the storm because we were pretty close. But we didn't do that. I do remember seeing, though, like almost a lighter color to the sky kind of passed by us. And you'd know better than I would. I assume that probably was the eye wall passing.
Yeah, that would, if you see a little bright spot or even some blue, then you have a little peek at the actual eye itself, where the wind is pretty calm. And in most cases, there are very few, if any, clouds. It's a completely different environment. And of course, then the back half of the hurricane is going to come through, and you get the second half of that donut of extra windy weather. Hey, thanks, Judd. Thanks for checking in. I love your perspective. We will return your wife to you at some point. I do not know when, but she's an invaluable person, and she's producing our segment right now. And he also brings up a very important point. Lois, Chris, and I learned this in Charlie. As you lose power, you can't watch TV unless you have a battery-powered TV, and that battery will run out. Go to the radio, of course. We're on 5 or 6 radio stations. Just keep scanning to hear our voice. But it's more of a weather thing where I am on TV saying, as you can see, but you're on the radio, and all you can see is the radio. So you have to remind me to use language for our radio listeners as well as our TV viewers, because the folks listening to the radio, and more of you will have to switch to a radio at some point. We'll try to be more descriptive and try to remember that. Thank you. That brings that to my attention. All right, so here it is, nonstop rain all day long, windy weather, going to get worse and worse and worse. And are we on my computer? Are we on Weather One?
No, they need to go with Weather One.
Okay. I was doing gusts. Oh boy, now we go. All right, well anyway, let me get reorganized. I kind of went through most of the material I wanted to at this point. And while I'm adjusting, let's check in live, Naples Live. Let's take a look at that. Our own Michelle Kingston is in Naples at this live location. Let's go to Michelle. Are we going to be able to go to Michelle and talk to her? All right, let's go to Michelle.
Yes,
Take that.
I'm here.
Hey, Michelle.
I'm here. Hello.
Hey.
First, I just want to say that I'm safe. I'm back at the hotel. We're standing outside of our room now on the balcony, but we just had to show you guys this. We're seeing those palm trees blowing in the wind. They look like they're about to snap. And you can see when some of those really strong gusts come that the rain is just blowing off of the roof here. So it's incredible to see, and it's crazy to see how fast this has moved and how fast it's gotten worse since this morning. We've been on air since 4 a.m. here in Naples, and it has just gotten worse and worse by the hour. And it's been a couple hours since you've seen me. Last time I was on, I think it was around 9 or 10, we were by the Naples Pier. And since then, we've just been driving around, gathering material, trying to show you what's going on outside. We brought a GoPro with us, and we were just using that outside of the car. So I want to show you a little bit of that, but just be reminded that that was taken about 2 hours ago. And you'll see the difference between that video and now what we're seeing here. So take a look. Palm fronds laying on the side of the road as winds start to pick up in Collier County. Driving down Gulf Shore Boulevard South, we came across this tree laying on 6th Avenue North. And to just put things into perspective, I'm about 5'8", so you can just see how big this palm tree really is laying in the road here. Now, it might be difficult to hear some of what I'm saying outside the car because the winds are picking up, and our GoPro heard more of that than myself. You can see the traffic lights blowing here. And as we continued down the road, we turned onto 41 and found this, a billboard that appears to have fallen because of the wind. So we decided to go check it out. Goes to show you how strong these wind gusts can be. It might not feel extremely windy right now, but the gusts are very strong, and they're only going to get stronger. And as we moved closer to our hotel, we stopped by Loudermilk Park.
Let's get out of here.
And found more tree branches down. Let's take a look over here. I can tell you it's definitely raining a lot more. And if we just look at our jackets, the wind's going right through our jackets. And on our way back to the car, we found some flooding in the parking lot. I would say that's about 6 inches deep. It's almost like a hole in the grass here. We jumped back in the car to make sure we got inside to safety. Now again, we're on the 4th floor of our hotel. We are safely standing outside the balcony. We're able to jump right into our room at a moment's notice if needed, but we just had to show you what's going on out here and how quickly the conditions are worsening. And again, when we were out on the road, there was nobody out there. Nobody is out on the roads. Everybody is inside. You know, we didn't see anyone out there. Another point I want to make is those palm fronds that you saw in that story there, they were laying on the side of the road at the time that we shot them. And now what we're seeing is those palm fronds falling off of these trees, and they're just flying west toward the Gulf. We're really close to Clam Pass here, and we're just watching them just fly towards the Gulf. So it's quite a scene out here, and again, just crazy to see how fast conditions are deteriorating. Guys?
All right, thank you very much, Michelle. And when we look at those trees blowing in the wind, you know, palm trees are able to withstand so much more wind, but the saturated ground also plays a big factor in this and knocking over trees in a good gust of wind like they're seeing right now.
And we're getting some new hard numbers in on how much the wind has grown.
Yeah, we've got reports from Naples, sustained wind at 48, but now they have a 76-mile-per-hour gust. Southwest Florida International, 69-mile-an-hour gust in Lee County. So we're getting there. The wind will only increase today. Pagefield, a 49-mile-an-hour gust. And the wind hasn't really come on shore yet. So the water's still lower than average now. The storm surge, a lot of you want to know, when is that going to start? When's the water going to start to come up? Starts Collier, then Lee. That'll be the progression. It won't happen all at once throughout the entire coast, but my guesstimate right now is sometime around 3 o'clock or later, you're going to start to see the water increase along the 10,000 Island area and then up through Marco and the Naples coast, and that will continue along the Lee and Charlotte County coast later on. So the storm surge event continues to be the most important facet of this landfalling hurricane. Despite the fact that it's going to be super windy today, We still have to survive the storm surge, and hopefully you have evacuated and you're not going to be at risk.
And the little nudge that we have to the east as opposed to yesterday really doesn't change any of those projections we've been talking about for the last couple days.
No, I mean, it's a rounding error. It's no big deal right now. The track is what it is. It's coming in toward the Collier County coast. We're guesstimating right now a possible landfall near Marco Island between 4 and 5 p.m. And then there will be, then the system will move northward along and through Lee County, then Charlotte, and even the inland counties will be affected equally.
And this picture we're looking and showing you right now is in Cape Coral at Tarpon Point, and you can see the water there. And as Jim mentioned, the water is down, so that water will be rising throughout the day. And again, you can see some pretty good sustained winds there at the Tarpon Point Marina, and we'll keep our eye on this because we have a crew stationed right there throughout the day.
If you can dial up our Sanibel, is that still Tarpon Point
yes,
there?
Yes.
You can dial up our Sanibel cam or our Wink News cam that shows Billy Creek, either one. Take a look at that, folks. You ought to capture that. You're not going to see that again in your lifetime, well, I hope. Look at that. Where's the water? It's out in the Gulf. It's coming back later, but boy, is that something that you'll be able to tell your kids and grandkids about. September 10, the anniversary of Donna, we had another major hurricane come through southwest Florida, and like Donna, that pushed water out initially, it happened again.
And just to give everybody a little orientation there, that is the Punta Rassa boat ramp. It's fading out of the screen there now on the left, but there's no water there. That's where people load their boats, and you see that long pier-like structure. It doesn't usually look that long because it's usually mostly in water. But that is just a lot of dry sand right there.
Even as far as the Caloosahatchee by Billy Creek here. Now, we're way up the river. We're not near the beach here at Wink News. We're near downtown Fort Myers, but the water has been drained out of Billy Creek as well, which goes into the Caloosahatchee, which goes out to the Gulf. So that land area near that boat toward the seawall, that is always covered up by water. But, you know, when we check back in before sunset, the water will be higher. So the water's lower now, but it'll snap back, and then it will increase.
All right, let's go back to Cape Coral for a second. Brooke is, we have one of our reporters, Brooke Schaefer, in that shot at Tarpon Point that we were just showing you, that live picture. That's where she is. There she goes. Hi, Brooke.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
So we are in southwest Cape Coral right now, and Jim has been talking about these wind gusts that feel like they're just pushing you over. That's what we're experiencing right now. We've got rain sort of coming in sideways, those wind gusts coming in too. But I want to show you guys Tarpon Point Marina. We keep showing you guys this picture because of how impressive it is. Look at all of these boats out here in the marina. You can see these sailboats. They're going back and forth, starting to sway here in the wind. And Jim was talking just a few moments ago about boaters being concerned with the slack in the line, worried about when this water does start to come up. We actually spoke with a boater yesterday. He said that was his exact concern. He's worried he may not have enough slack in his line, that when these waters do start to come up, that could be a problem for him and his boat. We also want to show you guys these winds that we're really starting to feel here. You can look at these palm trees. They're starting to sway and start to bend in the wind. That is something to really look at. These massive trees just being pushed over by this wind. And that is exactly why first responders are saying to stay indoors. These winds have been consistently increasing for us here in southwest Cape Coral, and that has been the story from yesterday to today. Just about a couple of hours ago, Cape Fire actually tweeted out saying that they have reached that max capacity, those 40-mile-an-hour winds. They are not sending their first responders out into this weather. So if you are home in Cape Coral, your best bet, stay indoors and wait until this storm passes, and then those first responders will be able to help you. I also want to show you guys this parking garage where we are. We're actually on top of the parking garage near the Westin Hotel. It's right behind me. Lots of cars here. The hotel is actually cleared out. They evacuated on Friday. This parking garage, though, is filled with cars, people trying to get their cars up to higher ground. Just about 20 minutes ago, we actually saw a couple of drivers coming here. They were dropping off their cars. Even if it's going to be outside, they wanted it on higher ground. People here in Cape Coral worried about that storm surge. You can also see these light poles up here. They've been swaying in the wind. That just is an indication of how strong these winds are here in Cape Coral. Again, we are getting those gusts that feel like they are just pushing you over. And guys, I think even we are going to be starting to head indoors as, again, you can see these winds and the rain only getting stronger here in Southwest Cape Coral. For now, I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Okay, thank you very much, Brooke. We appreciate that report. Now, we asked for some pictures from you, and we are getting them. So we wanted to show you some of the pictures, and for those of you who don't have power, we'll describe them as best we can when we see them. The first one here is coming to us from a viewer who is along the Caloosahatchee River in Fort Myers. You can see the water is low there right now, experiencing the same type of thing as Cape Coral and other parts that are ahead of the hurricane, where the water is low. It's being sucked out of the river right now.
It almost looks like the river has a beach, which you wouldn't ordinarily see.
Exactly, but as the day goes on and as a hurricane passes this area, the opposite will occur and the water will rise.
Let's go to Rotunda, I believe, next. This is Rotunda Boulevard East. So we're a little further north now. So the wind is definitely starting to pick up, even in Charlotte County, in that part of the area. Clearly not as much as we saw in Naples a couple of minutes ago, but as Jim said, you would expect that based on where the hurricane is. But clearly, you see the palm trees, and you can see the puddling starting on the roads there.
Let's move now to Cemetery Road and Higgins in Fort Myers. There we are looking from a structure out to the wind and the trees blowing around there. No waterway right there, so we're just seeing rain, heavy rain in that area and heavy winds at this hour.
Let's go to the Northwest Cape right now. Residential neighborhood in the Northwest Cape. Winds are certainly picking up there, and no water in sight, at least that I can see, but definitely the winds picking up, and this is not too far from where Brooke was just talking to us, so we would expect to see the winds picking up there.
Let's move to some damage that is starting to come in Southwest Florida, and there you see a palm tree from earlier today. This was taken on 6th Avenue North in Naples, and Michelle just took us down Gulf Shore, not far from this area, and there's a lot of saturated ground there and wind gusts that are blowing down trees already. So you can imagine this will get worse as we get into more hurricane force winds and gusts, and a lot of trees will probably knock down, as well as some power poles and power lines. And so if you need to be aware of that, because the emergency officials will keep you off the roads because of things like this until they have everything clear and they know that it's safe for people to be back in these neighborhoods.
Let's check out Fort Myers Beach. We're going to be wanting to check the coastal areas as much as possible. Well, these are the trees over Fort Myers Beach, but you can certainly see them blowing in the wind, starting to blow heavily, and we don't yet know a whole lot about haven't heard a whole lot about any water rising on the beach or anything, or being sucked off now as it would be. We can't see the coastline, but wow, the wind is certainly picking up right there on Fort Myers Beach.
Yeah, and that's at Diamond Head Beach Resort, which is where our crew is also staying in a safe location at this time and seeing things from outside their window at this point.
It's more like 12 miles an hour.
Let's go now to this. Remember when we were talking earlier
telling us
to
this
Oliver?
story.
Wasn't he
Oliver
telling
was,
us,
yeah.
yes, that these firefighters, they were trying to put up the red flag warning flags, and it was impossible. The wind and the gusts were just beating them up, and they were having such a difficult time doing it. There's exactly what he was talking about, and the gusts and the strong winds down in Naples. And at that time, I think, Jim, you said there was a 70 mile per hour wind gust at that point, but that is expected to get a lot worse in the Naples area as well.
It already has. We just had a report of a wind gust at Naples, 103 miles per hour. I want show my radar if you can on my computer. I've got a couple of measurements I want to share with our viewers right now. All right, if you're listening on radio, I'll try to be descriptive here. But if you're watching, it speaks for itself. The eye of Irma, we are measuring, is about 36 miles south of Marco Island. The northern edge of the eye wall is 15 miles approximately, a little less actually, because I had to draw that line diagonally so it didn't overlap the other. So here's the math. We believe it's moving to the north at about 12 miles an hour. That means the eye wall will have a chance to move over Cape Romano, Marco, Goodland, nearby Everglades City in an hour. Let's see here, in about an hour and a half. It's actually I'll say an hour. We're at 1:30, about 2:30, if it indeed is moving at about 12 miles per hour. Now, the actual eye moving along at 12 miles per hour, is now a little less than 36 miles away. That is still, as we've been saying this early afternoon, is expected to come on shore between 4 and 5. I would say if you had to pick a time, around 4:30. Of course, we will follow that, time it out, and let you know exactly. But already, triple-digit wind gusts are occurring. And if you live in the path of that eye wall, coastal Collier, Lee, coastal Charlotte, get ready. As we've been telling you, this is the day. 100-mile-an-hour or stronger gusts are coming our way.
All right, Jim, thank you very much. We want to go to John Tenney, who is now joining us on the phone. And Mr. Tenney, thanks so much for being with us today.
My pleasure.
Now, we understand that you own a business in Naples, but that you are live in Bonita. Where are you right now?
Right now, we're right near the Imperial River, near Matheson and Dean area, that neighborhood.
Okay.
There are some homes being flooded already. Some people evacuated up to this house that we're staying in.
Now, yours, I understand, is on stilts, right? You're built up a little bit.
Yeah, that's correct. It's my brother-in-law's house here. He built it to withstand some pretty strong hurricanes. He's in the construction business, so it's all solid concrete, 12 feet in the air. We're safe here, but the people below us, next to that river, I think it's going to be rough.
Okay, so they're already seeing some flooding there. Could be from some of the rains rather than the surge. Would I be correct in saying that, Jim?
Initially, yeah, it's been raining pretty heavily because, as we know from showing you these live pictures, the water is still running lower than average. That's going to change quickly along the Collier County coast. Remember, we just measured the eye of the hurricane south of Marco Island, about a little less than 35 miles. So as soon as the eye starts to move a little farther north, we're going to get that onshore flow. And in Lee County, the Bonita Springs area will be the first area of the Lee County area to see that water begin to rise, and then it'll continue rising as you go farther north with time today.
So, John, can I ask you a question? Do you have some perspective? What was it like when all of the flooding occurred just a couple weeks ago in the Bonita area?
Yeah, near my home, about a mile from here, water was already, 1.5 to 2 feet deep. We couldn't get to our house. So with this, I'm sure it's flooded there already right now.
Where is that in relation to where you are now?
About a mile north. It's the Shangri-La area neighborhood, and then the north side of Bonita.
And your business is in Naples, Valentino's Pizza, right? What precautions did you have to take to try to secure your business to make sure everything would be okay when this is over?
Yeah, well, we boarded up all the windows. We tried to put a couple sandbags in front of the doors to do the best we could. We emptied out all of the coolers, so everything 5 feet and below is okay. 5 feet above, that's going to be rough. We'll probably lose our computers and our food and everything that we tried to plan for waist deep, and that's the best we could do there. But right now the power's still on there. I'm running the security cameras. I just checked in on them, so everything is good as of 2 minutes ago. We'll see what's happening here soon.
Well, we hope you keep that connection with your business, because a lot of people are using that and showing us their security camera footage as well. It gives you some peace of mind, doesn't it, when you're away from something that you've worked so hard for?
Absolutely, that's our livelihood. If it wipes out, that's going to be pretty horrendous for our family. So we're just praying for the best.
Yeah, well,
we're praying for you. We really are. We're praying for everybody today, and we thank you so much, John, for joining us on the phone and calling in today to let us know how things are in the Bonita Springs area. I'm sure your neighbors appreciate it too, so thank you so much.
We'll talk with him soon, too. Hopefully he can call back and we can keep checking on how he is doing in that neighborhood, because that neighborhood is one that we know is prone to flooding.
That's right. Well, the Florida State Emergency Response Team has activated its information hotline. Now, the line is active 24/7. You can call any time for up-to-date information about the state's response to Hurricane Irma. And right now, Wink News is in the middle of continuous coverage of Hurricane Irma. But if you lose power, and we know some of you already have, there are several ways that you could stay in touch with Wink News. We are live streaming on the Wink News app right now, so you can watch there. Also, if you have a battery-powered radio, we are on 4 radio stations right now. Here are the radio stations we are on: 94.5 The Arrow, Fox News 92.5, 96.9 Wink FM, and 93X. We are in all of these stations continuously as well. So if you still have power, as Chris mentioned yesterday, a good thing to do right now is get your battery-powered radio already tuned in, because if the power goes out, you got it all set to go and you just turn it on.
You know, those are one of the things, if you still have power, you want to make sure, for all the preparations that you've done, you want to make sure that it's easy to find when the power goes out, because I've lived in my house for 15 years, and, you know, at night when you're looking for something and you don't, it's not exactly where you put it, you go and you reach for the light, put it on to find it. There's going to be no light. So whether it's the edge of a kitchen counter or something, your flashlight with batteries, your radio, and things like that that you can grab to get yourself started right away to at least find your way around the house, and tune the radio in and make sure that it's all set, because we'll be there for you on those stations and several others too. For constant hurricane updates, too, you can head over to the Wink News website. Our time-stamped stories include all the latest forecasts, the updated advisory information at the top of our homepage. I know a lot of you are listening from other places right now, so that's a good place to go and keep updated. You can keep an updated list of hurricane shelters as well, the numbers to call for information, mandatory evacuation information, all kinds of helpful tips that from Chief Meteorologist Jim Farrell. And if you can't watch our broadcast on TV again, but you have Wi-Fi, you can watch the live stream online. Just look for Wink News Live. It's at the very top of the page on the Wink News app. Just go to winknews.com, or in the app, same thing, watch live.
And I have heard from a lot of people who have homes here who are out of state at this time that have really appreciated being able to watch live stream and see what's happening in the area while they're out of town.
Yeah, and we'll try to get pictures of your neighborhoods up too, so that whether you're evacuated or whether you're up north for the summer, you can kind of see what the neighborhood looks like. Comcast is offering free Wi-Fi to help get you weather updates and stay in touch with your friends and family during the hurricane. They've opened more than 137,000 Wi-Fi hotspots all throughout Florida, and anybody can use them. They're free. So to connect, go to your settings and make sure your Wi-Fi access enabled on the phone. Then if you're in range of a hotspot, you will see Xfinity Wi-Fi as one of the options in your list of available networks. Xfinity customers should automatically connect. You shouldn't have to do anything, but you can either sign in with your username and password, but if you're not a customer, all you have to do is click on the Not an Xfinity Internet Customer when you get to that sign-up page, and you'll still get to use the free service during the storm. Enter your email and your zip code to connect, and then you can renew this every couple of hours and have hopefully free and consistent internet as we work our way through this.
We have some changes in DeSoto County that we want to pass along to you. DeSoto County ordered a mandatory curfew from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. effective today through the end of the state of emergency that is in effect right now. The only exceptions are authorized emergency personnel, people actively evacuating, and people providing emergency protection of their own property. And violators will be guilty of a second-degree misdemeanor. Now, these curfews are so important because if the power is knocked out, if trees are knocked over, if power lines are broken loose, it is a dangerous situation for you to be out on the road, and law enforcement is doing this for your own safety as well as to prevent crime and people who might be have bad intentions and be in an area and not doing things they're supposed to be doing. So watch these curfews. We went through these curfews post Charlie, and the law enforcement takes them very seriously. If they see you out on the road, they will stop you, and you better have a really good reason for why you are out there.
And that was just a shot of them on Fort Myers Beach, checking the streets there, driving by to make sure everybody's okay. Wink News reporter John Carlos Estrada is in Northport. Let's check in with him.
Hey, Chris and Lois, that's right. We're off of 75 and Kings Highway, and the winds have picked up here. But I've been watching my colleagues in Naples, and nothing compared to that. But we're getting prepared ourselves. I'm going to have our cameraman sort of show you what we're dealing with right now. The wind has died down a little bit. We're still seeing people come out of the hotel that we're staying at, going into their cars, checking things out with their cars, getting things out of their cars. But as you can see, pretty windy out here. There is one truck right over here that's pulling in. I do want to remind everyone that's in Charlotte County that first responders have been removed off the road. So if you have an issue, there will be no first responder coming to you. Now I want to show you some of the footage that we shot from our hotel room. We're on the 4th floor, so you can see earlier the trees were being bent by the wind. And I spoke to a few people that are staying here. This hotel is packed. I spoke to a man from New Jersey. He said that he moved here 2 years ago and has never experienced something like this, but he knows that this is just the beginning.
I'm very surprised because it's very quiet. We wouldn't even know a storm was coming. I think we're going to be in for a surprise though, pretty soon.
and we are pretty far up north right now. So right now we're just seeing the wind and a little bit of the rain, and we're preparing to brace ourselves for Hurricane Irma. Now, I do want to remind people out here in Charlotte County, there is a curfew that starts at 9 p.m., goes until 6 a.m. And again, it is very dangerous to be on the roads right now. First responders have been moved off the roads, and we are on the 4th floor overlooking 75 and Kings Highway. We have been seeing a few people be brave and go out there, drive it around, and it's not really safe to be doing that. Live here in Northport, John Carlos Estrada, Wink News Now.
Yeah, this is a time for everybody to be inside. You made the plans, you found the spot, wherever it is, stay put.
Hey, listen, the emergency vehicles are not on the road unless they absolutely have to be. They have pulled all their crews in. They are in a safe place.
Because it's too dangerous for them to be out there.
It's too dangerous. And if something happens to you and you have to call 911, they're not going to be able to come to you. So let's not be foolish. Let's keep ourselves and all of our families safe.
This is the part where patience really pays off. And it's hard, but we all have to do it. Let's get a look at what's happening right now in Fort Myers.
Wink News reporter Jessica Alpern is by Billy's Creek, which is right near downtown, with what she is seeing there.
Well, right now, tracking the conditions for you in Fort Myers, and I want to show you exactly where I am. You see all of these satellites right now. That is because we are right next to our Wink newsroom, so just on Palm Beach Boulevard and not far from downtown Fort Myers. I'm going to use this in just a little bit. This is our winds meter. It's actually Chief Meteorologist Jim Farrell's wind meter, and I'm going to show you those wind conditions as soon as we get one of those big gusts of wind. Again, these are just the beginning wind conditions we're going to start to feel here in Fort Myers. So once one of those wind conditions does come, I'm going to put this up to the camera so you can see what we're tracking. But first I want to show you these conditions over here. Again, this is a body of water that you all, if you live in the area, know as Billy's Creek. And the reason I want to show you this is because we're going to be keeping a close eye on it throughout our coverage of Irma. And many of you may remember from Hurricane Donna, we were told that you were able to walk across it, and let me show you why. That's because as Hurricane Irma comes in, what it's going to do is pull all of this water north, and you can see the direction that it'll go. It's going to go towards the river. And so that's why back around Hurricane Donna, people tell us that Billy's Creek, they were actually able to walk over it. So a pretty crazy sight. You think about the fact that this water is going to go down just over the next couple of days as Irma makes its way into Fort Myers. And, other conditions, again, not too terribly bad yet here in Fort Myers. We're seeing minor flooding in the parking lot. If I had to park my car over there today, wouldn't want to pick one of those spots on the right there because already collecting lots of water there. Sam, can we get a zoom in on all of the trees back there? That way we can give people an idea of what that wind is really doing. So we see trees, and here's one of those gusts of wind. I just saw my photographer actually had to get his footing right because we're feeling those gusts starting to move in. Sam, can we get a close-up over here if you're able to turn around safely and show so you can see those wind speeds starting to pick up again? These are just gusts of wind, so not clocking in terribly high right now on our winds meter. Again, Jim Farrell's wind meter right here, not terribly high. That's just a gust of wind. So definitely more to come as we see Hurricane Irma making its way, making its presence more known here in Fort Myers. But just wind gusts that we're dealing with right now, of course, we will keep an eye on this area as well as the rest of Southwest Florida for you out here in the field. In Lee County, Jessica Alpern, Wink News Now.
All right, thank you very much, Jessica. And there's some serious words of warning coming today from people at the Lee County Emergency Operations Center.
I don't know how to say it in strong enough terms that people who are in those areas, that evacuation zones, if they're still there, they should seek refuge elsewhere. The tidal surges can be deadly. Above all else, we want to save lives. Property we can replace, but we just simply can't live with death if it's avoidable.
And also at the Emergency Operations Center, State Representative Dane Eagle with this warning.
To the evacuees, we have 30,000 that are in shelters, 5 million people in the state of Florida headed north. You're going to be anxious once this storm passes to come back south. I urge you to exercise caution and patience. Watch the media, watch the county news sites. They may not be accessible. The roads might be flooded, power might be down, water might be out. If you're in a safe and comfortable space and you can stay there longer, I can encourage you to do so. And to the people that stayed, the storm surge is serious. I'm born and raised in Florida. A lot of us wear these hurricanes as a badge of honor, having survived through them and lived through them. Wind speeds are one thing. This storm surge is different. This storm is a massive storm, displacing a lot of water. When those winds subside, you might be at your most dangerous point. You might lay your head down tonight and wake up with water on your floor or worse. Watch that patiently, be vigilant, and be safe. And you've got people here watching out for you. Thank you very much.
We've heard time and time again to be prepared for if your power goes out. It likely is going to. If that happens and you have a generator, here are some things to think about ahead of time. To save fuel, run it for several hours to get your essentials going, but then you can turn it off. Don't connect a generator directly to your home's wiring system if it hasn't already been done by an electrician, a licensed electrician. A generator should be properly sized for the expected load. For example, a 3 kilowatt generator will produce about 3,000 watts. Don't put it inside. So important. Don't put it in your garage. Don't put it near an open window. A lot of us aren't going to have AC after this for a while. The windows will be open. Don't put the generator near the window. Once you start running your generator, you have to be aware of carbon monoxide poisoning. And if it's inside, that can be a real problem. It's toxic, it's colorless, it's odorless, it's very hard to detect, and it's dangerous. Any fuel-burning appliance could put you at a risk for CO poisoning. Here's some of the big ideas. Never use that generator again inside your home or the closed garage. Don't bring your grill in either into the garage, particularly a charcoal grill. And if you ever are using one of these things and you start to feel like seasick on dry land, you're likely experiencing symptoms of carbon monoxide poisoning, and you need to get fresh air right away. Here are some important phone numbers if you need more hurricane information in your area.
In Collier County, the number to call is 311. For Lee, Charlotte, Henry, and Glades, you can call 211. Englewood residents, here's your number to dial, 697-4308, and select option 8. That will take you to 211. The number for DeSoto County is 863-993-4831. And keep in mind, these hotlines are experiencing a high volume of phone calls, so you may have to be patient in this effort.
Video is pouring into the Wink newsroom of some of the damage that's already left behind by Hurricane Irma. Amanda Hall is here to take us through some of that video.
Yeah, I want to show you some of that now. Take a look at the streets of Miami. Our affiliates rode through all the downed trees and debris this morning. And another view here from a high-rise looking over Biscayne Bay. You can see the strong current. And if we can put this in the monitor, I can show you where the other side of the palm trees is actually sidewalk that we're looking at. That sidewalk now along Biscayne Bay is covered in water. Take a look at the damage left behind in Cuba. That man appears to be in a military uniform, and we've been watching people surveying the damage, walking through, trying to navigate all of this in the flooded streets. And already crumbling buildings in Cuba now completely destroyed, obliterated after Hurricane Irma moved through. If we can go to the next piece of video, you will see where a lot of people are making their way through this flooded streets. And look at what they're doing. They're going in between all of these power lines here. Video after video that we've seen coming in from Cuba looked like that. We know that power crews are working to go and restore power there, but the government is warning people in Havana to stay off the streets because the flooding there could continue through tomorrow. In the last piece of video I have for you, you can see the sparks flying as the transformers blow. This is also video from the East Coast. We also, at last check, I should tell you, power is out to close to 1 million people in our state. I'm monitoring the feeds from our affiliates around the state, and we have some incredible video coming in from many of you who are emailing it to us because we're already seeing the effects, of course, right here in Southwest Florida. So we're going through all of that. I know we've shown some of it on the air. If you're able to, of course, safely, not out in the strong wind, if you're able to take some photos, take some video, you can go ahead and email those to desk@winknews.com, and we'll continue to share them with our viewers on the air. Lois and Chris?
All right, thank you very much, Amanda. FPL is reporting 49,000 power outages in Collier County right now. Remember, don't run a generator again in a garage or indoors. Power outages are starting to go up there. I think we have Morgan Francis now.
Yeah, I believe Morgan is in Punta Gorda. Is that right, Morgan?
Yep, we're in Punta Gorda, just by the Peace River, by Tamiami Trail, and we wanted to we're in our hotel room now because our balcony does not have protection. It just has a railing outside, but we can shoot out the window. And we wanted to show you, we're going to zoom into the marina just over on the other side of Tamiami Trail. And I've seen you guys show pictures of other marinas, and this is kind of the same situation that you're looking at in Lee County. Here in Punta Gorda, these boats are all on dry land. So the water has gone out significantly. And then in the Peace River, we also see there are some sailboats that are tied up and anchored out in the river. But this marina yesterday had maybe one boat on dry land, but since then the water has gone out that much more, and this whole marina, all these boats that are in there are on essentially dry ground. It is raining outside, but another thing I wanted to show you is in our hotel room, I put these towels down not too long ago. And this door is latched shut, but you can see as the wind comes through, it pushes. Jim's been talking about this, the seepage that you're going to get from some of your windows and doors. I just want to hold the mic up close to the door so you can hear a little bit of the wind. And when some of those gusts come through, it pushes water straight through our towels. Our towels are drenched. I can wring this towel out, and I just put these down. I put the third towel down just a short while ago, so that's how fast. We're on the 5th floor. We're not on the ground floor here, so the wind is whipping this rain straight through our door into our hotel room. So those are some of the things that we're dealing with. We're putting down as many towels as we can, but the ground's wet here. I think everyone in this hotel is going to be dealing with this, and we're just getting started here in Punta Gorda as Irma approaches, guys.
Morgan, that is a great example because people will be seeing that as well in their own homes. And so people can do the same thing if they want to, put something down by your door where there's just a little bit of space between it, that those forceful winds will push that rain right in.
Right. It will certainly help keep things dry. Our Kim Powell is live downtown or in Fort Myers somewhere. Kim, tell us, first of all, exactly where you are.
Well, we're outside of my neighborhood right now. It's just off of Metro and Winkler. This is where my photographer and I are seeking shelter while the storm hits. Right now, we feel just safe enough to walk around. We actually just took a lap around my neighborhood and we saw some interesting things. We got already some flooding right here as the gutters are getting full. Looks like some debris is blocking that one. Let's take a walk through this area. And bear with me, folks. Looks like this part. That's going to cause some flooding there. Now the wind is starting to get so bad out here that the rain kind of hurts, kind of stings a little when it hits you. So we're going to be seeking shelter here pretty soon. But again, we feel safe enough to be outside for now. It's just a little wet. Now this area, I see this volleyball court flood during just a random afternoon storm. So I can only imagine what Hurricane Irma is going to do to that. This volleyball net, I don't think is going to make it. Walking around this neighborhood, we have seen palm fronds everywhere so far, and the bands of wind just keep getting stronger and stronger. We're going to try to make it to the front towards Metro Parkway and Old Metro Parkway. It's just through this, past these mailboxes here. But we've seen people, not everyone in this neighborhood has a garage to put their trash bins in, so we've seen trash bins on the side. Hopefully those don't turn into projectiles at some point. Hopefully those are heavy enough, but who knows at this point. The pool area, we checked that out earlier. The pool seems to be okay as far as the water level, but we saw a door that's swinging open with supplies in it. Unfortunately, we couldn't open the gate to get to it to shut it for them. We might have to try to do that later. All right, so this is the front of the neighborhood. We're gonna walk through these gates here. See, some people are still taking advantage of this so-called nice weather that we have. People are taking walks. Not recommended, even though I'm doing it. And the speed bump's gonna trip me, so hold on one second. You can see just past this person here, that tree snapped already. It's already gone. And over here you can see some palm fronds down. We're going to walk through these gates here. All right, so here we are. We're just off of Old Metro Parkway. You can see palm fronds have already taken a beating. We would be lucky if we only saw palm frond damage. You can see a bunch of them right there. All across the entrance to this neighborhood is Forest Lake Townhomes. You can see the palm trees are just taking a beating right now. And I want to be able to show you guys the street, this intersection over here. The lights are still working, but it's only a matter of time until those likely go out. Let's see if I can get my photographer to zoom in on the street signs. You can see those are just swaying right now. It's really powerful. And then this camera that's closest to us, it's already bent. The other ones haven't bent from what I can tell, but this one is pretty badly bent already. And here's another bad band, so I'm gonna hold on to my hat because I've already lost it a couple times today. Wow, that one hurt. Yeah, this is one of those dangerous bands. We're probably gonna need to seek shelter. Caleb, look at this sign right here. The construction sign is just wobbling. Of course it stops once I mention it. You see those trees over here? I'm really interested to see what those trees do during Hurricane Irma to see the aftermath here, but it's getting pretty hairy out here for us, so we're going to send it back to you guys so we can get into some shelter.
Good idea. Okay, thank you very much, Kim. And you know, she showed those traffic signals and those poles. A lot of them have all been replaced to withstand very strong winds from hurricanes. So they may fare better this time around than some of the previous, as well as some of the power poles. We've seen FPL and other major utilities replace a lot of the power poles. Those old wooden ones would break, snap. They've got those big concrete poles that are meant to...
Since Charlie and Wilma, because they had to replace so many. A lot of them are concrete now.
That's right. So they may fare a little bit better than some of the other things in our area.
Hopefully that will help. We have on the phone, I believe, Ada, who is downtown in Fort Myers riding this out in one of the high rises.
Warren, her husband.
Oh, Warren.
Oh, Warren, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us.
Trying to reach you. Yeah.
How are you guys doing, first of all?
You know, pretty well, actually. Surprisingly, from being from the Midwest, my first hurricane. Hope it's my last.
Yes, we hope it is ours as well. Can you tell us, you're in a high-rise, I understand. How high up are you?
I'm on the 25th floor.
Okay, with impact glass, I assume.
What's that?
With impact glass or shutters, I assume.
So they told me.
Okay.
Okay.
You know, they say other than the danger of it, it's actually a pretty interesting view. And a lot of people have come to High Point Place because they were told it was a, you know, very safe and good shelter. And so we've got a lot of families and a lot of people that have flocked here. And we're curious as to how safe this building is and a high-rise would be in this situation.
So we can't see out your window. Kind of describe what you're seeing from your vantage point.
Well, I looked right across, you know, I looked right into the Caloosahatchee. We were right on it, and you see the bridge going over to Cape Coral. And obviously everything's empty. We've got a little marina by us, right by Joe's Crab House. That's pretty much the vantage. And actually, based on the type of wind and the velocity, it looks not too bad. You know, the waves are not high. You know, the rain's coming down sporadically.
Does the water look like it's lowered at all in the river, in the main part of the river where you are?
It does not look like it's lowered. It looks pretty much the same. But that's an interesting question. Now I'm kind of looking at it. But yeah, no, it looks the same.
Okay.
Well, let us know if you can make a visual marker.
My vantage is south to north.
Yeah, if you can make a visual marker somehow and let us know over time here if it's going down, because we see it going down in the creek feeding the river right near us here, but if the river is obviously much, much bigger.
And Warren, you still have power, we assume?
We have power, yeah. I mean, everything is, except for my elevator stack, which we were told one elevator would always work, but my elevator stacks we can't use the elevator, so I'm pretty much stuck here.
Okay, well, that gives a lot of people in downtown some idea of what the power situation is there as well. So if you are shuttered in your home and near that area, you can get a visualization of what they're seeing in some of the high rises close by.
Yeah. Check back with us, Warren. We want to know you're safe and we want to know what you're seeing.
Yeah, it's like I said, from my vantage, it's eerily not that bad. It doesn't look. I've seen storms here before and similar. You would think the trees would be a lot more bent over, and the river would be a lot more churning with higher waves.
Well, it could be a few hours before we start to see hurricane winds. So you guys be safe and take care of yourselves. And thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us today.
All right, thank you. We'll check back. We want them. They have a great perspective, first of all, and to know that they're safe going through this. Let's go to Marco Island now. I think we have some new video here. Folks on the island starting to see tree branches coming down on the road. And again, Marco Island, this situation could change very, very much in the next couple to 3 hours. We'll be watching that closely.
Absolutely. They're seeing hurricane wind gusts and very, very strong winds there. Of course, the island was under an evacuation order for quite a few days already. Most people have left, but this gives you some idea of what people, if you're out of the area, you're trying to get some news about your neighborhood. We are seeing some big trees broken off in this picture. So that is expected in this type of hurricane with the winds that we're seeing, that will have a lot of tree damage and maybe some power lines down. But if you look at the house is faring just fine in this picture. Of course, it's a limited view, but we just want to give people on Marco some idea of what's happening there. Let's go now to Fort Myers Beach, and this is video near the Diamond Head Beach Resort. And you can see the palm trees are always the trees that show the biggest motion in the wind because of all the fronds, but they are withstanding winds a lot better than some of the other trees that we have in Southwest Florida, some of the non-native trees especially that are in Southwest Florida. Winds are picking up there, and our crew at Diamond Head has been inside for the most part because of the gusts that they were experiencing. And the hotel there, very concerned about people going in and out. So we're trying to keep everybody as safe as possible there.
Yeah, we have more video from Fort Myers now, I believe. We're going to go to Metro and Winkler, and this is one of the neighborhoods we were just seeing. Kim Powell was walking us through this neighborhood, but you know, again, Lee County, we haven't seen the really severe winds start yet, but you can see in neighborhood by neighborhood here. Looks like a lot of people shuttered up there. The winds are starting, but as she was saying, a lot of folks, and there are a lot of neighborhoods like this, there's not always a place a garage to bring a car inside, or or to bring the trash inside. Hopefully, you know, if you have a next door neighbor with a garage, get those things in, because those things absolutely will fly in a hurricane, those garbage canisters and those recycling canisters.
Yeah. Let's go to some video from our crew that's driving around Naples, and they were doing this earlier today, and they went to several areas just to see how things were progressing. This is before the current weather we're seeing in Naples right now, so it is not as severe as is going on right now, but you can see there's a lot of wind, some very, very heavy rain. When they stopped the car and got out, there was some very, very saturated ground already because of all of those heavy, heavy rain bands. Jim Farrell told us most of the rain is to the north of this storm, so we're seeing so much rain right now, so much of that heavy, heavy rain and downpours. But the roads you see, nobody's on the roads. That's a great thing to see. Roads very clear at this hour, but the windshield wipers are going as they're driving around, and you see some of the landscape damage. Palm fronds in the middle of the road there. This is probably now down near the Gulf Shore area, if I remember her saying. And some of the trees and palm trees on that saturated ground have been knocked over. But so far in this part of Naples, earlier today, this is at least an hour or two ago, there was not heavy damage caused by the early bands of Hurricane Irma.
Yeah, but the winds are picking up. Let's go to Kelsey Kushner live on Fort Myers Beach for us now. Kelsey, how are you doing?
Hey guys, yeah, I snuck outside just for a couple minutes because I wanted to show you guys just a little update of how it's doing out here. You can see some of the trees are blowing a lot more in the wind than they were this morning. Now, when I first got out here at 2 a.m., it was just starting to see some of the wind, a little bit of rain, but now such a difference. I mean, you step outside for 2 seconds and this wind hits you, and it hits you hard. Now, there is a pool down here. I don't know if we're able to see it through this screen, but some of the water in the pool is splashing up. It's already going over the edge of the pool. There's some branches in there. We're not seeing a lot of damage, but we do see a lot of palm tree leaves. They're down. There's some pots that are knocked over. Nothing too bad, but definitely kicking up out here. Now, I just want to say that we are staying at the hotel. We feel safe right now. We did just have a team meeting with the general manager. He told us that he wants us to pack a bag, and around 4 o'clock, when the hurricane's supposed to hit us the hardest, we are supposed to evacuate into either a staircase, into a ballroom, and kind of hang out for the entire duration of the hurricane. Now, for me, this is my first hurricane, so I'm a little freaked out, but he is making us feel incredibly safe. I feel really safe being inside this concrete building. So far, I mean, they have all of the windows boarded up through the hallway, so it's a little chilling hearing the wind pounding. You hear it howling. You can't walk anywhere. You kind of feel a little slip, you slide a little on the ground because a lot of people are coming in with their wet shoes. So it's dark, but I know that we are safe outside here. So again, we just have some trees blowing. Winds are definitely kicking up. The beach has some sand kicking up on it as well. So we will be safely monitoring the conditions out here. We'll keep you guys updated with how the beach is doing. Back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Kelsey. And follow those directions because they prepare those buildings just so they have a safe place for people to go and ride out the worst of the storm.
Go inside and be safe. All right, let's take you live to some different cameras around the area. This is from the Hyatt Coconut Point. This is Estero looking off from Bonita Springs, looking off toward the Gulf right now. And you can see, we have noticed the conditions really starting to deteriorate in these areas here in the last few minutes. So we'll show you some of these live pictures.
And let's go now to Sanibel, to the Sanibel Causeway. And you're going to see, as Jim pointed out earlier, there's no water in Punta Rassa, where the boat ramp is. The water has been pulled out. The rain is coming down very, very heavy right now at the Sanibel Causeway, and visibility is just terrible. Deteriorating conditions there at the Sanibel Causeway.
Yeah, you can tell the difference if you were watching a few minutes ago about how much worse it is there. Let's go live back downtown to Fort Myers, and this is right outside of our back door here, Billy Creek, and look how low the creek is. The water is still going out toward the river. Now, interesting that we just talked, because we don't have a perspective on the full river from where we are right here. But the gentleman we were just talking to staying in High Point Place was saying the river itself doesn't look like it's drawn down, at least in downtown Fort Myers, but the creek certainly has. You can see how high the dock level there where that boat should be.
Well, the river where that gentleman was calling from is about a mile wide, so it's quite a big wide area there, so maybe he can't see it from as high up as he was. But Billy Creek this is just a short distance to the river, so you can see what is happening there, and we will try to bring you this picture. Hopefully it will be clear enough for us later so that you can see the difference when we're talking about the storm surge much later today. Now, we also have some wind coming to us. Is this Cape Coral? Yes, Cape Coral, and you can see just the fresh water flooding from the rain right now. Just so much rain in that area. And remember, Cape Coral had a lot of flooded areas just a week ago, or a little over a week ago, right? And so the ground is already saturated, and these heavy rain bands are just dropping so much moisture and precipitation into Cape Coral right now that you can just see the ditches are full, the swales are full, the parking lots are filling up. There's a lot of water in Southwest Florida right now.
Yeah, we've got a lot more coming too. Let's go to Punta Gorda and Charlotte Harbor right here. This is at the end of Scott Street. So this is Charlotte Harbor right at the Peace River. And wow, look at that. You can kind of see those
are navigation markers, so you wouldn't see them.
You can see it right down to the sand.
Yeah.
You hardly ever see that. And
you're not navigating that today.
And the water is on its way out right now, but it certainly is going to be replaced and then some later on. Wow, look at that.
Yeah, that gives you some perspective on how low the water is right now ahead of Hurricane Irma. And it'll be interesting to see how deep it is after.
Hopefully that's something we only see today and never again, but yeah. Wow. Okay, this picture. This is where it made landfall. This is the first picture we have from Cujo Key. First landfall. That house is on a 12-foot stilt, and that's the water right up to the front door. So that gives you an idea of the storm surge that came in as Irma made landfall at 10 after 9 this morning in the Keys, not too far from Key West at Cujo Key.
Okay, we are going to go on to the phone now with Jennifer Mills, who is in Naples. Jennifer, thanks so much for being with us. How are you today?
I'm doing well, considering. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. How are you guys?
We're fine, thank you. Where are you exactly in Naples? Where are you riding things out?
We are on Airport Pulling Road, right between the streets of Immokalee and Vanderbilt Beach, right next to Pelican Marsh Elementary in that neighborhood.
Yes, so you're in North Naples. Mm-hmm.
I am. I live in Bonita Shores, but we were evacuated, and so we are writing this out at my mom's house.
Okay, and I understand no power?
No power. No, we lost. We were surprised. We had power until about 11 o'clock, 11:30. Then we lost power.
Okay, well, you've had some really strong wind gusts there, some hurricane-forced winds, so it's not a big surprise. And you sent us this picture as well. Why don't you describe this so
Jim,
people know exactly what this is?
Okay, because you have to understand, I've been listening to Jim for the last 48 hours, and I've been doing everything he says to do. We cut the screens out of my cage. I mean, I've been freezing bags of water, and then there was something very calming about him, so it became a joke with my husband and I, because once I lost power, I'm like, okay, I'm going to cut his picture out now, and then I'll feel a little better.
You know, hey, he makes us all feel better, Jennifer. So Jim is standing here with us right now, and so Jim, how are you feeling about that? They feel good. You're making them feel calm?
I hate that picture. Well, whatever.
No. But she said they did everything you said. And
who was that? I was busy.
That's Jennifer Mills. She's talking to us from North Naples.
Oh, hey, Jennifer, thank you. I don't know what you said, but I still have a job, so it must have been okay.
It was all good things. It was all good things.
New info in. I've got the 2 o'clock advisory. The strongest wind gust, by the way, so far has still been at Naples, 103 mile per hour gust. And we can fire up our weather computer. Well, actually, all right, let's see. I've got a picture here. I'll let this go. I'll just have a little time lapse. Let that play out and watch the water. It doesn't seem to be going up or down. It's hanging in there. So obviously at below average levels right around the corner from our studio on Palm Beach Boulevard. That's Billy's Creek, which leads out to the Caloosahatchee. This is new. 2 o'clock info is in. And hey, it's better. It's weaker. It's not of Category 4 anymore. It's Category 3 hurricane. The wind has dropped from 130 to 120. Still a major hurricane. And the air pressure's come up a bit. So it appears to be weakening. Now, we measured forward motion at about 12 miles per hour. Scott was measuring it on Doppler radar, and now the Hurricane Center says, yes, it is moving at 12 miles per hour to the north. So we're expecting a major Category 3 hurricane to come in Collier County coast, Lee County coast, western Charlotte County this afternoon and this evening. Here's an approximate position for 8 p.m. Take the icon out that shows you the forecast category, and you can see the forecast track right in here. Now, if this comes true, the eye of Irma may be just offshore Marco, but it might go right over the Sanibel Causeway and then into Charlotte Harbor. And remember that donut of windy weather surrounding the eye is going to go right along this track. So if you are within a stone's throw of that red line, you may have the eye come through and some very powerful wind in the eye wall. These are right now wind speeds occurring in southwest Florida. Steady, sustained, 49 miles per hour. Naples, Fort Myers up to 40 miles per hour. And these numbers will be increasing during the day. Let's take a look at the wind gusts. Naples did report a wind gust of over 100. Now the most recent report, 71. 61 mile an hour gust in Fort Myers. The Cape almost 50, and Port Charlotte 48 degrees. There's the center of circulation. Look at how much rain there is for the state. All the way up to Jacksonville, Daytona Beach, over to Gainesville on the west side, southward through all of southwest Florida. Now the eye wall right in here, this is the northern semicircle. Here's Marco Island, 951, Marco Island. Single digits. The northern extension of the eye wall is now 8 miles to the south of Marco. The eye's farther south, but this is where the roughest weather is going to be. It's coming within the hour. In the next 60 minutes or less, this northern eye wall will be moving over Everglades City, Chokoloskee, Fort Myers, Marco, Goodland, and then it's headed for Naples. Take a look. Here's the time lapse. So we've got steady movement here to the north at about 12 miles per hour, preceded by big bands of rain. These feeder bands, extensive heavy rain. We're still expecting a foot of rain or more in parts of the region before the end of this soaking, windy, surging event. Here's the surface wind. There you have it coming into Marco Island. And we still think there's a good chance it will be over the island or nearby the island between 4 and 5 p.m. Then the wind picks up out of the south and the storm surge event begins. The wind event is occurring now. The storm surge event gets going as the hurricane begins to move through the area. And here we go. If the eye is nearby Sanibel later this evening, the wind will be onshore from the Monroe and Collier County coast, and it'll be turning onshore over parts of the Lee County coast. So this is how it's going to play out today. Hurricane force wind sustained in neighborhoods near the path of the hurricane. I showed you that red line. Wind gusts near or above 100 miles per hour again in communities near the path of that line. There will be some very powerful gusts inland to Lake Okeechobee as well. And then we have to keep our fingers crossed that this storm surge event doesn't play out quite as bad as it could. But surge is definitely on the way. You cannot escape storm surge when a hurricane comes in out of the south and moves in this path. There's no miracle cure to that. The wind is going to come off of the Gulf of Mexico and it's going to push the Gulf right into the coast. That will raise the level of the water along the coastline, starting 10,000 Islands, Marco, Naples, Lee, Charlotte Harbor, the rest of Charlotte County, and then Sarasota County. So we are going to try to stay on the air as long as we can. I do want to mention that I know a high percentage of our viewers, and maybe this includes you if you're still watching, if you haven't lost power, receive our signal via satellite, whether it's Dish TV, I have that at home, I've had DirecTV. DirecTV, rain can block that signal. If you retain power, you still have power, but you can lose our signal because of rain fade, is what we call it. As too much of a last-minute suggestion, perhaps. But if you have rabbit ears stored away anywhere in the house, you can hook those up to your television. You'll have to find the remote control, change the input from your HDMI 1, 2, or however you're getting your satellite signal to the antenna selection. And then you will be able to receive a very clear picture of what we are showing you on Wink News. Generally, it's going to be channel 11.1 or 2, one of those. Flip around. If you don't have rabbit ears, now here's just like a MacGyver suggestion. Remember that show? The guy could fix anything? If you have a coat hanger, problem is you have a coax connector on the back of your TV. And obviously a coat hanger is not going to screw into that. But if you can get the coat hanger and stretch it out, untwist it so it's a rod, and if you can get that kind of masking taped or taped to the outer threaded part of that coax, you might get a signal from the air into your input of the television, and then again go to the TV or the remote control, change the input to the antenna selection, and you will find that we are on the air if you lose our signal via satellite. Keep that in mind in case that happens. All right, let's take a look. All right, that was later in the day, 10 o'clock, Charlotte Harbor. Now the wind's coming on shore for you. And then once the hurricane leaves, we are going to have an extended period of onshore wind. So it won't be, the water won't be as high tomorrow, I don't think, as it will be at the peak of this storm surge event later today, but the water's going to be held at the coast. The storm surge comes in, it builds up, goes up the river, the harbor, Gordon River, and then the water wants to go back out. Gravity rules. Gravity wants that water to leave where it's not supposed to be. But if the wind is strong enough, and it will be very strong tomorrow, that's going to keep the water at the coast. It's going to slow down the ability for that water to drain back into the Gulf of Mexico. So I do expect that tomorrow is going to be another significant day for flooding along the coast. So we will have to monitor that as we get there. You may never see this again. Take a look from our Punta Rassa sky cam. It's not wet. There's water there, but boy, where did the water go? It's been blown out to the Gulf of Mexico by these strong northeasterly winds. And as that wind continues to blow out of the northeast, literally it's moving water. It is pushing water away from the coast. And I kind of coined the idea of this. I call this now the Donna effect. This happened with Hurricane Donna in 1960. That's Billy Creek, right here behind Wink Television. And it is exposed. You can see some of the muck there along the seawall. That's not supposed to be that low, but it is. We've got the Collier County Emergency Operations Center on the line. Is this Dan? Dan Summers? Oh, a video of a live look video. This is a recent shot. We took these. Oh, this is live. All right. From the Collier County Emergency Operations Center. This is live. You are looking at the pine trees. Yeah, good. Good perspective. Back up a bit. Look how tall they are. They are, I would imagine, they've already survived wind gusts of 100 miles per hour. So, you know, if I was a tree doctor, I'd say, hey, so far so good. Maybe you will survive, pine tree. They've already made it through gusts of 100, probably because they're almost palm tree-like, so thin that the air is able to flow through those. Now, palm trees, as I'm sure you know, are very wind resistant. You know, Donna came through in 1960. If you're familiar with Fort Myers, and the palm trees, the royal palms along McGregor Boulevard, they're still standing. They went through Donna. Wind blows through a palm tree very easily. The trunk is not the problem on a tree. It's like a telephone pole. The wind will blow around the trunk. It's the leaves, or in this case, palm fronds, that trap the wind, and then that resistance bends the tree to a potential breaking point. And of course, if it's in a stand of other trees, then the wind gets blocked by the trees nearby, and the wind's not quite as strong. So some trees will survive. Others are going to be snapped. There's no doubt about it. And it's not too early to talk to you about post-storm issues. After the hurricane leaves, folks, it is going to, I don't mean to use terminology to make it sound worse than it is, but it is going to look like a war zone in that there's going to be a lot of debris all over the road, front yards, backyards. It's going to be a mess. Twigs, branches, mailboxes, you name it. Everything's going to get rearranged temporarily after these 100-mile-an-hour gusts come through. So as the wind dies down on Monday and the sun comes up, and you want to take the look outside, you're going to see quite a scene. I'm sure we're going to get bombarded with pictures from around the area of what it looks like. So that's coming. Don't be surprised when that happens. Ben's on the line. Is he at the Collier County? Oh, a viewer, Pine Island. Hi, Ben. How are you?
Doing fine.
All right. Talk to us. What are you seeing right now, or what are you feeling?
We're right now in Bokeelia on Pine Island, and it's going pretty good. We went out for a drive to check on my grandpa's place in St. James City, and we really saw the water levels drop crazy down off the canals and out off the ends of the piers.
Ben, are you watching the TV? Can you see the pictures that we are showing that you sent to us?
Yes, there they are.
Good.
Yep.
I want you to walk us through these pictures. If we can slow down this little slideshow so he has some time to... is that you, Ben?
Yes.
When was that
there.
picture taken?
That picture was taken at noon today.
Noontime today. How long have you lived here, Ben?
I've been in Florida for about 3 years now.
Okay. So I'm going to guess the answer to this question is no. You've never seen anything like this.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely.
No, I have not.
Now, I know Bokeelia pretty well. That's just the northern tip of Pine Island. Is this up by the little restaurant up there?
This is actually at the end of St. James City, the very southern end.
Oh, you're not Bokeelia. You're St. James City. I'm sorry. All right, talk to us.
I live in...
Go ahead.
Yeah, I live in Bokeelia, but we drove down to St. James City to check on my grandpa's trailer that he has there.
That explains it. You are a resident of Bokeelia, but these are pictures from St. James City. What did it look like? You were there today at noon. This is just a snapshot, but as you looked around, what did it look like? Tell us.
It was pretty crazy. I was surprised to see that some of the trees have already gone over. I sent you a picture of one of those. A lot of debris on the roads, and a lot of trees looking like they're going to be going over on power lines. So
talk to these pictures as we change them, Ben, if you don't mind. Sorry to interrupt, but we've just got a new pickup. This again is St. James City, right?
Yes. This is.
And
that is at the bridge of where you cross over, and there's just after you pass York Road, there's a little bridge there, and that's the marinas in that area. A lot of boats sitting dry on the ground.
Wow. What kind of wind were you experiencing there? I know it's hard to guesstimate the exact mile per hour, but was it tough to stand in a spot? Were you getting pushed around, or was it not too bad yet?
A couple times it was. A couple times. I'm guessing around 40 to 50 miles per hour gusts at that time we were getting.
Awesome. Thank you, Ben. Thanks for checking in. And really, thanks for the pictures. Very high quality. There's a tree that you took that picture. That one is down. Now we've got live pictures from Fort Myers Beach with our own Taylor Bazaki at that location. What are we looking at, Taylor? Can you hear me? Can you respond?
Yes, I can hear you. Right now we're enclosed right now in our concrete rooms. We actually just lost power, but what you're looking at right now is outside the windows. As you can see, these are hurricane proof, but look below, look at the towels. The water is already starting to come in, and you're seeing and hearing that wind gust that is just pummeling this glass door right here. Now, if you also take a look back here, we have some backup power, but our rooms are completely out of power. We just lost them. We're feeling those winds and we're seeing everything. And I do want to show you some video that we took earlier that's outside. Obviously, we are inside right now where it's safe. But if you see that video that we shot earlier, we're seeing those palm trees bending, just about looking like they're going to break. We're seeing those stop signs. The wind is really picking up, and since then we have moved inside, but we can show you again. This is getting intense out here. We actually are going to start heading downstairs soon. We're on the 5th floor right now, but right now the hotel staff, there's about 20 of us all here. We're going to start heading down. They're asking us to start packing our bags, getting to a safe spot. Actually, we're going to go down to the ballroom where there's, like I said, going to be about 20 of us. We have a generator down there where it is safe, and we're just packing a bag and hoping to stay safe. We're going to put some of our stuff in the bathroom, and we're just going to start to soon hunker down here and ride out this storm.
Okay, Taylor, that's a great idea. You see the wind swirling outside that door and the rain causing all of that ponding outside the door, because we're not talking about storm surge at Fort Myers Beach at this time.
No, not at all.
We're just talking about those heavy bands of rain and the strong winds blowing it in.
And the eye wall is arriving now, Marco Island. If you grab the radar picture on our #1 weather computer, you will see time of arrival. I estimated around 2:30. It looks like we're going to be pretty much on target with that. Marco at 9:51. Look at that. Here it comes. The eye wall of a major hurricane is about to make landfall in Florida for the second time. The first time was in the Keys. Here comes landfall #2. I would guess within 15 to 30 minutes, if you are in Marco, Goodland, Everglades City, you are about to experience an eye wall and some of the roughest weather and windiest weather that this Hurricane Irma has to deliver. Please get ready for that.
Now, if you're there, how long will the worst of it be over? Let's say it starts at Marco Island. How long should you expect before the worst of it passes you?
That eye wall semicircle that is about to reach and move over the Collier County coastline from Everglades City to Marco Island, it's about 5-6 miles in diameter. And since the hurricane's moving along about 12 miles, so it's about 30 minutes. You're going to have extreme weather for about 30 minutes. Then if the eye does pass over Marco, it's going to get very calm, an eerie kind of calm. The rain is going to stop, or at worst be very light. And then you're going to have the second half of the hurricane come through. But notice, radar is not showing much on the southern semicircle of the hurricane. There it is. It's less than 8 miles away. I'm going to try to get another Doppler look there. Boy, it's lopsided. Look at the structure of that. You see the calm eye approaching Marco. There's not much on the south of the eye.
Is that does that show it's weakening? Is that a weakening sign, or what does that mean, Jim?
No, it means that basically, well, you've heard us say this many times, they're organized or they're disorganized. It was super organized earlier. It was very concentric. It was very well distributed. Now it's lopsided with rain on the north side. But that doesn't mean all of the wind is on the north side. You can still have wind without rain. So it's going to be a rough ride for Marco here as this eye wall pushes through. There won't be as much rain on the back half, but it could be just as windy on the southern side.
All right. We'll get right back to you, Jim. We have Olivia Mancino live at the Emergency Operations Center in Collier County. Olivia.
Well, Chris, just within the past 30 seconds, the winds have really picked up here. As you can see, Jim mentioned earlier, these pine trees just absolutely going nuts in the wind. Now, a lot of us have kind of been cooped up in this building for the last 24 hours, so I'm going to have him swing the camera around. As you can see, plenty of people here are outside right now checking out this storm really before we get the brunt of it. As I mentioned, the winds are really picking up. I mean, check out the parking lot over there. The trees are just going absolutely nuts. We're all kind of bracing for impact here. We know we're going to get the worst of this storm soon. And look at that. One of those trees just fell just this second. It just got uprooted. We know that this storm is really about to hit our area bad. We're going to kind of duck for cover here soon and get under this overhang to make sure everyone is safe. But as you can see, the conditions here in Collier County are starting to get a lot worse. I will send it back to you guys for now.
Olivia.
Yes.
It's Jim.
Yes, I can hear you.
Get inside. Get away now,
Jim.
please. There was a tree that just went down while you were talking. Yep. There could be flying debris at any moment. Thank you.
Everyone's going inside.
Tremendous reporting. But please get out of the weather elements now.
Yes, and when you showed us that radar, you showed us how close it is to Marco. It is not very far from where she is standing at EOC. It's just not a safe time to be out.
No, this is Sanibel live right here. Wow. Do we know where on Sanibel? Oh, this is the causeway.
Okay.
Gosh, it's hard to see even through the.
So this is not our sky cam. This is just a look at the causeway from Sanibel, and look at the visibility is just terrible right now there, and you can barely see the roadway made out there, and just an incredible picture coming from Sanibel and from some of the barrier island areas to us tonight.
Now back to a point, we were talking about Marco Island and we were looking at that radar image. If we can put the radar image back up again, because something that Jim explained to me while everybody at home couldn't hear, less rain on the bottom side does not mean less wind in the bottom side.
No, you're right. Obviously there will be less rain as that southern semicircle moves over and nearby Marco compared to the northern semicircle, but that doesn't correlate directly with wind. So we do expect you're going to get hit by a lot of rain, very powerful wind, then the eye will come over, it'll be calm and dry. And then the southern semicircle will come over, it'll be pretty dry, but very windy. So you can still have a lot of wind without rain.
All right, we're starting to hear some more power outages too in Lee County now. In the area of Colonial and Metro, some of the buildings there, some of the hotels there just lost power.
And in the city of Fort Myers, we're getting some reports of trees down as well, which is expected when we start to see some wind gusts like that. So roads will be blocked, and we would expect to hear from law enforcement soon or from the authorities about whether or not there will be a curfew tonight just to keep people safe and make sure that after the weather clears, they are don't go out on the streets. This is back to the Collier County Emergency Operations Center and to the parking lot we were looking at earlier. And you can see the wind gusts and the trees blowing there. And the picture doesn't always tell the whole story. If you can't hear it and feel it, it's just not the same as when you're being there. But as Jim mentioned earlier, it's just getting really nasty there, and you shouldn't be outside.
Olivia Mancino just reported, and I'll show him our radar, and I'm going to show you why I was urgently asking her to take cover. You see where Naples is? Here's why that tree went down. The western edge of that feeder band was moving through Olivia's location as she was live. I don't know if you caught it or not, but while she was talking, a tree snapped behind her at some distance and was taken out by the leading edge of that feeder band. So she was in a safe spot up until that moment, so we want to get her out of the way, and she did. She'll be fine, but here comes some rough weather for Naples from the east. You're going to have to deal with that band of color on the radar indicating heavy rain and gusty wind coming along Alligator Alley. And then, as the eye wall moves in from the south, you're going to have another round of very strong wind and heavy rain.
Okay, so Marco, Naples, be ready. You are in some very nasty weather right now, but keep it right here. We'll continue to follow this for you. We have some other pictures coming in from other areas of Southwest Florida right now as well. Let's go to Cape Coral, to the live surveillance camera, I understand, that we have received. And there you see someone's car parked in their driveway, and you see all the branches on the ground in front of that house, and the rain coming down and the gusts of wind blowing the rain across the street. But really, it is just from this vantage point, we're only seeing landscaping damage, no major trees in this shot on the ground, but we are seeing branches blown off and thrown around on the ground.
Let's go to Golden Gate Estates, and this one I understand, see if we can listen to it for a second, if you can really hear it from what I understand.
Yeah, for wind. Is it going to be exactly 48? Model says will happen today.
Well, or people describing the wind.
That's Jim's voice. They're watching Wink News. Very good.
We're very, very happy about that. And you can really see the ponding on the roads there and the wind starting to really to pick up.
Let's go to Island Park Road. Island Park Road, as you recall, is in Lee County, and it was underwater a little more than a week ago because of all the rain that we received. And this is the wind and the heavy rain, and you can already see a lot of that fresh water saturating the ground there, but we can still see the streets in this shot. We just see very heavy rain coming down, the trees blowing around, generally nasty weather right now in the Island Park area of Lee County. Now, we do not see any damage at this point there from these pictures, so if you're in that area and you're shuttered in, we are not seeing from this vantage point any damage at this time. However, heavy wind and rain.
But let us know how you're doing if you are in some place safe around there, which there aren't. That's an evacuation zone, so there shouldn't be too many people there. But people are going to be worried about their houses. They've been through so much in the last couple of weeks. We'll keep our eye on that for you.
Not far away, San Carlos Park, just across 41. Basically, we are going to go there so we can give you an idea of what is happening in the San Carlos Park area of Lee County. Again, South Fort Myers, San Carlos Park. Oh, okay, it's a SOT. So let's listen to what they're telling us is happening there.
You can tell the wind is picking up. The water is in our yard right now.
So there you go. The wind is picking up and the water is definitely in their yard. They have a trampoline. They took the part of it out so that it could just blow without blowing away. That was a smart idea. Sometimes with those above ground trampolines, if you don't take the trampoline part out of it, it'll pick up in the wind and go flying.
Let's look at San Carlos Park from a different point of view here. Down branches. This came at about noon, so this video is a couple hours ago, and winds have obviously picked up there. Jay Ballard sending us this, says he's glad he moved his boat, because I guess the boat would be right there. But, wow, yeah, if that was 2 hours ago, if that was noon, 2.5 hours ago, the wind has certainly picked up in San Carlos Park since then.
And Nylene Valenza has sent us a picture from Golden Gate Estates. They had some real heavy winds at about 212, which makes sense from our weather reports here. We're watching some of the birds in the air. Look at the birds standing there just trying to withstand the brunt of that wind and that rain. Birds, the aerodynamics of their body, they can withstand so much more than so many other things, but even they are fighting it in these heavy winds and rain down in Golden Gate Estates.
And for those of you in Lee County, our reporter Andrea Henderson is at the Lee County Emergency Operations Center with the latest from there.
I'm right outside the Lee County Emergency Operations Center here. Luckily, I'm blocked by a wall here, so I'm being blocked off by the rain in a safe spot right now. But you can see really just how much the wind and the rain is picking up at this time. You can see kind of it gusting along the road there. Now, in Lee County, they have pulled emergency management, EMS, off of the roads. Rescue crews and law enforcement at this time have all been pulled off the roads until it is safe to go back out. They are in specific locations. They will be deployed later once a storm passes and once it is safe. Now, emergency crews here earlier did want to clear up. There were some commotion at the Germain Arena that it was not a safe location there, but they say it is very safe for the people there, and anyone who is seeking shelter there should feel safe. And this is what they had to say earlier at their press conference.
Just like all the other facilities we use to shelter the residents in Lee County, this one has had the due diligence done. to ensure that we can pull those people from the evacuation area and give them a safe place to go.
And now that those emergency crews and law enforcement are off the roads, if you do need help, they are still answering phones here. You can call that 211 hotline. Another number that you can call is 239-433-3900, and they will be there answering your calls, assisting you if you need any help at this time. Of course, I'll continue to bring you updates from here at the Lee County Emergency Operations Center. Guys.
All right, thank you. Southwest Florida's most populated city, Cape Coral, is bracing for a weather event bigger than it's ever seen. More than 25,000 people there are under mandatory evacuation.
And Mayor Marnie Zawicki just spoke with reporter Lauren Sweeney. And Lauren, what did she tell you?
Well, I actually spoke to her just before 1 o'clock on Skype, but of course we've been just looking at so many amazing, crazy pictures come in, so we're able to just bring you what she said now. Around 1, they were not seeing hurricane gusts just yet. They were expecting them to arrive around 2, but all the emergency responders at that time were off the road. She said then that she did not want anyone else to be on the road and that they were preparing for a very real storm surge threat at that time.
Everybody at this time is in the emergency personnel that will be working with that are in our EOC, which is our Emergency Operations Center, and we're actually going over and preparing for the after effect. And what do you do when the storm surge comes in? You know, how do people get on the list for us to do welfare checks? So we're going over all those preparations now. This is a really difficult one for me. Because we have for the last 3 days, I think, sent out a ton of messages of people, you know, they need to evacuate, they need to be safe. I've also had to say that once winds hit 40 miles per hour, you know, if they call 911, someone was going to take their call, but nobody's coming at this time. It's just not safe to be out. So I hope that they've had, you know, I just pray that everybody's gotten safe to some safe shelter or their home is, you know, prepared for the hurricane. We obviously are going to be expecting quite a bit of storm surge. How much, we don't know right now. We have seen the water recede, so we know it's being receded now. I do know that 24 to 48 hours after this event is over, we are going to start our welfare checks. And so I have a number. We'll have a number that we will push out and give that to you if you'd like. But people can call that number, and that's from, you know, families out of town that, you know, just some security, knowing that their loved ones are safe. We start doing that 24 to 48 hours after the event.
Okay, and so that number that she mentioned, if you need to have a well-being check done on someone in Cape Coral, if you're listening to us out of state, out of town, that number is 239-573-3000. Again, they're not going to come and check on your family member right now, but they will put you on the list to go and check on them. And I was fortunate enough that Mayor Sawicki still had power when I talked to her about an hour ago, because I've been speaking to her on the phone and being able to communicate with her via Skype. I could see that she had a very real concern for the residents of that city and a very real concern for people who did not evacuate. Take a listen to what she has to say there.
Yeah, I am. I mean, these are friends of mine too. So, I mean, these are people that I couldn't have been more clear with that, you know, you needed to get to safe ground. And so, you know, we'll be checking after. We'll be checking on them.
So again, if you know anyone in Cape Coral who did not heed mandatory evacuation warnings, that number, one more time, 239-573-3000. They will put you on a list. They will not be able to go out until 24 to 48 hours after the storm. And I'll be checking in with Mayor Sawicki throughout the next few days, bring you those updates. Guys, back to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Lauren. And we got some pictures in from Cape Coral as well. Beatrice Lorente sent us this from Southwest Embers Terrace. Now, this was earlier at about 1 o'clock, 1:10 in the afternoon. She sent this, and what we're seeing right there is she has a waterway off in the distance here, but mostly what we're looking at right now, a lot of heavy wind blowing the trees and the shrubs and all the different bushes in this area, but we don't see any damage in this shot either. Just a car in the foreground and some waterway in the background and a lot of heavy wind. Let's go to LaBelle. Some first pictures we're seeing from LaBelle, and boy, they are seeing the wind, not quite to coastal levels yet, but again, it's headed north, so that makes sense, and the rain
coming down in sheets. This is right off of State Road 80 in LaBelle.
They're definitely in those rain bands. That is
Absolutely.
for certain. Yeah. Let's go to this picture from Ave Maria. This is from Mary Carlson. She took this at about 12:30. So this is farther inland. But again, look at those rain bands as you see on the radar in the smaller box on your screen. And if you are listening to us on radio, those rain bands are traveling through this area right now. And we're looking at the pictures she sent us, and you can see the trees blowing and the heavy rain. And that is well inland. Ave Maria, almost all the way into Immokalee. So they're seeing a lot of this heavy rain and wind too. They will not experience the storm surge after the storm. This is more of a wind event for them.
Yeah, don't forget as power goes out too, you can watch us on the Wink News app. We're live streaming there. Wink News reporter John Carlos Estrada is live in Port Charlotte right now.
Chris and Lois, yeah, last time we talked to you, we were outside. We're inside the hotel right now just because it's not safe to be out there. I'm going to have you pan over, Mike. Thank you very much. And Lois, you were saying that you can check out images, but you don't really get the sound. I'm going to open the window just a little bit so I can stick the mic out so you can get some natural sound of what we are listening to right now. So we are in Port Charlotte, not really sort of feeling the effects of Irma right now. One thing that we're worried about as we look out this window is this sign right over here as the winds begin to pick up. We're not sure what this road sign is going to do, so we'll keep an eye on it. We are off of 75 and Keens Highway. About 2 hours ago, we were seeing people drive. Now it's totally empty. No one, we've been monitoring this window for the past 30 minutes. Luckily, no one is on the road right now because, like I mentioned earlier, all first responders in Charlotte County have been removed off the roads. That happened about 2 hours ago. So I just want to remind people it is extremely windy out here. And if you're driving out there, please go home or go somewhere safe like we are in this hotel room. Now, I just want to remind everyone out there there is a curfew here in Charlotte County. That starts at 9 p.m., goes until 6 a.m. So just want to remind people, don't be out on the roads because as you see, we were out here outside just an hour ago and things have really started to pick up here in Charlotte County. Reporting live here. Guys, back to you.
All right. Thank you very much, John Carlos. And, you know, you mentioned earlier about the app that you can watch if you lose power. We also have our radio stations that you can tune into if you lose power, your battery-powered radios. And we want to tell you right now, if you lose power, if you're wondering how long am I going to be without power, it could be a substantial amount of time. We, for example, talked to some leaders at FPL, and they have told us that they stop working in the bad weather. However, they did say if the winds drop down to about 30 miles per hour through the bands, they sometimes, if they have a crew in that area, they will work until it becomes unsafe again. So there is hope that you could get some of your power restored. But with the hurricane where it is right now in Southwest Florida, very unlikely you're going to get any power back for quite some time. And depending on how much destruction and damage is caused by the hurricane, it could be a long time to come before we will have power.
Amanda Hall has some new video just coming in from different places in the storm.
That's right. The videos are incredible. Woodbridge Preserve, this neighborhood off of State Road 82 in Fort Myers. You can see that tree just bending there. It looks like this video is from a home surveillance camera, which is a very good sign. Certainly you don't want to be out in this. So those surveillance cameras are giving us a good idea of what it looks like around Southwest Florida. I want to show you some video from Walden Oaks. This is in North Naples near Airport Road and Orange Blossom. And you can see some of the damage already. Trees downed in that area, and then that palm tree being whipped around in that neighborhood. We have more video of the wind in North Fort Myers, and this was taken by Bill Hillman. And let me give you an idea of his location. He is a mile north of Bayshore Road. He's a mile north of Zone A. So his pool screen has been blown out, and he says he is hoping and praying that the surge doesn't come further than that mile into them. We have some more video. This one is from Nick Franjmere. This was taken at 12:40 near the corner of Vanderbilt and Livingston in Naples. From his oasis there, you can see the screen, you can see all the wind in the background and just overall nasty conditions there. When you continue to send your videos and your pictures into Wink News, you can send them to desk@winknews.com. Please give us a timestamp. That can be really helpful to us as we are tracking Irma to see where it was, what it was doing, and at what time those conditions were looking that way. So continue to do that. We appreciate your pictures and your video. For now, I'll send it back to the desk.
Yeah, and I'm sure a lot of the neighbors in those areas appreciate people who can safely take a picture so they can get some idea of how their neighborhood is doing.
What's going on in their neighborhood.
Right.
Nicole Valdez is live near Health Park. First time we've seen that neighborhood. Nicole.
Yeah, Chris, this is one of the areas close to Fort Myers Beach a lot of people were concerned about, but you can definitely see there's a ton of wind, not as much rain. I think it's a lot more wind that we're seeing here. I'm not sure if you can see behind me over there, but you can see that sideways rain coming in. There's a lot of trees, a little bit more to the right that we can't show you just now, but we will in just a second. A lot of those tree limbs on the ground spread out all across the road out here. Again, we are under an awning here right outside a Health Park Hospital, so we are in a safe area, which is the good news, but our drive over here, I'll tell you, was a little bit scary. We had a lot of that wind, palm fronds, coming in, no matter what, at that point, coming in from all the trees that we had on US 41 coming in north from that area. But obviously a ghost town. There were, I think, 2 other cars driving on the road with us, something that I wouldn't necessarily recommend. We just wanted to try to get into a safe area like where we are right now, which is good news here. Actually, just behind me, I'm not sure I can show you, maybe a little bit later, but we have these shutters completely covering the main entrance here at Health Park. There's sandbags covering the doors, so it goes to show that they're also taking this storm very seriously, not letting anyone out, at least from this point where we are, to make sure that they all stay inside during the brunt of the storm here. You can see it's all picking up behind me. It looks pretty crazy, and there's a lot of wind. Thankfully, we're not getting too much of that effect where we're standing right now, but we are going to show you a little bit later just some images that we were able to capture on our drive over here, showing you how strong those winds are and how dangerous it can be if you're on the road.
Thank you very much, Nicole. At the very end, the weather conditions were interfering with our signal there, so but we heard
broadband,
mostly.
so it can kind of get messed up in the bad weather.
Well, let's go to Jim now, and Jim, just give us the latest on what's happening.
Yeah, and before I do, I just want to mention that if you do lose us, if you're on a satellite dish, we're streaming. I've had a lot of folks from outside of Southwest Florida say, "Hey, we're watching you on winknews.com." So you can, if you have an internet connection, you can keep watching. And selfishly, I have 2 sisters in Philadelphia who are very concerned, Janet and Patricia. Don't worry, we are going to be fine. The house will be fine. It's just the roughest weather day probably I've ever experienced, but it is occurring now, and it is going to continue. Look at the wind speeds and the conditions that we're going to be dealing with. Check the weather computer out first, because this is it, the day we've been telling you about, and here it comes. That is the track and the forecast track of Irma. It is knocking on the door of Marco Island. It'll be moving along the coast of Collier and Lee during the day today. These are current wind speeds. Now, some of these weather stations are going to get knocked offline as the wind increases. Right now, sustained wind approaching 50 miles per hour. Wind gusts in Collier of 66 after a gust earlier in the day of 103. 68-mile-an-hour gust right now in Fort Myers at Page Field. Punta Gorda 48. All right, a lot of rain with this system. Soggy, wet weather with rain. Super windy weather, as we told you, and then we have to dissect the storm surge threat again, because there will be surge. Look at all this rain. Here's the center of circulation. The eye is about to encroach on the southern edge of Marco Island, but right now, the entire island is in this northern semicircle. This typically looks like a donut. Not in this case, because the rain is much heavier on the northern semicircle than the southern semicircle. Even though the rain is more north than south, it doesn't mean the wind is only north. I believe the wind will be very strong in this rainy area and very strong on the back half of the hurricane. So get ready for rough weather. Then the eye moves through and it gets relatively calm, and then you're going to have wind coming from the opposite direction as the back half of the eye wall pushes through. Naples, you're next. After Marco, it'll move up along 951, Route 41. Right now, this little band is about 11 miles away from near downtown Naples, probably about 13 miles away from this northern eye wall. And since the hurricane, we believe, is moving at about 12 miles per hour, 1 hour Naples, for it to get here, from here, to where you are. So you will shortly be experiencing what Marco Island is dealing with right now, and that's the northern part of this eye wall. Very heavy rain, some of the windiest weather likely to have. Once this eye wall gets over the Naples airport, I'll be very interested to see what kind of wind reports we get. And we're going to know that in about 60 minutes or so. So stick around and we'll see how this unfolds. But do get ready. Now that this is moving northward, remember, low pressure, counterclockwise circulation. What's happening here? We're getting a northerly flow from south to north. That means the wind is blowing in from the south, and starting now, there will be rising water from south of Marco down to the Monroe County line. The surge event, saltwater intrusion over land from the Gulf, is about to begin, and it's going to start right here in the southern edges of Collier County. The rain event has been going on and on and on, and it's going to continue all day. So the rain has come first. Look at this band coming through Lee and parts of Charlotte County. That is nonstop, heavy rain. There's always the chance of an isolated tornado in these bands. But you're inside, you're safe, tornado or not, you'll be okay. And we'll let you know if there's anything spotted or touching down. But right now, we've got extremely heavy rain pushing in across Lake Okeechobee, Clewiston, Moorhaven, Lakeport, Buckhead Ridge, in through Glades Henry, Charlotte, to DeSoto, to Lee, to Collier. So the rain came first, the wind is increasing, that comes second, and then the storm surge will come third as we track the events as they unfold today. All right. Here's the surface wind. Remember, it's offshore. That's why the water's low in the Caloosahatchee and in the harbor. We had that report from our friend who lives in Bokeelia but showed us pictures of St. James City. The water is very low, but the water is going to start to rise now as the wind direction changes. So as the hurricane tracks northward, here comes more onshore wind for Collier County first. Now, after sunset, the wind remains onshore in Collier and begins to flow in from the Gulf of Mexico in Lee. Where is the water going to go? The water is going where the wind tells it to go. It's the wind that's pushing the water, and it will push the water toward the coast. This was maybe the most vulnerable area of all of Southwest Florida for storm surge when you consider the amount of square miles that will be affected by saltwater intrusion. But it's not very populated. Now, from Marco northward, we're getting into some of the most populated parts of our part of the state, and the saltwater intrusion, the storm surge, will be affecting those communities. And then, of course, you have to factor in, we've got the conduit of the Caloosahatchee, very easy for water to flow there, nothing to stop it. You've got Charlotte Harbor. Not only is that open access to the Gulf, it's big, it's wide, it's almost like Tampa Bay. Oh, by the way, my daughter, Lindsay, I know some of you know, I went to high school with her at Mariner. She just sent me a text, and I can't verify if this is accurate or not, but it seems to be based on a television report in the Tampa Bay area. They said the Tampa Bay is dry. That's probably an exaggeration. But they are experiencing what we're seeing. This offshore wind in Tampa is lowered Tampa Bay, which is big like Charlotte Harbor, to the point where it's so low, early reports via my daughter, she's being told that it's almost dry. Now, it's probably not dry where you can walk across it, but that's a report from Lindsay in Tampa. Okay, here's circulation at 9:30. And we get past midnight, hurricane's north. Speaking of Tampa Bay, it's north of Tampa. But we have this onshore wind. It's going to hold the water up against the coast. So the water wants to go back to the Gulf, but it won't be able to recede as quickly as we would like it to. Sky cams knocked out. Okay, get used to that. Here's a live sky cam from our Wink News camera. This was the one we had pointed at Billy Creek. The wind actually moved this about 90 degrees. When this big band of rain started to come through Lee County, and here we are at Wink News. We're on Palm Beach Boulevard by downtown Fort Myers. That's downtown. You can't see it. Visibility is so bad. But the wind gust was actually so strong that it turned the turret of the camera offline. Well, I repositioned it in this location, kind of more or less toward downtown Fort Myers, but that's the look. All right, so this hasn't changed. Bam, bam, bam. 3 troublesome categories of weather that we're going to deal with today. I mentioned the rain coming first. It's going to continue. Accumulation of 8 to 14 inches or more is possible from now through Monday. We've already had quite a bit. Wind is coming second. And this seems to be a valid range right now. Remember, we've already had a gust at Naples, 103 miles per hour. And the eye wall hasn't even gotten there yet. That was on the northern side of the system. 60 to 90 mile an hour wind is possible in your neighborhood, whether you live at Lake Okeechobee or at the beach or anywhere in between. Wind gusts of 90 to 130 plus. Now, this will be a little tougher to reach. Most of us will have wind gusts of 90 to 100, 105. But we will see pockets in excess of 105 to 130. And then it's the storm surge. This event is just beginning to unfold. This has been going on. This continues to move up the coast. This is just this is in the first inning of a 9-inning game. And this is really the most critical situation to monitor. This is why many folks in Southwest Florida have been evacuated, because the storm surge event is beginning, and it's going to be an all-day, all-night event. All right, here's the satellite shot. You can see it's coming along, and the eye is now knocking on the door of Everglades City, DeMarco Island. All right, that's the latest. We'll get hourly updates from the Hurricane Center, and we're going to follow this very closely with our own Doppler radar, live and in time-lapse mode. Lois, Chris.
Thank you very much, Jim. We want to let people know that if they lose power, we are simulcasting on our many radio stations. And here you can see them all listed, but let me read them off for you. So if you're listening to us on radio and you're not getting a great signal with the one you're listening to now, these are some other options. We're at Fly 98.5, 94.5 The Arrow, 92.5 Fox News Radio, Fox Sports Radio, 96.9 Wink FM, and 93X. All of those stations right now are simulcasting with us so that we can get the important information out there to as many people who need it.
And it's becoming more and more important as we're getting more and more reports of neighborhoods losing power. Let's look at Charlotte Harbor right now. We have some new pictures in from Charlotte Harbor. Of course, wow, look at how low the water is in Charlotte Harbor right now. And these folks, of course, ground zero for Hurricane Charlie. So we'll be watching very, very closely to see what happens as that water comes back in later on tonight and into the morning.
And let's look at Punta Gorda right now. John Joyner sent us this video from 1245 today. There, they were just looking at wind at the time, but there's a canal right there, too, that looks a little low. Because you can judge it by the seawall there. And the neighborhood looks fine, windy. The canal looks okay, no damage, but this again was at 12:45 this afternoon.
Let's head to Arcadia now. We have another set of video, 1237, timestamp, very nice. A lot of wind in Arcadia, but again, a couple hours ago now, so I would imagine it's picked up quite a bit since this was shot and sent into us. But you can really see the trees moving there.
Let's go to Little Hickory Bay in Bonita Springs. This taken from a high-rise building or a multi-story building. And you can see the palm trees, of course, blowing strong. And you can see the water there as we're coming around. He's panning around. This is video we're looking at right now. You can see the waterway at Little Hickory Bay. And you can see a lot of the boats out of the water there. And a lot of heavy rain coming down and the sheets of wind blowing the water, even the surface of the water being blown by the heavy wind gusts.
See if we can play this one. Okay, play it again from the beginning here, because one of the big things for folks in that area, right there, water on that side, come around the street, come around the building, water on that side. So obviously an island, but these folks really have very, very little space between the water that's on both sides. So the surge event will be something very important to watch for them.
So this is Hampton Park that we're going to be looking at next. I believe this is in Gateway? Or this is in Lehigh Acres, Hampton Park in Lehigh Acres. They're looking at this from inside their house through the hurricane glass, and that's important to emphasize because we don't want anyone taking any risks. Do not go outside to get pictures for us. If you can do it safely from through hurricane glass, that's great. And we're looking at a lot of wind in this area as well. He's panning around to show us the neighborhood. We don't see any damage here. We just see a lot of heavy wind, rain, some very cloud-covered skies, dark skies. They say that they had about 6.5 inches of rain since yesterday, based on their personal rain gauge. So they're getting a lot of rain in Lehigh Acres.
This is from Gerald Block. Let's see. He's in Austria, but he has access to this camera at his condo here in Fort Myers. So we're showing. I'm not sure what part of Fort Myers.
On Julia's Way.
Julia's
He's
Way.
in Julia's Way.
Okay. Video. He is safe in Europe, but letting us know that the wind is really starting to pick up at his place here. 9th Street in Naples. Let's take a look here. This is the Bellicera Hotel, or near the hotel, right here. Okay. Taken from the living room window, and you can really start to see everything start to build up as we get. And again, this looks, based on the trees and the location, I'm going to guess this was taken a little while ago because the wind is starting to pick up even more in that part of the area.
Absolutely. We have someone on the phone right now from the Iona-McGregor area of Lee County. Sarah Goodwin is with us. And Sarah, can you hear us?
Yes.
Thank you so much for joining us. Tell us what you're experiencing right now in the Iona-McGregor area of Lee County.
We lost power a little bit ago, but we got candles lit. It's a little windy, but other than that, not too bad. The pool hasn't started flooding yet or anything like that, so we're doing all right.
Are you in a multi-story building? What are you in? Are you in a single-family home?
Yeah, it's a 2-story.
2-story. So you have the ability to go up if surge became an issue for you.
Yep, and all the windows are hurricane-proof, so we should be hopefully all right up there.
Yeah, great. So tell us, in the last half hour to hour, have you seen the real increase in wind and in the rain?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not as bad in that part of Lee County yet, but there are some very heavy rain bands coming through, so that would explain some of the rain that you're seeing for sure. And you are in a low-lying...
And a lot of branches are coming off the trees, but they're all still up.
All right, well, hopefully in your neighborhood, that's all we have to talk about as it goes forward tonight. I'm looking at the rain bands here as we're talking to you, and yeah, like Lois was saying, that you're not into the worst of it, and hopefully, with a little luck, the worst of it won't come, but you have an area that's, it's good that you're secured in there because you have an area that is, potentially flood prone.
Sarah, I imagine a lot of your neighbors probably left because you are in an evacuation area.
Yeah, a lot of them did evacuate. The traffic's definitely been cleared out.
Okay, so they are in a multi-story house, so she can go up and that storm surge was the reason that area was evacuated, I believe 2 days ago already. So, Sarah, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. We're glad you're in a secure home and that you are safe and that your family is safe. You have a safe night.
You too, thank you.
All right, we need to update the radio stations that we're broadcasting on right now because I think we're having some issue with some of them. But these are the ones that are definitely up, and you can listen simulcast. 96.9 Wink FM, and that's a strong signal all throughout the area. You can get that one no matter where you live. So I would start there. 94.5 The Arrow and 92.5 Fox News. Those three are up and running right now.
Okay, we're going to go to Bunch Beach, which is between Fort Myers Beach and Sanibel, and take a look at that. If you've ever been to Bunch Beach, it doesn't look like this on a normal day. There's usually water right there. So people are, there's someone standing right there at the time when they took this picture. They're seeing things on the bottom in the sand that they haven't seen before because the water is just being drawn out at this time. And this is between Fort Myers Beach and the Sanibel Causeway. And usually there's very little beach there, but there's a lot of beach there today.
All right, let's take a live look now from Cape Coral. And I'm tree down on this street in the Cape. Do we know what part of the Cape we're looking at here? Okay, we're not quite sure what neighborhood it is.
Sprinkler head maybe busted off there, it looks like.
It came right down at the root and snapped, and yep, that is something spouting water there. But we're starting to see and hear more and more neighborhoods that are having this kind of damage right now, even in Lee County, as the winds start to get closer and north of more and more trees down. And we've certainly been hearing it in Collier County for the last couple of hours.
So let's go down to Collier right now, to Collier's Reserve, which is at the Anamakale Road near US 41. This is video from Jeff Gatstatter's house in Collier's Reserve about 2 o'clock today. Let's just listen for a second.
Yeah, I think these could be a little priority.
You can hear the wind whistling, really blowing there in Collier's Reserve. Jeff, thanks so much for sending us that. We don't see any damage in his video here, just to be sure for people who are holed up in that area of Collier County right now. But the wind is really blowing, and you can just hear it whistling and howling.
Absolutely. Let's go to Golden Gate Estates. And we do have, in this case, a tree down. This is from 1245, so this is a couple of hours old already, and this is right near the Collier County Fairgrounds. So if you know that general area, Robert De La Rosa sending us this at 1245. And it looks like a palm tree, and you don't often see those unless there's some circumstance, because they're in deep. But
the ground could be saturated and makes that a little bit more, or if it's newly planted.
Newly planted is usually the big one.
Yeah. Let's go to some video from Marco Island. This is from Yvette Benaroche, and we thank you for sending this to us, Yvette. And we believe this was probably earlier because Marco Island is really getting hammered right now. But what we're looking at here on the screen, if you can't see this picture, is she's looking through her lanai, and the rain has just pounded it. It's almost like you can't see through the screen because there's just so much rain falling and so much water. But that's one of our few pictures we're getting in from Marco Island today.
All right, let's bring Chief Meteorologist Jim Farrell in to track Irma for us.
Nothing has happened so far that was not expected, right? We said Sunday is going to be the wild ride of your life. It is happening now. There is much more to go. But nothing has happened that we did not expect. So here we go. I'll show you what the wind gusts look like from this hurricane so far. So far, the strongest gust is out of the Keys at Big Pine with 120. And the eye wall went right over Big Pine. So that's probably going to be the upper limit of what happens in Southwest Florida. We probably are not going to have wind gusts higher than 120, but they could be approaching 120. Got pretty close earlier in the day. Naples so far has had a wind gust of 103 miles per hour, and you see sub 100s in some other communities. Here's Southwest Florida International at 79 miles per hour, Immokalee 68, Fort Myers 61, Port Charlotte so far a wind gust of 55 miles per hour. Is the wind speed right now. Let's take a look, survey the area. Looks like the Naples weather station has gone kaput. It's done. If it's reporting calm and the eye wall's approaching, that looks like that's offline and not accurate. So we do have sustained wind speed in Lee and Collier in Charlotte County in the 30+ mile per hour range, with wind gusts approaching 60 miles per hour right now. Page Field, Fort Myers, 54 at the Punta Gorda Airport, all right? And you can see, obviously, these weather stations in Golden Gate, Marco Island, Naples, Immokalee, they're done. They are probably done for the duration of this event. The wind was just too much for them. Hurricane Wilma now is a Category 3 hurricane, so it was downgraded earlier today. 120 mile per hour wind, tracking right toward the southwest Florida coast. May be very close to Sanibel Island this evening around 8 o'clock. It is still expected to be a major hurricane when it arrives on the barrier islands of Lee as a Category 3 hurricane. So the conditions that we are experiencing now as this hurricane moves in from south to north are going to continue. And they're going to work their way through coastal southwest Florida as the hurricane moves to the north. This is Doppler radar. If you're watching on TV, this is a shot that kind of explains a lot. If you're listening on radio, and I've been made aware by some of you who have been texting and posting that you are no longer watching television. We are in a transitional phase of communication right now where more and more of Southwest Florida is losing power or their ability to see us on television. So the radio audience will be growing as the TV audience shrinks. We will be here regardless. So I have to remind myself to kind of talk this through so that the pictures will be helpful for those of you who still have TV, but if you're listening on radio, here's what we are looking at. The eye of Hurricane Irma is now approaching Marco Island. Calm, dry weather is about to move over the island, but it's not there yet. There's that band of very heavy weather and very strong wind in the eye wall. It's on top of Marco. It'll be moving up 951 to Tamiami Trail, and it is just minutes away from impacting Naples, Golden Gate and Golden Gate Estates. Right now, the center portion of this eye wall structure is about 11 miles south of downtown Naples. So it is less than 1 hour away from moving up US 41 and affecting the Naples area. This is a time lapse. Again, if you're watching on TV, you can see the motion. If you're listening to us on the radio, I'll tell you this, it looks like it is moving pretty much due north. And on that track, this will have no escape route. It is going to go right up the Collier County coast and eventually right into south central Lee County, which, by the way, right now has very heavy rain. This is one of the biggest, broadest bands of rain that I've ever seen associated with a hurricane. There's usually a few breaks in there. Look at this. This band of extremely heavy rain starts at the Lee County, Collier County line, and it goes northward through all of Lee, all of Charlotte, all of Glades into Highlands County. This is a huge swath of rain that we will be experiencing over the next several hours. And there it is. Now, there's a little break south of that swath in between South Lee County and Naples, but that's not going to last long because the eye wall is moving northward. The wind continues to blow from the east and northeast. That's pushing the water out into the Gulf of Mexico. But starting in southern Collier County, in an hour or two, the wind is going to turn onshore, and that will be the beginning of the storm surge event that is going to last all day long, all night long. Salt water is coming in from the Gulf of Mexico, first down by the 10,000 Islands, and then that is going to move northward as the hurricane moves along the coast. Here's a snapshot of about 8:30 this evening, when the center of circulation may be very close to Sanibel Captiva. That'll be the beginning of an onshore wind for southern Lee County, even though Collier has had multiple hours and back-to-back hours of onshore wind, and storm surge flooding will already be a problem there. Then into 9:30, we watch this move through in nearby Charlotte Harbor. Then as the hurricane ends up near Tampa Bay overnight into the early morning hours, we're still going to have a Monday, tomorrow, full of onshore wind, and the water is going to remain high. Probably not as high as it will be at the peak of the storm surge, but nonetheless, we're in for quite a bit of saltwater flooding along the coast. Wind is coming true here. We've been expecting 60 to 90 mile an hour sustained wind, 90 to 120 mile per hour wind gusts. Rainfall, I haven't even looked at how much we've had so far. You're inside. We'll check the rain gauges, but we're going to end up with 8 inches or more, maybe even 14 inches or more through Monday. And then the storm surge is just beginning. At least it will be beginning in an hour or two in southern Collier. And as that water rises, we're going to have saltwater inundation, water over land, 1 foot to 9 feet or higher, before the storm surge threat decreases. The wave heights are also interesting. Let's plot the most recent wave heights. Now we have waves of 15 feet, 5 to 10 miles west of Marco Island, 16-foot wave heights west of Naples, 18-foot wave heights nearby and west of Bonita Beach, and that's pretty much the rule offshore Lee County at 18-foot, 14 to 16 offshore Collier, but the wave heights are going to probably stay in this range now that the hurricane is here. So it looks like we're going to have some wave heights near the coast or just offshore the coast, close to 20 feet. That's big waves for a Gulf of Mexico that typically creates wave heights of 6 inches. Another change that's happening now in real time as we get ready for the hurricane. This is a forecast of wind speed. Here's what we expect. As the hurricane moves northward, hurricane force wind in Lee County by 6 p.m. Hurricane force wind moving up the coast and then out of the area by the morning. Wind gusts, let's check. 100 mile per hour gusts will be possible shortly in Naples when the eye wall moves through. And that will be moving northward as well. There will be a chance for wind gusts in Lee County of 100 miles per hour or more by 5 o'clock this evening. And then those wind gusts move northward with the hurricane, and there will be a chance for wind gusts in Charlotte County between 80 and 100 miles per hour as this event continues to unfold. The wind will decrease tomorrow, but it will still be a very windy day. Now, we've got a viewer who's called in. Taylor's on the phone with us right now. Hey, Taylor, do you have a barometer that can give us a air pressure reading where you are?
Yes, sir, I do. And we're doing about 80 mile an hour, 90 mile an hour winds. And I'm right off of Airport Road in Pine Ridge.
Oh.
But coming from the house, looking outside, there's a lot of stuff down. The water's coming over the road. Naples is getting hit pretty hard.
And that makes sense because we've been showing radar to everybody and trying to speak the radio listeners through what the radar is showing. This is it. Yeah. Taylor, you are on the edge of the northern eye wall of the hurricane. It's coming through now. And you obviously have described a significant weather event as it unfolds. The debris issue is going to be region-wide. I used the phrase we're going to wake up tomorrow morning and it's going to look like a war zone, not to scare anybody, but to just try to get your mind's eye wrapped around what it's going to look like visually to us when we get up in the morning. You're already seeing that before the sun sets tonight. As you survey the area, tell me more about what you see.
To be honest with you, Jim, across the street, there's a beautiful BMW, and it looks like a sable palm overturned right on top of it. So, trees are overturning. A lot of not twigs, but branches coming off trees, worrying about if the trees are going to topple over on top of your house. But it's windy.
Trees down on vehicles, that's not going to be an isolated event. That is going to happen. Can you tell, Taylor, what kind of trees are failing? Can you see that there's pine trees, palm trees? What are you looking at?
Well, that tree was a sable palm. Now, around me, I have big oaks around me and a lot of tall trees that are pretty thick and good in the ground. But this one here, it looks like it just uprooted maybe a foot or two of roots, and that was it. And it landed right probably in the middle of the car.
How are you protected at home? Are you in a house with shutters? What's your protection level?
Yeah, we're in a concrete house in Point Siena. We have wood over our house, mainly like the regular neighborhood. It's all covered up, and we're pretty low lying, but I think we might be ready for it, and everyone seemed to be pretty prepared.
You are pretty much at ground zero right now because, as I mentioned, the eye wall is coming through. And actually, as I listen to you, you sound very calm. You do not sound agitated, overexcited. Just talk to us about how you feel right now as you go through this.
Well, I'm 28 years old, so I've seen Wilma. I was just born a little bit before Andrew, so I don't remember that one. But I remember Wilma pretty good, and that one came through and kind of gave us a wake-up call. And I think this is pretty similar to Wilma, if not stronger. But, living in South Florida, that's what you're used to. You're used to these kind of storms coming around once in a while, and you're always ready for it.
Now, just give me your location again, because I have the radar up. You are airport pulling, did you say, or where are you exactly?
Airport pulling road, and I'd say Golden Gate Parkway, maybe 1 mile north of Golden Gate Parkway.
All right, so you can't, if you're watching TV, he would be kind of behind the banner up here. So, Taylor, you had a feeder band come through to create that damage. The actual eye wall, where even windier weather has not come through yet. It's still south of Naples. It is leaving Marco. It's actually right on 951, the road and the bridge on the way to Naples, on the way to Marco Island. So you've had quite
an driving. That's about 20 minutes away drive. So.
Right, and the hurricane's moving about 12 miles per hour, so maybe an hour or less. Or a little more, you're going to have even worse weather come through. So, you've already had quite a day. So, thank you for calling in and relating.
No problem.
Anything else you can throw at us here before we let you go?
Just the Naples viewers, and hunker down. We'll be okay, and we're going to ride her out. And we'll see tomorrow.
Absolutely right. Listen to his voice. This is how I want you to be. I mean, everybody has a different personality or anxiety level. He just went through a pretty traumatic weather experience. There's a tree down on a BMW. There's debris everywhere where he lives, nearby Airport Pulling and Golden Gate Parkway. But he knows that he's safe. He's inside, he's shuttered. It's a wild ride, no doubt about it. And this weather that he is experiencing is going to get worse, and it's going to move up the coast. So thank you, Taylor. Stay safe, and thank you so much for calling in to relate what you've been going through so far.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, there you go. There comes more weather out of the south. The eye is about to move over Marco Island. This is a once-in-a-lifetime weather event. We hope a once-in-a-lifetime event, in that if you live on Marco Island, the heavy rain is about to end, and it is going to become dry and calm to near calm in the next 20 to 30 minutes. And since you're pretty much dead center of this center of circulation, you're probably going to have an hour's worth of pretty good weather. But then get ready for the back half. The southern half will be coming through. And maybe when this eye is over Marco, with some luck, if you're listening to us now on the radio or watching us now on TV, would somebody from Marco Island call us? What number would we suggest that they use? Is 334-5000? Area code 239, of course. Sorry, 344-5000. Now, don't swamp us with phone calls from around the 7-county area. I really want to try to get somebody specifically on Marco when the eye is over. I want somebody to call in who is experiencing that, who can tell us what it's like now, how it changed, and what it's like when it calms down. If possible, again, that number is 239-344-5000. Okay? All right, let me get back to Lois and Chris. And here it comes. The eye is about to arrive over Marco.
Okay, we won't get too far away from Jim, so we can keep an eye on that from the radar perspective. But let's go out to Fort Myers Beach, because Taylor Bisacki has been in the hotel there. You're near the windows, so you're able to see what's going on right now, Taylor?
Yes, Lois, we've moved to a safe spot, but before I tell you where we are and what we'll be doing, let me show you what's going on outside. And for those of you listening on your radio who have lost power already, I'm going to describe this for you. Now, these palm trees are bending. The wind is going like crazy. We've seen some palm fronds that have already fallen to the ground here. Those signs, even the stop signs, pretty sturdy, but they are starting to shake. These windows are keeping the wind out right now, but it's going to only pick up and get more intense. So as I said, right now we are in a safe spot. So let me show you where we are right now. And if you follow me over this way, we are going to walk through. Right now we're in the ballroom area at the Diamond Head Hotel on Fort Myers Beach. And coming around 4 or 5 o'clock, we will all be here right in this area. I'm going to show you what it looks like here. So it's a little hard to move around right now, but as you can see, we have lots of tables set up. We have our supplies. We have backup generators, plenty of cases of water, food. They're really taking care of us here at the Diamond Head Hotel. But as you walk around, this is where we'll be for the next couple hours. You can expect us to tell you what's going on from here as that hurricane approaches and gets closer. Again, for all of you watching at home, we want you to stay safe and stay inside. And anything else that you guys need, we will be giving you those updates. But for now, we're reporting live on Fort Myers Beach. Taylor Bisacki, Wink News. Now. All
right, Taylor, thank you for that. Brooke Schaefer live in Cape Coral, on the phone for us, Cape Coral Tarpon Gardens. Brooke, tell us what you're seeing.
Yeah, hey guys, we, like you said, are in Southwest Cape Coral in a neighborhood called Tarpon Gardens. It's right behind Tarpon Point Marina and the Westin. Right across the street, actually, from where we're staying, you can see this massive tree blew over. It sort of cracked in half and is now covering the road. And we don't know if that's a fire hydrant or a water line or something that it fell on, but you can see that water just gushing out right now. And, actually, my photographer and I were a little shaken up right now. We actually just pulled into the driveway of where we're staying, probably, maybe 2-3 minutes before this just came crashing down. He told me he heard a loud boom. We were unloading our stuff from the car right as this happened. So as you guys are looking at this, you can see why emergency officials are saying stay indoors, because you just don't know what the wind can pick up. I don't know if you can see on the left side of your screen, those are the roots of the tree. It picked up all of the roots of the tree, and the tree just came crashing down. It's now blocking the entirety of the road. We did get a message, though. Cape emergency officials are trying to figure out exactly where this tree is. We're letting them know that we're in southwest Cape Coral. They're going to try and come out here, hopefully once these winds die down, at least and try and fix that water that's gushing out. But this is just the start of the damage that people are going to start seeing here across Cape Coral and across southwest Florida.
All right, thank you very much, Brooke. We appreciate that report and the update on what we showed people earlier. We want to let you know about power outages right now because we got a report from LCEC. They tell us they have 70,000 people without power right now, and a lot of those customers are on Marco Island, and that makes sense because the most intense part of the storm is just going through Marco Island. We want to go to a picture that Scott Decker from Marco Island sent us, or some video that he sent us earlier, and we're going to listen to the sound here.
That sure gives you a sense of it. Basically,
and the handicap sign, you see
Yeah.
that handicap sign just waving in the wind. Amazing how they stay in place with such intense wind.
all of Marco Island now is without power, and in addition to some other LCEC customers. Also, we're hearing from people who are in shelters. We're just talking with somebody who I know who's at South Fort Myers High School, and people in the shelters are doing well. They're glad to be safe, comfortable as you can be in the crowded room, but grateful to be in there. So if you're listening to us from inside one of those shelters, let us know how you're doing. All the reports that we've gotten so far are really good.
Let's go to Morgan Francis right now, who has been in Punta Gorda to see what conditions are like there at this hour. Morgan, we know you've shown us some of the water blowing through the hotel. What are you experiencing now?
Well, now we're seeing some of the wind and rain that everyone's been talking about. And of course, as all the reporters have been mentioning, we are surrounded by walls, so we are protected, except for on this side. So we wanted to show you the gusts of winds that are now coming through. This has picked up significantly since we saw you an hour or two ago. It looks like they drained the pool a little bit, and around the pool in some areas, we are seeing a little bit of flooding, but the gusts of wind that we're seeing, we're not feeling them over here, but we're seeing them. They are very strong. I want to pull over Mike and Jamie. I was just talking to them. Everyone's kind of congregating in this area to get some fresh air. Mike and Jamie, you're here at the Four Points Sheraton in Punta Gorda, but your home is on a boat over in Fort Myers.
Yes, it is. Downtown at the yacht basin, we're hoping, that we have a home to go to on Monday, tomorrow.
And can you explain what that's like? Because a lot of people are worried about their structural homes, but living on a boat, when a storm comes, what goes through your mind, Mike, when you try to prepare for something like this?
It's, when you live on a boat, you have to be prepared for that.
Tie it down.
Yeah, tie it down, double line, and just hope for the best. That's all you can do.
Have you been through a hurricane with your boat before?
We went through Matthew last year on the East Coast, and we actually rode it out on the boat. This is the first one that we've been on the boat that's actually gonna hit where we're at. Yeah.
So what do you do as a boater to prep your home and try to do the best you can to make sure that you have something to come back to?
Take all the isinglass down, all the biminies down, double line, all your tie points, spring lines. We filled up our water tanks to weight the boat down a little bit just so it didn't move as much. And then, like I said, hope for the best, and hopefully it's still there when we go back.
Jamie, trying to stay calm through all of this, can you just express some of the emotions that are going through your mind as we're going to be hours and hours into this until we finally find out, survey some of the damage? What goes through your head?
I would like a house, a home to go back to, but we have our kids in our room, and we have a hurricane safe hotel that we're staying in, and I just don't want it to sink. I don't want it to sink. We moved here from Arizona. We're just safe.
We're fine.
Now no one uses the sink. That's all.
And the good thing is you guys are here at a safe hotel. They didn't evacuate, which some of the other hotels did in the area. So you're here. You said your kids are here as well?
Well, our babies.
Dogs.
It's our
Our
dogs.
dogs.
Babies, those are kids. Those are kids.
Exactly.
Yeah. Our dogs.
Exactly.
Our dogs. We have 3 dogs.
3 dogs.
And they're upstairs and they don't know what to do, but
They're fine.
they're fine.
They'll be okay. They have a lot of friends at this hotel. We've
Yes.
had a lot of dogs in our hotel, and one of the floors, someone was telling me, is like the dog floor.
Yeah.
There are dogs everywhere,
Third
and
floor.
it's a nice
Third
stress
floor.
relief. If you get stressed a little bit, I've seen people go up and pet other people's dogs because they always seem to give you a little bit of a stress relief in a stressful situation. So, we'll hope and pray that your boat and your home is okay, but more importantly, your lives. So,
Exactly.
yeah. And guys, back to you. You can just tell it's stressful out here with Hurricane Irma, and we're just starting to feel some of its impact. But it's going to be a long time that people have to deal with the weather before they get a chance to check on their homes.
Oh, Morgan, you just have a knot in your chest listening to their story. You could just tell, you could feel the stress through the TV screen. We really hope the best for them. We really, really do.
Yeah, and there are so many people right now with that same thought, wherever they are sheltered or wherever they have evacuated to. This is the part where you don't know what's going on in your house, and this is the part that you don't know, especially if you live near the water.
But you know,
what you come back to.
They did the right thing.
Oh,
they
yeah.
did the right thing. They
yeah.
got to a safe place, and they're riding out in a safe place, and they have each other, and they have their lives, and that is ultimately the most important thing.
They will make more boats
Yeah.
if you need to. Andrew Kazee has been keeping an eye on social media for some of the Irma videos coming in. He's here with those.
Yeah, that's right, guys. Like you said, I've been scrolling through Twitter, and as Irma moves its way up Florida, some pretty incredible footage is surfacing on Twitter, Facebook, Snapchat, the like. Starting off with this one that has been popped up earlier today. A meteorologist out chasing storms in Key West gets out of his car to measure wind speeds. And I don't even know if he needs whatever tool he's got with him, because as you can see, the wind is so powerful, it's almost knocking him over. It's almost a leg and a core workout just to stand up. That's how dangerous some of these 100+ mile-an-hour winds are. And then let's go to the next one. More example of how strong these winds are. This one is in Miami. They're experiencing the outer bands of Irma since yesterday. Winds rip off the roof. This is out of West Brickell, a neighborhood there. It rips off the building of a roof. And now this one is in Fort Lauderdale. More example of how powerful these winds are. Check out the base of the tree. You kind of see where this is going. It looks like the ground is almost breathing. And just like that, the tree topples over. You see those the roots look like they're almost 10, 15 feet high. Thankfully, the tree did not land on anything but the fence. And finally, this is footage out of Tampa. What has happened here is Irma is so powerful that it has temporarily displaced part of the ocean. It's what's called negative storm surge. Irma has essentially sucked water out of the Tampa Bay into its core, and it looks like compelling footage right now, and it is. But as soon as Irma makes its way back to Tampa, it's going to force that water back into the bay. Guys?
Yeah, and Tampa on high alert right now because of that and because of all the water that they have around all the different cities in Tampa Bay. So there's a lot of questions about what will happen when that water comes back up.
Yeah, we have meteorologist Janine Albert joining us now on the phone. Janine, thanks so much for calling in.
Sure, Lois.
Janine, tell everybody where you're at and then describe what the situation is there.
So we are in our home, which is in Naples, near Pine Ridge and Livingston Road. We're not too far from the airport, about 3 miles, the Naples airport, where they had a 103-mile-an-hour gust recently. We are shuttered in our home. It's a 2-story home. The top floor has impact glass, so we could see outside. The bottom floor is completely shuttled with metal shutters. And so far, we're all safe inside. We have peace. We're doing well. We still have power. Major props to FPL that we still have power and internet service this late in the game, close to landfall. The rain, I'm looking at, it's coming from the east still. And I know that Jim's been talking about how the wind will switch direction. So we still have an east wind driving the...
Janine, are you still there?
This is Leslie.
Okay. Say that again, Janine. We lost you mid-sentence there. Okay.
Okay, we lost Janine, but we'll try to reestablish with her. But they have a rough part of the storm coming to the area where she is in the very near future. So we'll see if we can reach her before, or maybe we'll have to wait till after, but we'll see how that goes.
There's some more video from Marco Island now. Scott Decker from Marco Island sent us this video. And again, this is a little while ago. Marco Island is really going through the thick of it right now. He spoke with us earlier, too, you might remember. But this Marco Island, as the winds were picking up, which is a little while ago, they have certainly picked up there.
Okay, we want to pass along some important information for Lee County residents. We understand that there is being a curfew is being established. If the producers in the booth could tell me exactly what the curfew is, because we don't seem to see it out here. If you could tell us what the curfew is, what time it starts, what time it ends, so we can pass that on over the air.
Well, we'll have to.
Are we having difficulty with
We might be having some communication problems.
Okay, we're going to get back to the Lee County curfew as soon as we get that information. But this is a transformer in Naples. Did you see that flash?
Yeah, exploding.
That exploded, and look at that. Just take a look at that. They happen to be rolling video at the exact time that that transformer blew in Naples.
And that's something else later on as the winds pick up, that will happen. And if you haven't been around in the high winds, even the summer storms, sometimes that happens. You hear the pop, it sounds like an explosion down the street or a mile away, and you kind of see that. That's one of the reasons that power will go out for a lot of folks during the hurricane here.
Let's go to North Fort Myers now. Christina Fitzgerald has taken this video at 2:45 at Heron's Glen in North Fort Myers. That's off of US 41 in North Fort Myers. And you can see there, they have a lot of palm trees there that you can give you the idea of how the wind is blowing. And you can see the rain is really falling and the gusts coming through, blowing the rain through that area. Not just falling straight up and down. No, it's blowing pretty well in this video from Heron's Glen in North Fort Myers.
Let's go to Lehigh, 82 and Gunnery Road here. James McCoy sending us these. It's a picture, strong winds here. You can see the fence snapped right there. The 4x4 post is down. This happened just about a half an hour ago, so the winds are really picking up in Lehigh Acres. This happened about 3 o'clock.
Let's go to Cape Coral right now. Ray Santini sent us this video. That's an avocado tree. That's down in the 4900 block of Southwest 8th Place in Cape Coral. They are right on a canal there. All we can see from the perspective here, if you're listening to us on radio, we can see the root ball of that tree sticking up in the air. That avocado tree, a large avocado tree, blown over in the wind. The saturated ground probably played some of a role in this. It was taken about 3 o'clock today, so about a half hour ago.
Tree down in Burnt Store Isles in Cape Coral, and the person who sent this to us, if you can't see it, if you're listening, it's pretty much blocking the street in this neighborhood here. She says it barely missed her car when she was leaving about 11 o'clock this morning. So that was the very early beginning effects of the wind, but blocking the street there. And, you know, that obviously is one of the big dangers of being anywhere outside right now. You don't know what's going to fall or fly.
Week News reporter Morgan Francis sent us some new video from Punta Gorda. 2 shots of the marina without the water. The water is just so low there right now because, of course, they are north of the eye of the hurricane, and there she's wringing out some towels because their hotel, the wind is blowing the rain in through the slider. Even though the slider is bolted and locked, the wind is just pushing that water through the little cracks and crevices, and they're just collecting water in towels at the bottom.
All right, we want to get, and Jim, you might want to join us here in a minute. We have a woman from Marco Island on the phone right now. So,
Jim, if you could come over, we have a woman from
Leslie
Marco
Aaron
Island on the phone right now.
From Marco Island. Can you hear us, Leslie?
Yes, I'm from Naples. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, are you
Yeah,
on
I'm
Marco?
near the beach hotel.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
We were told Marco Island. Okay.
Well, tell us the conditions at the Naples Beach Hotel. Everybody knows where that is. Everyone's very familiar.
Yep, I'm about 4 blocks from there, and I've been here for like 30 years, and we're a little bit west of 41,
okay.
And I live on a tree-lined street that has mahogany, so it's like a big canopy right down the street, and those are snapping like crazy. A lot of branches in the road, totally blocked off the road.
Yeah.
Our palm trees have survived so far, and we have very large palm trees. Now, we were here in Wilma, and we lost major banyan trees and had to redo all of our landscaping.
Yeah.
But right now, I mean, they're just bending, and we've got a screen enclosure that's still all intact. And
do you have power at this point or no?
Oh, we haven't had power since 9:15. But I live on a grid that, if you sneeze too loud, the power goes off. So
Yeah.
it's really dicey here.
Heartbreaking to hear about those trees being knocked down,
Yes.
but that is going to be the case all over Southwest Florida with the hurricane and the winds at the speeds that they are. We're going to lose a lot of trees. Are you with your family right there in Naples right now?
Yeah, my husband and my 15-year-old son are here, and we've got a dog and 2 cats inside. And I know we have a few neighbors on our street that also have stayed and that we've maintained touch with, and then a couple others that just ventured a little bit inland but are going to be coming back as soon as we can clear off the street. My husband's a builder, so we've got chainsaws inside, and we've got 3 generators, and we have a duck boat. And if the case of, the prediction of the surge was high between the duck boat and the canoe and paddleboard. We also have a drone and GoPros, so we will be out as soon after this as possible because we have many clients that we built homes for that we need to go check on also.
Well, we would love to see anything. If you want to send it to us, we would love to see what's happening down there and share it with other people who are in your neighborhood who might be out of town or in a shelter somewhere and maybe interested in what's happening in your neighborhood. We really appreciate you calling in and letting us talk to you about what's happening there.
All right.
Yeah, great. Thanks.
Stay
Hey,
safe.
Leslie, before you sign off, you still there?
Yep.
You're
Yeah,
on Marco
I'm here.
Island right now?
No,
Is that correct?
she's in Naples.
Oh, okay.
I'm in Naples.
Okay, thank you, Leslie. The reason I interjected was we'll show you the radar on my computer, and Marco Island is now in the eye. You're going to have to go to my computer. There you go, and there it is. How about that? The wind has dropped off, the rain has stopped, and it's dead center eye. That eye is going to go right over the island. The island is going to be right in the middle of this major hurricane for the next several minutes. But look north of the eye, that's the roughest weather of all. There was a wind gust of 130 miles per hour recorded as that rough area of weather in that eye wall donut moved over Marco. Naples, notice. Everybody listening on the radio, unable to see the picture that we're showing on TV. The eye wall is about to move over downtown Naples now. Golden Gate Estates, you're going to be in it. Marco, this little lull is not going to last. The back half of the hurricane will be moving through that part of Collier County. In fact, we have a Marco Island resident on the phone right now. Hi, who are you? What's your name?
It's
Henry Hill.
Henry Hill.
Hill, correct.
Henry, you're on Marco Island now?
Yes, I am. I'm on Algonquin Court, which is just off San Marco by the big Ace Hardware.
Okay, this is the gotcha interview I've been trying to find. You are in the eye of the hurricane.
Yes,
what is it like?
Well, this isn't like we stayed for Wilma. And by the way, we listened to you. You were right on the ball. Wilma, it stopped like a switch, and there wasn't even a breeze. It was like you were in a closet. This one, there's a little bit of a breeze, but no rain. And it's clear. The sky is clear, but I can't see the blue, but it's quite clear.
So this is actually your second eye experience? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it
Wow.
is.
Do you know that you're probably in less than 1% of the human population on the planet that's been in two eyes of hurricanes? Major hurricanes.
My daughter, Adrian Rourke, is the general manager of the Portland, Oregon Fox TV station.
Ah.
And we've been texting back and forth, and she was in Miami for when we had the 4 the first year and the 4 the second year. She had a whole game plan, but she thinks we're crazy, but
Henry,
hey, what can I say?
Henry, you were in Wilma in 2005.
Yes.
Again, you are in Irma this year. Will you please move away? Because there appears to be a correlation here wherever Henry is.
No.
Well, then just let us all know where you are at all times.
Just joking, Henry, but I appreciate the phone call. I really wanted to hear from somebody on Marco Island, the first part of Southwest Florida, to be in the eye of this major hurricane. There will be others as the eye moves northward along the coast.
Henry, how did you prepare your home? Clearly, you must prepare your home for hurricane season.
Well, the problem is we live right across from the beach in the ground floor condo, and at the Sands. And so we basically put everything up high. We don't even have storm shutters. But we had 2 houses to go to, plus a church, okay, all on Marco, the United Church. And so we debated. We picked our one friend's house, which is up on Algonquin, so we're about 2 miles from the ocean. And she has excellent storm shutters.
Okay.
I'm standing by the canal right now. Boy, is the water coming out. You know, there's 2 drains on either side of the courts. And I'm afraid they won't drain fast enough. But the canal's down probably 5 feet.
We're going to need a camera shot.
Okay, but you clearly, Jim, and maybe he will be dealing with storm surge in Marco, but there are some higher spots, you said, on Marco Island.
Marco Island has a unique topography. It actually is not a mountain, but there's some very high elevations on the island itself. Not the entire island,
right?
But there are peaks there. And before we let you go, Henry, I did want to just mention, we're kind of kidding that hurricanes go where you go, but listen, now that the eye is moving over you, once it moves away, the onshore wind is going to begin, and the water is going to start to rise. We're already seeing that. At least I expect that we're seeing that south of you around Everglades City. So this is the beginning of the third leg of the stool here that we're dealing with. We've had the rain. We're getting the wind. The surge is about to begin where you are.
And Henry, can you do us a favor and let us know when you see the water start to rise? And if you could do this safely, or you know that it is, let us know.
Oh, yes. And we have a storm front window, okay? And without storm shutters. Now, I'm careful if it, at the very peak, I sort of stood back. So if it blew in, we'd be all right. But right now, the street's flooded up to just a little bit above the sidewalk here. Mm-hmm. But it's flushing out beautifully into the canal. I just walked back, but there's so much water here that good luck on that,
Right.
Oh, my goodness, Henry, please stay safe. Be careful.
Oh, we will.
Okay,
we will,
and it's like
you
Jim
guys
said.
do a wonderful job. Listen, what you present is the probabilities, and you put them as probabilities, because they aren't certainties. And you basically say people need to take charge and make decisions, and that's wonderful.
Yeah.
Henry.
Well,
that's what life is.
Yeah.
It is.
Thank you, Henry, for that. We really appreciate it. We hope everybody is safe today. That's all we want for anyone.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for taking the time to call in.
You're
Let's
welcome.
Get right over to Chief Meteorologist Jim Farrell and the dressed down crew.
Yeah, that's right.
It's been a long morning.
Matt Devitt and Zach Block had the shift until noon. Scott Zedricker and I turned over at noon. These guys haven't slept in a long time, but they borrowed Scott's pickup truck. And he lives across the street. So they wanted to see what the Caloosahatchee River looked like. And they just came back after that experience. And I want them to relate exactly what you guys saw. You start, and you kind of fill in the blanks here as well. All right, what's the Caloosahatchee River doing?
It's just receding, completely receding. In fact, I live on the first floor, so I always see how high the river is every single morning. It's never really changed. High tide, low tide, there's really no difference from my view. But I had to go see it, and actually there are a few tires that are visible, usually when you can't see the water. And I say that laughingly because Matt can see from his friend's place looking downstairs. He has seen the tires from time to time too. As we actually were standing there in my place looking out, we couldn't feel any of the wind, couldn't feel any effects whatsoever, but we began to see more tires appear as the water began to recede. And really, we were only there 15, 20 minutes or so. And in that 15, 20-minute time period, the water really just kept receding, and we were just standing there saying, whoa, like, how does this water just keep going out of the river? I mean, really, it was just so impressive.
The first thing we thought is how powerful this storm is. I mean, it pushed a significant amount of water away from the shore. I mean, we saw parts of the Caloosahatchee we've never seen.
Yeah.
We've never seen. And, when we thought about that, we also thought about the fact that water is going to be coming back.
Yeah, in fact, Scott is zooming in. You can see a little bit of maybe a few boats there in the distance. There were 3 boats that is right outside of my place. They are up on the ramp of their docks. So really, they were at least 6 feet off of the dry ground, sand. And it was just, for a 15-minute period of watching it, we ran upstairs. He got changed. We ran back downstairs where I got changed. And we just saw, it was it just kept receding. It was, I mean, it just extremely impressive. Almost.
Was it like a current? Did it feel like? Did it look like it was actually flowing?
Yeah,
it had that much movement.
It looked like, honestly, it looked like if you were in a flash flood situation river and saw the river flowing in a certain direction, it was flowing that fast out of the Caloosahatchee towards Sanibel. Towards the other direction. Scott, zooming in on that boat that we've been watching.
You would say, okay, so you're at the shoreline and looking out to the water. How far would you say that you could walk on the Caloosahatchee?
I would say at least 30, 40 feet. Wow.
Yeah, he's not even exaggerating.
And
it's about 30, 40 feet.
It's really not that deep. Been kayaking on it a few times before, and really 5-6 feet deep, almost in the middle until you get into where it's carved for the boats that continue to move out of the Caloosahatchee towards Sanibel, Fort Myers Beach area. So really, there's about 5-6 feet from that 40-mile or 40-foot really drop-off. But yes, 40 feet of dry ground.
And first off, we knew to do it now because it was going to be safe and the water was going away. We were not going to have that storm surge, but we knew that this was the window of time to do it before that eye.
And honestly, I do live on the first floor. I have a loft, the second floor. Luckily, I moved all my important things upstairs from papers and TV and all that stuff because I just knew. I said it's 8 feet to the beginning of my door. I'm a renter, so I couldn't put up shelters. I couldn't do any of that stuff. Right. It's not my place. I can't drill holes in it. I'm sure the owners would have appreciated it nowadays, but still one of those things that I just moved everything upstairs, left the couches and just the unimportant stuff downstairs, really.
Well, and then the other thing to point out, in addition to the Caloosahatchee, is, here we are in Fort Myers, well away from the eye wall, the strongest part of the storm, and we already notice huge tree limbs down on the ground. Trees are snapped in half already, and the eye is still on Marco Island.
Yeah, the gusts were rather impressive, Jim.
Meteorologically, that is called the negative surge effect, where the water's going away from the coast. I kind of called it the Donna effect because this exact same thing happened in 1960, 57 years ago. Donna is famous to this day for having the water flow out of the Caloosahatchee and away from the coast, and the water went down.
Just a second, because we need to let people know that Marco Island EOC is now recommending vertical evacuation for anyone who is still on the island. They want you to be on a second floor or higher because they are starting to see that storm surge. So that's for Marco Island. We just got that from EOC.
And Lee County Emergency Operations is starting a briefing right now. Let's go.
DRZYMALA, Commissioner Manning, Representative Eagle. So thank you for being here and covering this again today. As previously mentioned by Sheriff Scott, we have a drafted resolution with regards to a curfew. So we're going to make that announcement now for the benefit of the viewers who can still get the information. The county has enacted a curfew beginning today at 8 p.m. It will run overnight until 7 a.m. The specific language is that Lee County has declared a curfew, which will be in effect from 8 p.m. tonight, Sunday, September 10th. The curfew will span 8 p.m. to 7 a.m. daily until further notice. It applies to all cities as well as unincorporated areas. It prohibits all non-essential pedestrian and vehicle movement during those hours. Those permitted to be out during the curfew are those providing essential services such as fire, police, emergency medical services, hospital services, and utility emergency repairs. The curfews will be enforced by all city police departments, Lee County Sheriff's Office, and additional law enforcement agencies. Lee County's implemented the curfew to protect the residents, business owners during and after Hurricane Irma. I know there was a lot of discussion about this before. Some counties had implemented them yesterday or moving into it earlier this morning, but this is Lee County's drafted. It speaks with a unified message and language. There should be no confusion about the timeline. The city managers, the town managers have all agreed that the language will be speaking from one time in one place. That way there's no confusion about Cape Coral, Fort Myers, Bonita Springs, Fort Myers Beach from 8 p.m. till 7 a.m. Gentlemen?
Thank you. Representative Dane Eagle, Florida House of Representatives, D-A-N-E, last name E-A-G-L-E. Just want to reiterate that this is for the safety of all citizens here in Lake County. Once the storm hits, the sun goes down, we'll be looking at a storm surge that will threaten people's homes. It's good for you to be indoors, protecting your home, protecting yourselves now in the streets. There could be down power lines, and frankly, there's some not so good people out there, looters and other individuals that are looking to take advantage of this opportunity to take advantage of you. So stay home, protect yourselves, allow the sheriffs and the police force to be out there and do what they need to do to keep the streets safe. And Godspeed as this storm comes forward. We'll be out there on the streets putting up power lines and doing search and rescue once the time comes. But buckle down and be safe. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Cecil Pendergrass, Vice Chairman, Lee County Commissioner, here with Commissioner, our Chairman, John Manning. Lee County's message is, like Representative Eagle just said, is be safe. Use common sense. These measures are put in place to protect you and your property. Some people will try to take advantage of this, make sure we're able to protect you, and the Sheriff's Department and the local law enforcement agencies will do that. So for now, be patient. Use common sense when you're out there. Thank you.
Anybody have any questions about it?
Yeah, have you guys been hearing any calls for emergency services that you just can't get to? We heard a report of a fire, multiple structure fires, one particularly on Summerlin. I mean, you guys have already talked about we've pulled emergency services back. I mean, at this point, are you just going to let those structure fires burn until you're able to get out there?
That's a fire question. After this, I can go see if we can get a fire person to answer that for you.
Okay. Are there any reports of looting at this point?
Not that we are aware of. And that's to say, right now, under the current circumstances with the wind, it'd be impossible for me to drive safely. It would create more of a distress for other people because we're not be able to get to our first responders if they need assistance. So right now, we're just trying to stay bunkered down. Hopefully, we all stay, use common sense and stay home. Where we're at within our shelter, stay within the shelter, stay focused on the current news, and be safe.
I'm not sure if any of you can answer this, but is there any update about the wind speed in the area?
The last thing I said, for the area?
Yeah.
I think I've seen some gusts up to 90, 102, somewhere in there. But that's for like Naples, South Lee County area. So.
You good? Okay, thank you.
Okay, there you have the most recent briefing from the Lee County EOC, and you see commissioners there as well as law enforcement. Big news coming out of that is the curfew that will be going into effect 8 p.m. tonight until 7 a.m. every night while we are under this state of emergency. And the interesting thing about Lee County is they did this so that it is countywide. No matter what city you live in, no matter what municipality you are in, Lee County, countywide, has a curfew starting tonight from 8 p.m. to 7 a.m. And again, they reiterated that it's for two reasons. One, to keep people safe so that they're not out on the streets when all this debris and all these other dangerous things are around, and also protect property from people who might have ill intentions and are out there causing havoc or damage.
And FGCU just sending out an alert too, reminding everybody they have plenty of people sheltered on the campus. Stay sheltered, and the curfew starts between now and when that curfew starts. There's no reason to be outside. So in essence, you're curfewed until 7 o'clock tomorrow morning for your own safety.
Yeah, those shelters have been a real godsend in this storm. Like you said, we haven't seen a hurricane like this before, so widespread in Southwest Florida, and a lot of people have been sheltering.
Two uncanny observations. We have already said multiple times that the track of Irma was very similar to Hurricane Donna, which struck Southwest Florida on September 10th in 60. This is September 10th. All right, if that's not odd enough. It's very difficult for a hurricane to hit the exact same community twice
in the same
ever, when you think about it. Wilma in 05 was a landfalling hurricane at Cape Romano, Marco Island. If you look at the radar, if you're watching along on TV, you are going to see that landfall has taken place in the exact same section of Southwest Florida that was ground zero for Hurricane Wilma's landfall. Can lightning strike twice in the same place? Yes. Can hurricane strike twice in the same place? We are proving it today. Different hurricanes, 17 years apart, from 05 to 17, 12 years apart. But it's incredible that two major hurricanes could come ashore Southwest Florida in the exact same location. But it is occurring right now with this landfalling hurricane in Southwest Florida. It is official. What we had hoped earlier in the week that would not happen has happened. Irma has arrived in southwest Florida. The National Hurricane Center has just issued a statement. They are issuing that official landfall of Hurricane Irma is Marco Island at 3:35 p.m. It's official. This was a landfalling hurricane at 3:35. We knew it was landfalling because we could see it on radar. Now, if that's what I've said about the Donna comparison and the Wilma and the Irma both hitting the same spot isn't kind of a little crazy as it stands, one last observation. Chris and Lois and I were here for Hurricane Charlie, which was a landfalling Category 4 at Cayo Costa at 3:45 p.m. This is a landfalling Category 3, 3:35 p.m. Eerie that, I mean, it's all coincidence. But there you go. It's official. Landfall, 3:35, Marco Island, on the exact same day in history that Donna struck, September 10th.
Yeah.
Now, if we pull that radar up for just a second, too, because I know a lot of people are listening now. We're probably at the point where there's a lot of folks listening on the radio and haven't been able to look at this like we have while you were talking. It looks like downtown Naples is getting very close to being fully affected by this.
Yep,
by my eyes.
it's happening now. They are in the northern semicircle. The eye wall is moving over downtown Naples now. There you see, where everybody knows, at least residents of Collier and probably a lot of folks in Lee, where 41 turns toward the east. It has that little bend there in South Naples. Well, that's where the eye wall is right now. It's on downtown Naples, and it's extending as far east as Alligator Alley to the central portion of Collier by State Road 29. So this hurricane continues to move in generally a northerly track at about 12 miles per hour. So Naples, you are just starting to get some very windy, very wet weather. And like Marco Island before you, it will end and you're going to be in or near the eye, which will be a brief period. When I say brief, it could last as long as an hour, maybe longer, where the wind stops and the rain stops as the eye passes over Naples. Hurricane Donna in 1960, the eye was over Naples. It's happening again. And here we go with a different named hurricane, of course, Irma.
So if it's going to take about an hour, Jim, that means about 4:30, Marco will start to see some of the heavy winds again from the other side of the eye wall.
Yeah, the southern semicircle is moving northward with the hurricane. So Marco Island, a little sprinkle or two showing up on radar by 9:51, the bridge onto the island. But generally, there's not much rain in the eye, and it's pretty calm or near calm. But that's going to change, and it could be 30 to 45 minutes or so. We've got that happening this afternoon. This is a real-time situation that we are witnessing in person, occurring now. History is being made.
All right. Thank you very much, Jim. We
All right.
appreciate that.
Yeah, we'll check back with you, too, and time everything out for folks who are only listening here and can't see the radar as well.
Yeah.
Week News reporter Channing Frampton is live in Naples right now. Channing, what are you seeing?
Well, Chris, Jim said history is being made, and it is definitely being made in a very big way here. Take a look over my shoulder. We are on a safe balcony here at our hotel. We are actually shielded from the wind on the balcony that we are standing on. You're looking over toward Clam Pass, down toward downtown Naples. We are in North Naples right now. This is the eye wall that we have been talking about. It moved over Marco Island. Now it is moving over here, just beginning to move over here. The wind is really ramping up. I want to come around to the entrance of our hotel. Look at those palm trees just whipping in the wind. We've seen a few palm fronds be torn away in this strong wind. We're seeing some leaves, some small debris being lofted into the air. And if I could, Doug, if you could take a look at that, there's a church steeple down there. I don't know if you can see it, but it is standing tall and strong in this wind. I'm not sure how high we're gusting. I don't want to make an estimate because I don't want it to be inaccurate. You can rely on Jim for that. But the rain is pouring. The wind is whipping through here. And I just want you all to know, watching at home, we are in a safe place. We are not taking any, we are trying to minimize any risk right now. Like I said, we are shielded from the wind. We are up from the storm surge. That storm surge, like Jim is saying, is going to come on the back end of this. So we are waiting for the eye. I've been checking the radar on the Wink News weather app, and down to the south, it looks really, really dense right now with that heavy rain coming down. But we're expecting this to clear up in the next hour or so, and we are anticipating the eye of Hurricane Irma to come right over top of us. And we plan on bringing you a live report to show you what that looks like as it is happening coming up in the next hour or so. The winds, we're expecting them to change direction once that eye goes past. And that's where we're going to be keeping a close eye. Almost lost my hat. That's where we're going to be keeping a close eye on Clam Pass and the estuary out here. We're going to be expecting that water to start to come up. Not sure how much of these streets down here are going to be flooded, but this hotel, I talked to the managers today. They feel safe. They feel confident, and the people that are staying here, that we are in a safe place, that we are going to be secure. But man, if you are hunkering down in your house right now, and if you are north of Naples, if you're in Lee County, if you're in Fort Myers Beach, if you're in Charlotte County even, this is what you have to expect. These are the winds that are coming your way. If you do not have a safe place to go, man, you better figure it out quickly. Go to an interior room of your house, get up to a second floor if you can, because this is a serious situation, and we are going to be living right through it with the rest of you. So we are going to do our best to stay safe out here. We have a hallway that we can duck into if things get too dangerous. So we've got a plan ready to go if things get too dangerous for us out here. Safety is our #1 priority. Live in Naples, Channing Frampton, Wink News Now.
All right, Channing, thank you very much. Olivia Mancino is at the Collier County Emergency Operations Center, which I would imagine right now is very busy. Olivia.
It is. Everyone here is kind of watching the show in the lobby. We have people coming down here because obviously we cannot go outside in this. I'm going to have my photographer pan around so you can see our look from the parking lot. Last time I talked to you, there was one tree uprooted. I imagine there's a lot more at this point. The sound of the wind is like the Wizard of Oz out there. It's just absolutely insane. We are waiting for this storm to pass to get to the actual eye. I just spoke to the county spokesperson, Troy Miller, about 20 minutes ago about what's going on Marco Island, and here's what he had to say.
Well, it's too late to go anywhere. You need to hunker down where you are, and right now we're talking vertical elevation, if at all possible. You need to get up off the ground floor, get higher right now. We are in a flash flood warning right now. The eye is coming on shore in Marco. As soon as the eye passes you, the backside is where the storm surge is coming from. So now we have a flash flood warning. Now's the time to evacuate vertically, but for whatever you do, do not leave where you are as long as it's a safe place.
Again, that was County spokesperson Troy Miller. We're going to give you another look out this window. The doors are rattling a little bit where we're staying on the 3rd floor. The water is coming through so fast, it's actually coming through these metal door handles and starting to pool up and flooding. I know that's happening on other floors as well. As you can see, this is a very serious situation out here. We will not be going outside anytime soon, but we will monitor all the updates here from the EOC and, of course, pass them along to you guys. I will send it back to you in the studio.
All right. Thank you very much, Olivia, for that report. Stay safe there. We want to go out to the Sanibel Causeway to give you a look at how much the weather has deteriorated since we last looked at this. And the camera is blowing around, which I would assume is why we're seeing such a movement in it. But you can see, barely see through very far down the causeway at all.
Very far down. It's hard to tell. I'm trying to determine if it's still, if the water is still out as far as it was before, or if it's any different. And really, with the quality of the picture through all the rain, it's hard to tell. Yeah, and maybe a completely different perspective, but you can't really tell at all. It's just a very, very serious situation on the causeway. Not a time to be out at all. Let's go to Taylor Bisacki, our reporter on Fort Myers Beach right now. Taylor.
Well, right now we are inside safe. We just showed you a little bit earlier inside where we'll be staying, but right now we moved into the dining room, and I want to show you what's going on outside right now. Obviously, we are, again, inside where it's safe, but if you can see through the window here, what we're looking at is those palm trees, again, where we're seeing everywhere right now, just blowing in that wind, bending to the point that they look like they could be breaking anytime soon. Now, we did shoot some video from outside when it was still safe to go out there. We want to show you that now. In that video, same thing. Those palm trees are going like crazy. That wind is howling, and it is very loud. We are also seeing some of those signs start to shake. All right, well, we guess we didn't see that video, but we were seeing the exact same thing that we're seeing right now, and we talked to some other people that are staying in the hotel right now. Let's hear from them.
Everyone's anxious, ready for it to be over, scared. This pretty noisy out there, hoping it doesn't get too much worse.
So as this hurricane comes closer to us, we actually are probably going to move into the stairwell where we'll all stay safe as the winds come harder. Where we were earlier, there was some windows around, so that's why we're probably going to move into the stairwell. For now, we're reporting live on Fort Myers Beach. Taylor Bisacki, Wink News, now.
All right, thank you very much, Taylor. We are going to go and look at some video from Marco Island that was sent to us by a Wink News viewer, and you can see the wind blowing there. And this is the scene we showed you earlier. See that handicap parking sign just blowing like that? They engineer them to withstand very, very strong winds so they don't come out of the ground, and they give like that in the wind, but boy, you can really tell by that sign and by those palm trees how strong that wind is on Marco Island.
And this video is a few hours old. Marco right now is kind of in the eye of it, and we've already heard, and it's worth repeating, if you're on Marco Island, they are telling you to evacuate vertically right now, which means get upstairs if you can. They're worried about now that the eye wall or the second half of the storm is approaching. There's flash flood warning, and the possibility of that storm surge is getting more and more real in the southern part of our area as the storm moves past. I think we want to go to our chief meteorologist now, correct? No, what is this picture?
This looks like it's outside of the Collier EOC.
Yeah.
Yes, this is outside the Collier EOC, and you can see all the county vehicles parked there and the wind whipping. And you see those palm trees, or those pine trees again in the background? Still standing there, giving way a lot in the wind, but boy, that is an incredible picture live right now in Collier County at the Emergency Operations Center.
That is our best live look right in the middle of it. So let's get over to Jim Farrell, who can tell us more about what we're seeing and why.
130-mile-per-hour gusts. Look at that sustained wind. The trees are bending, but they are not breaking. Others have. There is going to be significant tree debris scattered throughout southwest Florida, but that's a very good look at what it looked like when the eye wall was moving through Naples. Now, let's take a look. I have new information from the Hurricane Center. We're getting hourly updates now, and as of the top of the hour, it's weaker. Irma, now a 115-mile-per-hour hurricane. Okay, that's better than strengthening, but it's still very strong. So it's a small comfort to know that it's not quite as strong now as it was just a couple of hours ago. The track remains unchanged. It's going to be moving from near Marco Island, near downtown Naples, into coastal Lee County. Look how much rain is on the northern half of the hurricane. Here's the center of circulation, so everything north of my hand is the northern half. Not as much rain by any means. South half right now. So every square inch of northeast Florida, central Florida, and southwest Florida is getting wet, except in the eye where it is dry. Marco Island, you are still in the eye. This is the official landfall location identified by the National Hurricane Center. Landfall has occurred in southwest Florida. The eye wall right in here has some of the windiest, wettest weather that you'll find anywhere associated with Irma, and it's right on downtown Naples now. Let's put this into motion for you. If you're listening along on the radio, what we are looking at on television is the counterclockwise circulation of the rain associated with Irma pounding away in the vicinity of Naples, Golden Gate Estates. This area of heavy weather is going to be moving northward along I-75, Route 41 to the beaches, into Vanderbilt Beach, then Bonita Beach and Springs, and then Lee County. But for now, it is in Collier County from Naples to near 951 around Marco. Marco remains in the calmer eye of the hurricane now. Look at all of these bands on radar from the Atlantic Ocean across the Palm Beaches towards southwest Florida. Again, if you're listening on the radio, we are showing our viewers non-stop rain over all of southwest Florida, and the counterclockwise circulation is bringing this heavy weather in from the east, except south of the eye. Now the wind direction is becoming more onshore, and the water is starting to increase in height along the Monroe County coast and the southernmost Collier County coast. Those of you who are watching and listening have been asking, okay, the eye moved over Marco, the eye wall is over Naples now. What about me? What timing are you expecting for a potential time of arrival of the eye wall or some very rough weather where I live? Now, do not hold me to these exactly. I mean, really, 517? But this is ballpark and this can change. But I want to give you an idea of what our computer is estimating some time of arrival. So, we've got the eye wall on Naples now at about 5:17, and again, it's not going to be that precise, but in about 1 hour, it looks like this eye wall of heavy wind and rain will be nearby Bonita Springs. I cannot mention every community by name, so if you live near Bonita Springs, like the beach, Bonita Beach, same time for you. Estero, a little farther north, 5:45, 5:45, give or take. This is the time of arrival cone, and this is what we are estimating at this point in time. Fort Myers, 7 o'clock, give or take. We should see the northern extension of the eye wall moving through Fort Myers. This will also include about the same time for Lehigh Acres, any community on that same latitude, Cape Coral. You're going to get lumped into this time of arrival of about 7 o'clock. Charlotte County. All right, you're 2 counties north of Collier. It's happening in Collier now. But in Charlotte County, it could be around 9 o'clock when some of this extra heavy weather and windy weather moves into your part of southwest Florida. As you should know, the farther out we go in time with our estimate, the more wiggle room or margin of error needs to be applied. So I will be revising these time of arrival estimates as the hurricane moves northward. But this is it for now. All right, Bonita Springs, you're next. Estero, Fort Myers, Lehigh Acres, Cape Coral, and then Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte. That is our guess for when the actual hurricane, with the eye wall followed by the eye, and then the southern half of the eye wall, will be coming through your part of the region. A lot of heavy rain until that happens. Look at that. On radio, we are showing a blanket of very heavy rain pushing through southwest Florida from Lake Okeechobee toward the coast, and the extra soggy weather continues. Wind of 60 to 90 miles per hour sustained will continue. The wind gusts, we've already had a wind gust of 130, so this is coming true. 90 to 120 plus. If you are within the sound of my voice, and at least if you're in southwest Florida, our 7-county area, 7.5 if we want to include southern Sarasota, that's the kind of wind we're dealing with today. Rain 8 to 14 inches or more through Monday. Not all of that's coming today, but most of it will. Storm surge is beginning now in southernmost Collier County, and that will increase from south to north, 1 foot above street level to over 9 feet above street level as the storm surge event unfolds. And even on Monday, even tomorrow, when the hurricane is well north of Tampa Bay and moving away, we are going to have a strong enough onshore wind to allow the water to remain higher than it would have been if there was no onshore wind or Hurricane Irma around. So there you have the 3 categories of trouble we're working our way through. You're inside, you're safe. We promised you a wild ride on Sunday, and it continues. Chris, Lois.
All right, Jim, thank you. Just in, the president has just approved a major disaster declaration. That means the federal government will reimburse local communities and state governments for the recovery from Irma, which will be significant.
And right now, Wink News is in the middle of continuous coverage of Hurricane Irma. If you lose power during our broadcast, there are several ways that you can stay in touch with Wink News. We are live streaming on the Wink News app right now and on all of our radio stations. Here are 3 of the stations that you can tune into: 96.9 Wink FM, 94.5 The Arrow, and 92.5 Fox News Radio.
And for constant hurricane updates, you can head over to the Wink News website. Our time-stamped stories will include all the latest forecasts, the updated advisories, all that information right at the top of the homepage. You can also find an updated list of hurricane shelters, although if you're not at one, you don't go to it now. Numbers to call for hurricane information. Evacuation information, again, you can't evacuate yet, so that's not that helpful, but other helpful tips from our chief meteorologist, Jim Farrell. And if you can't watch our broadcasts on TV, but you have Wi-Fi, again, we are live streaming continuous coverage online. So that's on winknews.com. That's also on the Wink News app. Look for Wink News Live at the top of the page.
Well, Wink News reporter Morgan Francis is in Punta Gorda right now. And Morgan, you're with the chef of the hotel that you are at right now?
Good idea.
I'm sorry, Lois, what did you say? I didn't quite hear that. The wind picked up significantly here. What was that?
That's okay. I was just hearing you were with the chef right now.
We are with the chef right now. This guy's been keeping everyone full. Otherwise, we'd all be hungry. This is Gary Fisher, and Gary is the only guy back there cooking right now.
Well, I am.
Not right now, though.
Well, I want to thank Johnny, my assistant. He's been here for 2 days with me.
Mm-hmm.
Johnny's a heck of a guy, and without we have an executive chef named Joel, and without his thinking ahead and planning ahead, we couldn't have done this.
What is that like, cooking for a whole, hotel full of people? We're hungry all hours of the day, and you're just back there for the most part, chopping up, cooking their food.
The only difference from day by day is that you get people want to eat quicker and faster, and then sometimes we have to do a limited menu. But it's pretty much the same, except for you get a bigger, stronger, faster rush.
Do you feel like people are eating more with Hurricane Irma?
Yes, absolutely.
Maybe a little stressed out?
Yeah, and they're liking the comfort food, like chicken and dumplings, chicken pot pie.
Yeah.
They're liking that because even though it's not really cold, it's like they eat in cold weather food.
Okay, did you think of that ahead? Did you stock up on certain items, or did you just stock up on whatever you could get your hand on?
Well, actually, I'm the breakfast chef, so that's Chef Joel, the executive chef. He pulled through and he thought ahead, and like I said, without him being as good as he is, we had all been messed up.
So we're here, but you're also here.
Yep.
What made you decide that you wanted to stay and work versus evacuate? We're in a mandatory evacuation, so we technically should not be in this area.
I love food. I love my guests. I love this hotel. I mean, honestly, I'm not just saying that because I'm on TV. I love this hotel, and I love food, and I love the people that come here.
All right, plain and simple answer from a man with a passion. I do want to flip the camera around real quick. We saw you guys, not even 30 minutes ago, and the conditions have changed that much more. We both came out here and said, wow, the wind is really whipping. And I believe Jim said that the eye is just over Marco. So we have a ways to go here. But as you can see, conditions have changed out here, and they're only going to get worse. Look at this. Look at this wind go by. Isn't this just incredible?
Yeah, it is.
Thankfully, we are, like I said earlier, we're protected.
All right. We're glad to hear that, Morgan. Thank you so much. And it's great to have dedicated people like that who are willing to take care of those evacuees who are sheltering in that hotel.
There are a lot of hotels around here who are just full of folks like that who went there because that's where they could seek refuge and shelter. And as long as they have power and they have people like that taking care of them, you will be fine.
Yeah.
And quite a story to tell when this hurricane is over.
Well, remember Henry Hill? We talked to him on Marco Island on the phone, and he's been through 2 different hurricanes and been in the eye of 2 different major hurricanes.
On Marco.
Well, he sent us some video, I understand, from Marco Island. And, okay, we apologize. We don't have that video ready yet. We'll try to get that worked out so we can at least show you that because he took the time to send it to us. But right now, instead, we'll go to Cape Coral, and we're going to talk to Wink News reporter Brooke Schaefer, who has been watching the situation there from the Tarpon Point area.
Yeah, Lois, that's exactly right. We're here in southwest Cape Coral near Tarpon Point Marina and the Westin. We're in one of these neighborhoods here. We are inside. As you can see, we are taking shelter, but we want to show you guys what's going on outside. I know a lot of you have been messaging me, asking me questions on what's going on outside. Right now, you're looking at a massive tree that was ripped up from the ground and it's now covering the road. I don't know if you can see on the left side of your screen, the roots were completely lifted up out of the ground. We think it fell on either a fire hydrant or a water line or something like that, because you can see water just gushing out into the grass. There's also some brick pavers in front of this driveway that were pulled up as the tree was pulled up into the ground. But unfortunately, guys, that's not the only thing neighbors here in this neighborhood are going to come home to. Another tree now, this one within the last hour just snapped. You can see some of the branches have fallen off. This one, though, doesn't look to be covering the road. The other one, though, is blocking it right now. And unfortunately, this is something that neighbors are going to be coming home to. Thankfully, though, this area is in that mandatory evacuation zone. We haven't seen many neighbors here. Most of these houses, if not all of them, are empty, which is a good thing. But guys, I've had a lot of people messaging me on Facebook wanting to know what's going on in Cape Coral, what's going on at their homes, because like we've been talking about for the last few days, people have had to leave their homes. They've had to go to shelters. They've had to essentially leave everything behind, not knowing what they'll come home to. I've had people messaging me asking about flooding. That seems to be a big concern for people right now, as the conditions only seem to worsen here in southwest Cape Coral. But again, right now you are looking at a massive tree. Two trees actually that have already snapped as the conditions start to worsen here in southwest Cape Coral. But guys, for right now, we are live in Cape Coral. Brooke Schaefer, Wink News now.
All right, Brooke, thank you very much for that. We're going to take a live picture now from the Collier County Emergency Operations Center. This is the worst of it. If we can keep this live picture up. If you're in Collier County, if you're in Naples,
you notice the van. Watch the van on the end, Chris. I mean, some of these gusts, I mean, it's a high-profile vehicle. This is why they don't take them out, because the wind can... They're just big palm frond just blew through the screen, but they don't take these vehicles out in these high winds, and there's a reason. It was kind of like rocking or teetering there for a second.
you can see the right side.
I'm trying to watch.
The right side.
Yeah, you're trying to watch it closely because the wind is and the rain is blowing through too, distorting the picture a little bit. But the wind's very strong there. Naples is really in the thick of it right now.
This is the place that is going through it right now. And for all of us, we're starting downtown in Fort Myers. We're starting to hear it get more intense. We just heard, in Punta Gorda, we were talking to Morgan a minute ago. They know it's coming, but this is what's coming. This is a live look from as close to the middle of it as we can get you right now, the Collier County Emergency Operations Center. And you can see the pine trees there, the sustained wind. Although we've seen a couple bands come through here that were even worse. They're in a little bit of a half break right now, but there goes one. And you can just see those trees. Hopefully they'll keep bending. Pine trees tend to snap, but those look like they've been there a while, and so far they're faring well. They've had some phenomenal wind gusts in this location. But everybody's safe inside. That's the most important thing, and we have a decent vantage point here to watch from safety.
And you see those palm fronds and debris just getting picked up by the wind and blown through the parking lot as quick as can be. The Collier EOC, a very safe building, built to new codes. So that is why all the emergency officials are there monitoring the storm and getting out emergency information to the citizens of Collier County.
Yep, and you can see there as those trees continue to move. It actually moves the camera a little bit sometimes. The cameras that are mounted on the building, it adjusted the picture just a little bit. I don't think that's somebody doing it. It looked like it matched that last big gust of wind, but wow, it's just something to watch.
So let's go to elsewhere in Collier County. Let's go to Channing Frampton now, who is in Naples right now. And Channing, how is the weather holding up there?
The weather is disastrous here. There's no other way to put it. Take a look. Look toward south, toward Naples. We are in North Naples right now. You can't see anything. This eye wall you probably can't see a quarter mile is what I'm estimating here. Usually you can see the condos. The rain is blocking all that out right now. Pan around to the left here, Doug. Take a look. This is the entrance to our hotel. Just look at those palm trees. Listen to that wind. I don't know how well you can hear it, but it is absolutely roaring out here. We're seeing more palm fronds being picked up here. I just checked with the weather radar. It looks like the eye of the storm is still about 7.5 to 8 miles from our location. It's moving north, and we can tell because these winds, they were just blowing out of the east. Now they're blowing out of the southeast. And we're getting another ramp up right now, live on the air. Look at this. Now we can't even see the street below. This is just unbelievable what we are seeing out here. And I don't know if you can still hear me here, but the wind is whipping. We're in a safe location for right now. If we have to run inside and get in the hotel in the hallway, we can do that. It's just a few steps away. Because it looks like the wind is starting to shift for some reason. I don't know if it's whipping around the building here. We're on the 4th floor right now, and once this dies down, we will have the eye of the storm, and this should all calm down like it usually does in the eye of a hurricane. We'll get a clear picture of what it looks like outside this hotel, and then when the winds shift around, it's hard to say where it's going to be coming from, but we're going to be keeping a close eye on that storm surge, which we've been warning you about. So we're still safe here. Eye wall moving through North Naples as we speak. Incredible things to see here in real person. The video doesn't even do it justice. Back to you guys.
Channing, can I ask you a quick question if you can hear us? Are you talking to other people in the hotel? Have you been able to speak with anyone? How is everybody holding up there?
Yeah, there are a few dozen people here in the hotel. They are hunkering down. They are actually in a hallway on the interior part of the building, taking shelter from this storm. I'm going to step in a little bit and take some shelter myself because the wind is just stinging out here. They are taking shelter with the hotel management. They are in a safe place. Everybody, when I was talking to them and just the looks on their faces, you know, they're alert, but they're calm. They're certainly not panicking. I don't think they have any windows where they are, so I don't know if they're seeing these pictures or not. This is my first time going through a hurricane this strong, and let me tell you, it is just a sight to behold. My jaw has literally dropped a few times at the gusts coming through here. But don't let that fool you. Very serious situation. This is all moving north. So if you are north of Naples, if you're in Bonita Springs, if you are in southern Lee County, Fort Myers, Punta Gorda, Charlotte County, this is heading your way. Be ready. This is no joke.
Yeah. Very powerful pictures, and it's good to know there are a lot of folks in hotels like that. And if that one is like anyone like the one that we're using here that I stayed in last night, they were giving everybody this morning printed instructions on if the power goes out, here's where you can go in the hotel where we have a generator. If the window in your room is compromised, everybody we're meeting in these spots. So all these folks in these hotels, in addition to the structure of the building and all that, they have all the plans. You think of all the windowless hallways in a building like that, and the ballrooms that tend to be interior. They have places they bring everybody so that they know that they'll be safe.
Very well prepared, yeah. Let's go to Charlotte County now, where Wink News reporter Christy Gross is at the Charlotte Emergency Operations Center, which too was built after Hurricane Charlie. Christy, tell us what's going on there.
So actually what's happening right now, if you take a look inside, they're having yet another briefing. Emergency responders are working around the clock. But at this point, it's shifted from preparing for the storm to preparing for rescue and recovery. Now, right now, we all know it's too late. So if you decided to stay in place, you need to get somewhere safe. And all emergency services were pulled off the road hours ago because conditions are just getting worse and worse as Irma nears here in Charlotte County. So 911 says they're still taking calls, but obviously they're not responding to them. So all 911 calls need to be life or death situations at this point. And of course, they will prioritize the most critical when it is safe after the storm passes and get to you as soon as they can. Now, because of the deteriorating conditions, the last two hospitals in Charlotte County that were open have now closed. That's Bayfront Port Charlotte and Fawcett Memorial. They have closed their doors. They're no longer taking patients. And again, as things continue to get worse here, we know that thousands in our area are without power. But we had a FPL representative here earlier, and they told us that help is on the way. They told us they have the largest pre-stage restoration force. That means 17,000 men and women who are standing by, ready and waiting to help when conditions are safe. And so there's just a lot going on here as Irma continues to get closer to us here. We're still hours away from us feeling the full effects of Irma here, but we'll continue to monitor what's going on here at the EOC and bring you any updates as soon as we get them. In Punta Gorda, Christy Gross, Wink News, now.
All right. Gives everybody such an idea of the scope of this when we see all the different pictures of what everybody's going through from southern Collier County. And again, in Marco Island now, they're already at the point where the flash flood warning is in effect, and they're looking for possible storm surge to start. And in our northern parts, we're still seeing the water come out.
Sure, and folks all the way in Charlotte County can watch these pictures and watch as it keeps on tracking if they haven't lost signal or they're watching us streaming online or on Facebook and can see exactly that, what's coming to them.
Right.
Yeah,
you can certainly hear it outside as well.
Yeah. Wink News anchor John Carlos Estrada is live in Northport, where a lot of Charlotte County residents went to shelter. And John Carlos, you're there to shelter as well. What are you seeing out of your windows right now?
Hey, Lois. Yeah, we are seeing a lot of wind and a lot of rain. We've been keeping an eye on this pine tree. We believe it's a pine tree. I know Chris said earlier that usually they're the first ones to go, and you can see some of the limbs have been broken off. And I want to show you some video that my photographer shot maybe about 15 minutes ago. He went downstairs, tried to get some better shots of what's going on, and you can really see the wind picking up around here. He says that there were some people down there. As I was preparing and cutting all this and editing this, he was able to talk to a few people who were still taking their last cigarette smoke downstairs and walking their dog. Now, we've been monitoring this part of Kings Highway off of 75, and we've, within the last 5 minutes, saw 2 vehicles on the road. Again, people in Charlotte County, people all over Southwest Florida, you do not need to be on the road right now. First responders here in Charlotte County were pulled around the afternoon time. They were pulled off the roads because it's just too dangerous to be out there. Now, I spoke to a man. He is from the Keys. He is here now in Charlotte County, and he had a message to get out to the people tonight.
Please don't put on the generators in your house. People, the carbon monoxide will kill you. Tell them. I mean, because after the storm, they go crank their generators up inside the house or in the garage.
Yeah.
No, yeah, and then they get carbon monoxide poisoning. So tell them, man, don't do that.
And he kept repeating that to us over and over again. We're one of the lucky few. We have not lost power yet, but I know a lot of people in Southwest Florida have started to lose their power. A lot of them want to crank their generators, and just be really careful that you don't do it and put yourself in a position where you can harm yourself. So again, we're out here in Charlotte County keeping an eye on Kings Highway and 75. I do want to remind everyone in Charlotte County that there is a curfew at 9 p.m. until 6 a.m. And again, we saw 2 vehicles just outside our window driving within the last 5 minutes. Please be smart, stay indoors, seek shelter right now, because as Jim said, Charlotte County will start feeling the really, really big impact of Hurricane Irma around 9 o'clock. Guys, back to you.
All right. Thank you very much, John Carlos.
It's always the waiting that's, for what everybody else is going through too, the waiting. It's just so anxiety provoking, especially when you can watch it come, and we're hearing it, here you start to hear it come closer. It's getting closer after this whole week of preparing for it. It's just hard.
Yeah, settle in. The waiting is the hardest part, and then after the storm passes, the waiting to be able to go back to your home and to be able to back to see things. What I remember the most from Hurricane Charlie was the days without power.
Yes. And it'll be a long time before you're be able to get back into your neighborhoods. If we're seeing wind gusts like we are and hurricane force winds like we are, there's going to be a lot of tree damage. There are going to be a lot of power lines down. It's not safe for you to be back into your neighborhoods until emergency officials have gone through and made sure all those hazards are clear. So if you're in a shelter right now and you're listening to us, or if you're in your home right now and you're sheltered, just be prepared. You're not going to be able to go back to your house as soon as the storm passes. That's why these curfews are in place. Lee County has a countywide curfew as well from 8 o'clock tonight until 7 a.m. And you need to wait until officials give us the all clear and pass that all out to you, because it's not safe for you to go back to your neighborhood, and they want to make sure that your neighborhoods are safe too before anybody gets there.
And God forbid we have the huge storm surge. That'll just make the wait longer. As we look at this picture here, live picture from Estero, the Hyatt Regency in Bonita, actually looking out over the Gulf of Mexico, and I believe it's pointed toward the Gulf there.
In the mangroves, yeah.
In the mangroves, yeah. So, deteriorating conditions there for sure.
Let's go to Nicole Valdez right now, who is in Lee County for us. And Nicole, describe the conditions where you are now and how they've changed since we last talked to you.
Well, Lois, I want to mention we are outside Health Park Hospital right now, and we just learned from hospital officials here that they are now running on generator power. They lost power about an hour or so ago, and they're now using their generators. But they do tell me they feel like they have enough fuel to last them at least the next few days. A lot of people inside this building now hunkering down. I want to show you what they did to one of their main entrances. You see they got their shutters up, and they have sandbags out by one of their main doors here.
We apologize. We lost our signal with her. But, when you're in the hospital setting like that, they have a generator to run. And as soon as it's safe for power crews to get back in and start working on the power outages, there's a priority map. And hospitals are a top priority so that they can get those up and running. So if you're fortunate enough to live near a hospital, you might find your power comes up more quickly as well, while other neighborhoods may have to wait days for that.
It'll be something we'll be hearing a lot about in the next few days as power is being restored, who goes first and how they do it. And if you've been here for a hurricane before, it's the hospitals first, it's law enforcement.
Right.
And then when they get through all of that, it's the biggest concentrations of people that they can fix at once, and it goes down and down until, if you're in a smaller neighborhood, or some neighborhoods, I think I was 8 or 9 days,
yeah.
You're at the end of the line.
But the modern meters make that so much easier. The electric companies can identify your power's out without you even having to call them now. So that makes it a lot easier. They can pinpoint where they need to go and prioritize before they can even get out there safely to do it.
Yeah, right now, let's check in with Wink News anchor Andrea Henderson. She is live for us at the Lee County Emergency Operations Center. Andrea.
That's right, guys. Well, the big thing coming out of the Emergency Operations Center right now is, of course, that curfew that they just put in place, and that starts tonight at 8 p.m. and that runs until 7 a.m. tomorrow morning until further notice. And I just want to give you a look at the emergency personnel. They have been working around the clock here, working hard, answering phone calls, monitoring the radar, just really making sure that everyone is safe here. And again, that curfew is in effect until further notice, and they say that is, of course, for everyone's personal safety. There could be down power lines, debris, of course, flooding in some areas. So really, they say this is just in the best interest of everyone here in Lee County.
Stay home, protect yourselves, allow the sheriffs and the police force to be out there and do what they need to do to keep the streets safe. And Godspeed as this storm comes forward. We'll be out there on the streets, putting up power lines and doing search and rescue.
And as you just heard them say, once conditions are clear, they will get crews back out on the roads, and they will start the cleanup and the rescue missions. But again, for now, they are just working around the clock and monitoring the radar, monitoring conditions out there. And of course, we will bring you the latest from here for now, live at the Emergency Operations Center. Guys, back to you.
All right, thank you very much. Collier County's added a curfew now from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. So Collier and Charlotte are 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. Lee County, 8 p.m. to 7 a.m. All of these in effect until further notice.
Wink News reporter Kim Powell is in Lee County right now. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's go right over to Chief Meteorologist Jim Farrell first to get the very latest on Irma.
Well, we're getting reports of wind gusts now that are impressive. This is kind of what we thought would happen, 100 plus. 135 mile an hour gust Naples. That's the highest so far. But as expected, the windiest weather is going to be in Collier County first, because that's where the hurricane is, and then the windy weather moves northward. Marco Island, 130 mile per hour gust. Lely, 122. So these three communities with triple digits are all essentially in the same part of southwest Florida. Earlier in the day, Key West at 91. So we actually had some stronger wind in southwest Florida than they did in the lower Keys. Quail Creek Estates, just shy of 90 mile per hour wind. Southwest Florida International at 81. You see 68, Immokalee, Fort Myers 61. Port Charlotte already 55. And windier weather is on the way as the hurricane moves northward. Getting hourly updates from the Hurricane Center as of 4 o'clock. Weaker than it was at 3, 115 mile an hour wind, but still a Category 3 major hurricane moving right through coastal Collier and then coastal Lee and Charlotte to come. 8 o'clock tonight. This is a hurricane that should be very close to northern Lee and Charlotte County. Look at all of the rain. There's already some standing water in parts of southwest Florida. That's not the storm surge. That is rainwater ponding and pooling in the swales and on some streets. The rain has been very heavy. As you know, the wind has been very strong. The eye, right here, was over Marco Island. That's where landfall occurred. And now the eye is moving northward. It's right on top of 951, north and south of Route 41. Naples, you're in here, right here. If you're watching on radio, I am showing everybody the Doppler radar showing some very heavy rain from Naples through Golden Gate Estates, and to Alligator Alley. There's the counterclockwise circulation moving northward. There's the rain on Doppler radar. If you're listening on the radio, it's blanketing the entire region, but the heaviest bands of rain are broad from Charlotte County eastward into Highlands County, and from Lee County southeastward into parts of Hendry County. And then we have the extra heavy rain in the eye wall moving through Naples, and it looks like Vanderbilt Beach. You're up next. Bonita Springs, the rain is coming soon. A couple of estimated time of arrivals for the Springs, about 5:17. So in less than 1 hour, the eye wall will be moving through Bonita Springs to Bonita Beach. Fort Myers Beach, you're next. And then we'll see other parts of Lee County be affected by this extra windy weather. Where did that 130 mile to 135 mile an hour gust of wind come from in Naples and Marco? It was when this area right here moved over Marco and then moved through Naples. So this is where the windiest weather is. This is where the gusts are. And again, if you're listening on the radio, I am pointing to an area of weather that is associated with the eye wall that is near Naples now. So as this moves northward, the potential for 100 to 110 to 120 to 130 mile an hour gusts will come into your neighborhood. It looks like that kind of gusty weather will be more along the coast than inland, but nonetheless, there will be some very gusty weather in every corner of southwest Florida, and we are getting numerous reports of tree branches and other debris items all over southwest Florida as this hurricane moves. So we are going to wake up to tomorrow quite a bit of debris on the roadway, over front yards, backyards, and businesses. And here's what we're dealing with. The wind has already been proven to be 60 to 90 miles per hour, steady, sustained. 90 to 120 plus, with reports of 130 and 135 already out of Collier. The rain continues. 8 inches to 14 inches or more will be possible. Even though most of it will fall today and tonight, there will be rain during the day tomorrow. The storm surge is just beginning in southern Collier County because the wind is turning and becoming onshore. 1 foot above street level to 9 feet above street level is expected to develop as the storm surge continues to move in from the Gulf and this unfolds. All right, this is not in the exact same place as Irma. This forecast model is showing the circulation center a little bit southwest. It doesn't matter for what I want you to know by looking at this graphic. Everybody on the radio, I am showing the direction of the wind. As it comes out of the south in Collier, there's the storm surge along the Collier County coast. The Gulf of Mexico gets pushed up against the coast when the wind becomes south to southwesterly as the hurricane moves northward. Even if it's actually a little farther east than this model is indicating, it doesn't change the wind direction. It is still going to be onshore from Lee to Collier. And then eventually, as the hurricane moves north of southwest Florida, the wind will become onshore in Charlotte County. At that point in time, all of the southwest Florida coastline will have storm surge inundation. Right now, it's just southern Collier. But late tonight into early tomorrow, there will be salt water over roadways from parts of Charlotte through Lee and Collier County. In the meantime, rain continues to be an issue and wind. Let's bring in Scott Zediker. He's been here with me since 12 o'clock. He's been working behind the scenes to help create some of these terrific graphics. Let's let him explain what he's seeing.
Well, Jim, this is new to you as well. We just saw this on our sky cam. That is a tree, maybe a banyan tree. I'm not sure what type of tree, but that is a large tree. And that is just across from our studios here, looking across Billy's Creek. And that's the Dean Park area. And you can see with that east and northeasterly wind, that knocked that big tree down. If we could zoom out a little bit, Zach, I think you're manning the camera. We could see that a little better. Why don't we zoom that out just a tad? Anybody back there? There we go. Thank you. And there it is. There's the roots. And Dean Park is a low-lying elevation here in near downtown Fort Myers. If you're familiar with the area, we always see flooding in Dean Park. They actually have a pump to pump the water out. Well, we're looking at the ground. It's probably very saturated from all the rain we've been seeing this summer. But that tree is down, and we're seeing, I don't know if those trees are down, but there's some branches down, and there's some roof damage right here, and a little shed there. Now, this is, as we're looking off to the southwest from our vantage point at our studio, and that's Billy's Creek. And you can see that damage there in the Dean Park area, right by the pumping station. That's where we're noticing that damage, that tree that got uprooted, and, of course, that roof damage. And the hurricane is still in Collier County. Now, we're getting the wind gust here in Page Field, around 70, 80 miles an hour. And you can see stuff is already falling. All right, let's go. Let me show you the radar right now. That is just impressive. That is some very strong wind. There is the current 1-hour time-lapse Doppler radar. There's the center of circulation. Irma is working its way now through Naples. If you're watching or listening on the radio, as Jim mentioned, we do have an area of very strong weather now in North Naples. I'd say just north of exit 101, working its way over Pelican Bay up to Vanderbilt Beach Road, back toward Orange Tree and Golden Gate Estates. Golden Gate seeing this large area of some very heavy rain with some damaging wind with that. That's where we're seeing the wind gust. You folks from Bonita Springs southward into North Naples, back toward Orange Tree, the Golden Gate Estates. That is the eye wall, the northern eye wall of Irma. That will continue to move to the north. So right now, Bonita Springs is seeing it. Let's kind of track that right up Interstate 75. Estero, you folks in Estero, about 5:15, get ready. It's going to be heading your way. The Villas community right near Bell Tower, about 6:05. Whiskey Creek area, about 6:15. We're looking at Fort Myers, downtown Fort Myers, right about 6:32. So that is the track of the northern eye wall with Irma as it works its way out of Collier County into Lee County. So get ready, folks. It is on its way to you. We're already seeing wind gusts. Jim showed you some of those very impressive wind gusts, over 130 miles an hour down in Naples. And I think we're going to see some of those wind gusts greater than 100 miles an hour all the way through Lee County in toward downtown Fort Myers here in the next couple of hours, of course, as Irma continues to move off to the north. Marco Island, you had the wind gusts, and I don't know if you're necessarily calm now because the eye has moved to the north, but you are probably starting to see that onshore wind. Jim explained some of that, how the surge is going to start taking place now. The water has left, now with more of a southerly breeze and southwesterly wind flow. Now we're going to watch the water return at the coast, and we're going to see the storm surge starting to rise. There's the overshot, and you folks on the radio, as I mentioned, that big area of some strong wind, heavy rain, just north Naples now to Bonita Beach, Bonita Springs, moving into southern Lee County. So get ready for that, you folks in Estero. What time is it? It is 4:45, but it is going to be there rather quickly. And we're looking at some other bands now moving through Lee, Charlotte, DeSoto, and Highlands County, all containing gusty wind. We're in this, and we're going to be in this for quite some time, folks. We'll be here to track the radar for you and keep you up to date. Jim?
Thank you, Scott. Everybody watching, everybody listening, we are in the second inning of this 9-inning game. This is where the hurricane is now. It was a landfalling major hurricane at 3:35, a little more than 1 hour ago at Marco Island. It is still near its entry point. Here's Marco, here's Naples. The eye is passing over parts of South Naples right now. The eye wall is moving into Bonita Springs right now. A recent wind gust. When this rain area moved through Naples, and if you're listening on the radio, I'm just showing the heavy rain that is now north and moving away from Naples. When that came through, there was a wind gust of 142 miles per hour. That is Category 4 wind strength, but it was a gust, not sustained. That is the strongest gust report we have so far. Near this area where the hurricane has made landfall is Don, who's in Lely. Don is with us on the phone right now. First of all, Don, tell us what's happening in your neighborhood.
Right now, I think we're under the eye of the storm. It's pretty calm. But that northern eye wall is no joke. That is mean. That was very scary.
Okay. Give me a little more of a description. What was it like? John, I'm sorry, John is your name. John, again, walk us through. What happened? How fast did the wind pick up? What did it feel like? What did you hear? What was going on there when the eye wall came through?
Oh, the inside of the house sounded like a freight train. I got a couple double doors on one of the front bedrooms almost blew open. We lost probably 4 or 5 palm trees out front from just that band. No trees were down before that happened, but we've got trees down everywhere now here in Lely Resort.
Did your body sense any pressure change, air pressure change? You know how like when you're in an airplane, you can tell it's being compressed or decompressed. Did you feel any of that?
I could say a little bit, but that might have just been the stress.
Okay.
That was nerve-wracking.
Curiously, your palm trees that you have watched or now know that are down, were they recently planted? Had they been in the ground for a long time?
They've probably been in the ground 10 years.
Oh, okay, so they're well-rooted. It's not like they were freshly planted. And so you have multiple palm trees down. What did it sound like when the weather was at its worst?
It's just a whipping wind. I mean, just like a freight train, just continuous freight train whipping through. I mean, trees were sideways, stuff was blowing, palm fronds blowing. It was bad. Anybody in that vicinity that it's coming up on better get to their safe place and get a shelter room somewhere safe in the house to go to. It was nasty.
John, the weather obviously has already improved for you. Try to give me a sense. I know the timing may be difficult if you didn't look at the clock, but from the time it got really bad until the time the weather improved, was it 15 minutes, a half hour, an hour? How long was the worst of that weather event for you?
Probably about 45 minutes.
That's a substantial length of time to be in a whirlwind of terrible weather. That's incredible.
You said we were going to be through a scary ride, and we were, but we made it, and hopefully the worst is ahead of us. But I was kind of wondering if you knew what storm surge was going to be in Lely. I'm 12 feet in a second-story unit, 12 feet above street level. Don't know if it's going to get that high or not.
Your residence is 12 feet above the street, you believe?
Yes, I'm in a second-story unit.
Okay. Well, I mean, geographically, you're in a bad place because you're in a low-lying area. But in that low-lying area, you're in a good place because you're elevated on the second floor. So that's a good thing. Now, you've probably already experienced the worst wind you're going to experience with Hurricane Irma. I mean, it's going to be windy yet, but you're not going to have quite as much wind going forward. As far as the surge goes, it is about to begin along the Collier Coast. And the storm surge forecast map was indicating a storm surge of 9 feet or more above street level. And again, refresh my memory of what you just said. You think your base elevation is how high above the street?
Well, the second floor is 12 feet above my driveway, so I feel I'm at least 12 feet, but I don't know what the elevation of my unit is.
Okay. Well, it's got to be 4, 5, or 6 or more. So that puts you maybe at 20 feet. So I would suspect that you are not going to have water coming in to your dwelling at your level on the second floor. But I cannot guarantee that you will not be surrounded by salt water so that you're going to be trapped but safe, having vertically evacuated, so to speak. Okay? You understand what I'm saying?
Correct. Yeah, I understand.
Excellent. Well, you've been through an experience that very few people have. But the second part of what you said was, well, the first part was, boy, it was like something you've never seen. You were prepared for it because we've been telling you it's coming. But you said, but you survived. See, everybody listening, it's coming, but if you do what you're supposed to do when you're supposed to do it, you're in a shuttered concrete block house or a good wood frame home, you've got the shutters on, here comes the wind. You, like John, will be fine. But get ready for the ride of your life today.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you, John. Stay safe. We're not quite done yet. We've got quite a bit of weather to work our way through. But believe me, I appreciate your perspective. And just sharing what you have said with everybody who is listening now gives them an idea. Because sometimes fear of the unknown is pretty bad. Now we can kind of define what is going to happen to those folks who are listening and watching now who are going to experience a similar experience like you just went through. So that gives us some perspective. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Jim. You guys do a great job.
Well, thank you, John. All right, everybody, you got the takeaways. A rough ride is coming. Bonita Springs has got it right now, and it marches northward. It will affect Estero, San Carlos Park, South Fort Myers, Sanibel Captiva, Cape Coral Fort Myers, points north. This is going northward. And it's not so much the rain that John was referring to. It was the freight train sound of the wind that rattled his house to the foundation. But the house, as far as we know, did not suffer any significant damage. Trees are down. Debris is going to be everywhere. And that's going to become more and more evident as we go through the day and we wake up tomorrow morning when the sun comes up on what will be a very breezy to gusty Monday. But boy, the landscape of Southwest Florida is going to be full of debris, and it's going to be very difficult to get around for a while. There's going to be stuff on the road, and there's going to be a significant cleanup effort that's going to be required by everybody. That is yet to come. But safety first, and so far so good. Everybody is surviving the event so far, as I knew you would if you got out of harm's way or sheltered in place the proper way. All right, guys, that's a great report from John. Thank you for calling in. Lois, Chris, and Amanda.
Chilling to listen to what he's been through.
Absolutely. And when you talk about that freight train, you hear, just when you listen to the wind, the constant howling and whistling and just the feel you get if you were near a train as it was passing by really is a good descriptor.
And you think of how loud you've heard the wind before in your life. We've never heard anything like what we're going to hear coming up over the next few hours.
No, and you can tell, like here where we are downtown in Fort Myers, certainly it's getting stronger. Certainly it's getting, closer as we look right outside of our studio here, a live picture. But clearly it's not here yet anywhere like what the folks to the south of us have already been through or are going through right now in the northern part of Collier and into Bonita Springs.
Yeah, now other parts of Lee County need to prepare. Wink News reporter Kim Powell is in Lee County right now and tells us what she's seeing.
Well, the wind keeps getting stronger every hour, every minute that we are out here. We're kind of in this little corridor here outside of our shelter. You can see here we got the dog who's trying to escape. Not a smart idea for anybody. Let's get back inside, Jet. All right, as long as he's with us somewhere, we're all right. So this is just off of Metro Parkway and Winkler. There's a lot going on. As you can see, we're taking care of animals in our shelter, and we're trying to keep everybody informed of the conditions. We have not lost power in our shelter just yet. It has flickered on and off, and I'll tell you, Irma has a sense of humor. My photographer and I decided that we needed a hot meal before we lost all power, so we started heating up some soup and chili. As soon as I put my bowl of soup in the microwave, power went out for the longest it had been out. And I said, Irma, not yet, not today. And it came back on. So maybe she does have a sense of humor, but I was able to heat up some soup, so I had a hot meal, which is good. I advise anybody who still has power to get that hot meal in while you can. Our dog is about to escape once again, but we're dealing with a lot here, as everybody is, but just wanted to give you guys a quick update from here in Lee County. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Kim, thank you very much. Look at these live pictures, but great point too. If you still have power where you are, take a hot shower, eat a hot meal, I mean, turn the air conditioning down, turn the refrigerator down, take advantage of it because it's probably not going to last.
Right. That's absolutely right. Well, here are live pictures again of the Sanibel Causeway, and we've been watching these pictures deteriorate throughout the afternoon. You can see the water is whipping up right there. So much of the water had been sucked out of the area near Punta Rassa there in advance of Hurricane Irma, and it's not clear enough for us to tell you exactly whether it's improved dramatically or not, because it's just too unclear of a picture right now. But you can see conditions not good along the Sanibel Causeway.
What? If obviously our producers have all of the cameras labeled back there and they can tell us what we're going to, but otherwise I don't know that I would have known that was the causeway. That picture is getting to be so rough out there.
No, as we look at this, I want to let people know, LCEC now tells us they have 131,000 customers without power. We know all of Marco Island is out. That accounted for a good portion of them, but this number has about doubled since the last time we heard from them. Can't work on it yet, obviously, in these conditions, but they will, as soon as the wind starts dying down, even if it starts dying down temporarily a little bit later on, they will get out there and start working on it just as fast as they can.
And we have more pictures coming into the newsroom. Let's check out these photos from Mike McGinnis, who took these on Fort Myers Beach between 2 and 3 o'clock today. I'm not sure exactly where he is on the beach, but you can see the wind and conditions. Especially, you can always see it when you look at photos and videos of our palm trees, the way those sway around and bend back and forth.
Let's go to Cape right now, and Sean Graham sent in this from Southwest 30th Terrace in Cape Coral. The power is still out there. There are winds taking down trees in this part of the Cape. We're looking at a picture from his pool cage in his lanai. His pool screens are blowing in the wind, and there's clearly a lot of wind in that area. Drainage ditches, he says, along that street are full and almost level with the street at this point. A lot of rain has fallen, that means, because that's fresh water falling and filling those canals at this point.
Yep, so let's look at some more of it. Let's go to 10th Place in Cape Coral around 4 o'clock, and this is the rain. And a lot of these are a lot of these streets. I'm not so specifically sure about which quadrant of the Cape this is in on 10th Place, but but some of these areas are just recovering from street flooding. Ground is saturated, so there's not a lot of room for this water to go.
We have some more video from Will Hutcherson in South Fort Myers. This is from the Renaissance neighborhood near I-75 and Daniels Parkway. And again, familiar images to us at this point. The palm trees whipping around in the wind. Don't see any that are down. A couple branches, but doesn't look like any trees are down yet there. But as Jim was saying, we're going to walk outside and see an awful lot of green when we finally get through this.
Yeah. We got our first picture from Immokalee right now. This is Donna Izagiri. She sent us this from her neighborhood in Immokalee. She took this about 4:15, and the wind, the rain really coming down, the wind blowing the trees around in that area. There's some really heavy bands of rain that have gone through Immokalee. Fortunately, on this video, we do not see any damage in her neighborhood in Immokalee, just yard debris blown around in the streets, and that's typical for this type of storm.
May Avenue in Lehigh Acres. Let's get our look at Lehigh Acres. This street has a lot of water on it. Just this picture being sent in to us not that long ago. May Street here. So Lehigh Acres having a lot of water problems, but again, we don't see a lot of significant damage in this. Jim.
Once again, Judd joined us a little earlier. Judd was in Hurricane Wilma's eye and eye wall when it went through Clewiston. He's a former reporter here at Wink News. Judd, you are in the Estero area, and it looks like, as I look at radar and describe this to our friends on the radio, that the eye wall is moving through Lee County now, at least one of the bands ahead of and north of the eye wall, from San Carlos Park to Estero. What's happening where you are?
Well, right now, Jim, I'm in an interior closet, so it's dark, but I'm just hearing a real, like, intense, like, kind of a rumbling sound. And I do feel some slight vibration in the walls. And one question I had for you was, and for people like me who are in the dark, my power went out, so I'm relying on listening to you guys on the radio. What can I expect to hear and for how long? And then is the movement over land diminishing those intense winds? I think you said they were in the north side of the eye wall.
Well, the rain is north of the center. There's 90% of the rain is from the center of circulation northward, and it goes all the way up to Jacksonville. The wind is probably a little lopsided to the north, but I don't want to mislead anybody to think that just because there's less rain south of the center, the wind will be significantly lower. I don't believe that's going to be the case. It is still going to be a two-part windy event. So you're getting the first half, the top half, the northern half right now, and then you might even have some calmer weather as the eye moves through. We just had an interview, Judd, with a gentleman who was in Lely, and he experienced the full semicircle of the eye wall. And I asked him, one of the questions I asked him was, how long did the really, really, really scary weather last from beginning to end? And it was bad. And he said it was about 45 minutes. So from start to finish, be prepared for a 45-minute stretch of real rough weather.
I can't see the eye, but so people who are in the path like I am, we can expect really bad, noises, vibrations in the house, then maybe a little calming, and then you're saying the south side is almost as bad as so we can't relax after the first part.
We don't have any credible reports yet from the south side as far as wind goes. I do have Doppler radar, of course, at my disposal, and I can promise you that there's not as much rain on the south side. But as far as the wind event, it's going to be windy on the southern semicircle. It always is. So it's a three-part process. You get the northern rim of the eye wall, then you get the calm center, and then you get the southern half. So right now, until we get some confirmation on what the weather is on the southern half, I would expect the worst to be the first half. You'll get that calm portion if you're in the eye, and then it's going to get windy again. So you are probably midway through this first portion of the feeder band that is still just north of the eye wall. Is this my computer? Yeah, so let's see. Let's go back. Judd, I know you're in the dark there. You have no electricity. But for our viewers who do have TV running here, and for our radio listeners, I want to just make this point. All right, viewers first. All right, Judd's here, right? He's in estero. He's just getting this little edge here. There's still all of this that's going to go through the estero area. So there's still a lot of bad weather coming, Judd. And if you're listening on the radio, the point is that Judd's already experiencing a pretty scary event. The wind is so strong that it's creating a vibration-like feeling, even though there's no significant thunder and lightning nearby that we're all familiar with, how that makes the house vibrate. So this is purely a wind-driven and a pressure-driven vibration-like event that your building will withstand. Your building is going to be fine, and if you're in your building, you're going to be fine. But as we heard from John in Lely, and now Judd Cribbs in Estero, boy, oh boy, this is going to be one heck of a day that you will never forget. Judd, conserve battery power, hang tight. What else do you know?
Well, I wanted to thank you for what you said to that previous gentleman, because I think, the viewers and listeners, if you know what's approaching, you can at least gird yourself mentally to experience it. And for me, it's almost harder to not be working for this event because I'm just kind of riding it out. And to know that at the end, after this long, long wait, and with the anticipation to know that it's going to be over soon, as scary as it might be, does give me some level of comfort. When I was in Clewiston, we kept hearing this like almost a musical hum at regular intervals, and it would, I'm going to try and imitate it, it would sound like this. And the guys at Clewiston Inn said that was the roof vibrating, and it was just creating that sound. And the comfort I took from that was that I don't recall any major roof damage. So even if you hear noises and that are strange and scary, it doesn't mean that you're in as much danger as you might think. And having the knowledge, it does provide some calming comfort. And I think this is more of a mental trial for me than a physical one.
That is a terrific point, and that has just triggered an idea in my head that I think I should try to explain to everybody, because as this eye wall moves through part of Southwest Florida, not everybody's going to get it. Already, we can see that it's going to be moving very close to Sanibel, Pine Island, probably downtown Fort Myers, to Lehigh Acres. But east of Lehigh, you're not going to have this eye wall coming through with all of this vibration created by the pressure change and the strong wind. But here's something I want to make this point. If everybody knows about how a roof is constructed, how a house is constructed, you know what the soffit and fascia is? That's that aluminum that's underneath the roof around the edges of your house. During the summer day or any warm day, air comes in from the street, goes up through those little holes in that aluminum into your roof and escapes out the vent on the top of your roof. It's a natural air conditioner, more or less. As hot as it is in the attic, it would be a lot hotter if we didn't have air flowing in through the soffit and fascia and then escaping out of the roof. So as the wind increases in this eye wall and moves over your house or condo, you have the construction of the soffit and fascia. And as the wind flows over your roof, as I have explained many times during this event, is acting like an airplane wing. There's a lot of lift on your roof. It wants to lift off of your house, but it won't. But the air and the pressure change that is created will draw in air from outside into the soffit and fascia so that it goes through that little thin area of aluminum that's full of little holes. And in many of our homes, we're going to find on Monday that that little layer of aluminum that's porous with holes has either been bent or pushed in completely into the roof. If and when you hear that sound of metal crinkling or vibrating, I don't want you to think that your roof is coming off. This is a totally different sound that is probably going to be experienced by many of us. It's the sound of the air rushing in to those little holes in that thin sheet of aluminum at such a velocity that it'll be strong enough to displace that aluminum after it lets it vibrate for a while. So get used to these groanings and vibrations and awkward sounds that are going to occur. I don't want you to jump to the conclusion that, oh my gosh, what's that sound? I've never heard that before. I think my roof is coming off. No, 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 no. Your roof should be intact, but you're going to hear those sounds, and it's going to be part of this experience of going through wind of 100 to 130 miles per hour of gusts. And it's going to create dynamic changes in the way air flows into and out of your house and around the roof. All right, Judd, good insight. Really is. That triggered a couple of thoughts there that I think will help some folks out, because you're not the only one who's going to hear those kind of haunted house sounds, and it's very scary when this is occurring.
All right, thanks, Jim.
You bet. All right, stay in touch.
All right, thank you. Will do.
That's Judd Krebs, former reporter at Wink News. He is in Estero, and he's just getting this little band right here, right there. I'm sorry, radio folks. I just have to point this out to the viewers. That's not the eye wall. The eye wall's coming, Judd. Everybody else in Estero, then San Carlos Park, then South Fort Myers. I said we're in the second inning of this game because this has to move through Lee, Charlotte, DeSoto, Sarasota, and that's going to take a while. Rain, wind, and surge. It's all playing out pretty much as we expected. Chris, Lois, Amanda?
All right, thanks, Jim, very much for that, and good luck to. There's Judd. We know Judd very well here, but there's probably a lot of other people who are going through exactly what he's going through right now, listening from a safe place, a dark, safe place. We will do our best to make sure that you have every piece of information that you need to get through this safely, as so far everybody is.
Yeah, we want to show you some changes, though, in Naples. We're going to go to North Naples and Naples Grand, where Wink News reporter Channing Frampton is live right now. And Channing, things have really improved since we saw you last.
They sure have. Last time you saw us, you couldn't see anything. The wind was whipping, the rain was pouring. But I want to take you on a little visual tour of what we're looking at now. We're getting a first look at some of the damage here. Across the street, multiple trees are snapped on the ground, fallen over. If you look down below, there used to be a street down there. Now it's full of water. I do not believe that is storm surge. I believe that is just street flooding from the very, very heavy rain that we've gotten so far. The skies are clearing out. It almost looks like the sun is going to come out just south of us down near Naples. If you're in Naples, let us know what it looks like if you can safely do so. Coming around to the other side, looking back toward the toward the east, there was a church steeple that we mentioned earlier. It is still standing after these strong winds blew through here, and lots of palm fronds still hanging onto the trees. I saw one palm tree snap. That's the only one I saw snap. And if you look down toward the road leading into our hotel, you can see the bushes and the shrubbery and the small trees down there. They are all laying over. The wind coming whipping out of the east just pushed them all over in the same direction, those straight line winds. But we're seeing multiple trees snapped off here, lots of large limbs down. And if Doug, if you can get a shot of this bay out here that separates us from the Gulf of Mexico. That is Clam Pass Park, and the waves on it, I'm seeing the water begin to slowly make its way back in there, and the waves are coming out of the north, whereas they were coming out of the east earlier. So the winds definitely shifting with this storm, as they do with hurricanes. We were on the northern side of the circulation. We are slowly becoming part of the southern side of the circulation, but things definitely improving here as the wind has definitely died down. Still a little breezy out here, like a breezy day in North Naples, but gosh, if you live north of here, like Jim's been warning us all afternoon, you are in for a wild ride. It like he said, it lasted about an hour, 45 minutes of the worst stuff here, and we are safe here. We just checked inside our hotel, and in the hallway there's actually some kind of like a hole, I would say like a 3 to 4 foot hole that just kind of like the wall just kind of opened up. And we're seeing sparrows actually show up on our balcony here looking for food or refuge at the very least. So a lot of interesting things going on following Hurricane Irma, but things definitely looking better here in North Naples.
Okay, Channing, you know, you may be in the eye and you may be have other things coming toward you within the next hour. So you're experiencing the peace and calm of the eye, but you may be experiencing the other part of the eye wall.
So you're at halftime, basically.
Yes.
Yeah, there's more coming. And for folks who are having that experience of peace and calm, we're all following the eye up. A lot of us are going to be through it. Don't forget, that is the first half of the storm. There is a whole second half that comes behind it.
That's true, but for the time being, Channing, you're experiencing something that none of us have ever experienced, that a lot of people will never have the chance to experience, and like you said you could almost see the sun coming out. Jim has said that yes, you could see the sun before you see the second half of things.
Yeah, it really is truly amazing. I was telling my parents 2 days ago when I found out I was coming to Naples, I said, you know, with the way the forecast is looking, with the Wink Weather Authority meteorologists, we very well could be in the eye of the storm when it comes through. And whether this is the eye or not, it might have missed us one way or another. I'm not exactly sure. I don't have access to radar right now. But definitely, regardless, things looking for the better, and we will be bracing for those winds coming out of another direction that could push that water in here and create storm surge problems as the second half of that storm that you mentioned begins to roll through. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on the Gulf. I can see the waves just rolling out on the Gulf of Mexico right now.
Okay, and Channing, our meteorologists are telling us you are in the eye and that you will have some other strong weather coming towards you, and we're going to come back to you when you start to feel that effects, because they don't have any reports from anyone who has actually been through the second half of that eye wall, and they would love to hear from you if you can still safely do so. We know that there's rain there, but we just don't know how strong the winds are. So we'll try to get back to you when that occurs, all right?
Absolutely. We will stay here, we will stay safe, and we will let you know as soon as those winds start picking back up again.
Okay, thank you very much, Channing. Stay safe out there.
All right, let's get to Wink News reporter Taylor Bisaki on Fort Myers Beach right now. Taylor, tell us what you're seeing.
Well, as Channing's in the eye, it's approaching us now, and I just want to get right out there and show you what we're looking at. Now, we're looking through these hurricane windows right now, and I believe that they can withstand 160 miles per hour, but they're still shaking. I have my hand on it right here, and they're shaking, and through this window, you can see those palm trees just blowing in the wind, bending. We have some of the palm trees on the ground already as well, and if we just keep walking down these windows here, well, this is all down Estera Boulevard. Again, we are at the Diamond Head Beach Resort. Now, earlier we just had a meeting with everybody who is staying here at 4:30, and as this eye approaches us, we are expecting some stronger winds, and we do have a game plan in place. We will be moving away from the windows, but in case things start to get more intense, we're going to go inside of the the ballroom, and then we possibly might even move into the stairwell. But again, we are indoors. A common feeling that's going on right now is everybody's a little anxious. We're waiting for the effects of these storms. We're feeling that anxiety. Some people scared. We did talk to someone earlier who you guys heard from. She was saying that this is the first time she's ever experienced anything like it, just like for many of us and our viewers, we've never experienced anything like this before. So we're all kind of sitting on the edge of our chairs waiting for this to come. But as I'm still broadcasting right here, you can still hear, I'm sure you can hear what's going on outside, even though we are inside. We're going to continue to watch what goes on, and of course we will continue with our game plan if things get more dangerous.
Yeah, we can definitely hear the wind howling where you are, Taylor. We'll be checking in. So as we continue to make our way north with our live shots, we're going to go out to reporter John Carlos Estrada. He's in Port Charlotte off of Kings Highway and 75. John Carlos?
Amanda, that's right. We were told within the next hour they're going to be closing the doors at the Country Inn where we're staying at, so we figured we'd take you outside one last time, and I want to show you something that we're keeping an eye on. We're keeping an eye on this sign right over there. You can see it is bent over. The wind's really picking up right now. If you joined us about 3 hours ago, we were standing right over there. That sign pretty much standing up. Now let's take a look right here. There is a woman. A lot of the dogs that we're staying with at this hotel, they're getting their last walk-in before the storm really hits. A lot of people taking out their dogs. We just saw 2 other dogs come out before the winds start picking up. They're going to close the doors here at the Country Inn in Port Charlotte within the next hour because the winds again have really picked up. Now I spoke to a man who is originally from New Jersey, moved here to Charlotte County 2 years ago, and says that his neighbor got him into this hotel just yesterday. Take a listen.
Luckily, my neighbor got me a room here, put me on a waiting list, which I didn't think was going to happen. I'm like, okay, thanks, Lou. But we got in here, thank God. We just got here yesterday.
And a really sense of community here at the Country Inn in Port Charlotte. A lot of people helping each other out. There was a woman out here that was trying to walk her dog, and actually the maintenance man of this hotel offered to walk the dog for her because the winds, as you can see right behind me, we're next to this brick wall, so everyone, we're safe, but right behind this brick wall, look how intense this is. I want to zoom into that sign one more time. That sign 3 hours ago was standing up, and now we're not sure how long it's going to stick around for, but you can see big gust of wind here in Charlotte County as we prepare for Hurricane Irma to head our way. And I just want to remind everyone out there, we have a view of Kings Highway. We've seen a couple of cars drive. At this point, just go home, seek shelter because you do not want to be driving in these conditions. First responders in Charlotte County were moved off the roads around noon, and also there is a curfew at 9 p.m. But again, the wind's picking up here in Charlotte County as we prepare for Hurricane Irma to head our way. Back to you.
All right, thank you very much, John Carlos. We want to show you a couple pictures from around the area. We have a new picture from Dennis Roth. He is in southeast Cape Coral. He's around 10th Avenue and 7th Place, and he took this picture that we're showing you here now about 4:30, and you can see all the standing water there, and that is fresh water from the rainfall, clearly, because we don't have surge in this area yet. So they have a lot of rain in Cape Coral, and we won't have rainfall amounts for you for quite some time.
Well, Hutcherson took this one from the Renaissance neighborhood in South Fort Myers, which is right near 75 and Daniels. Video from about 4:15 this afternoon, and you can certainly see all the palm trees moving there as the winds start to pick up in the southern part of Lee County, and that was an hour ago already.
So let's go back down to Naples. Eileen Rollins sent in this video from Vanderbilt Beach, Gulf Shore Drive here during part of the storm, and so we imagine that she's been able to perhaps experience the eye as well. And what we're looking for is those firsthand accounts of the second part, the southern part of the hurricane.
That's right. Let's go to Cape Coral again, southwest Cape Coral. This is from Joe Vickery around 2:30 this afternoon. And there was a lot of wind gusts blowing the rain around in that section of the Cape at that time. You see the trees bending and blowing. We don't see any damage in this video, although if the winds get stronger in that area, you could see a lot of damage in the part of the southwest Cape as well.
All right, this new video is from Fort Myers, the San Simeon development in Fort Myers, Colonial and Winkler. No damage, thankfully, from about 3 o'clock. But you can see, again, the winds and the rain just relentless and only getting worse.
Sean Graham sent in some video from Southwest 30th Terrace in Cape Coral. and you can see that water is moving very quickly. And this picture of a pool cage, and you can see the screens are blowing back and forth, the bottom part taken out by the wind as well.
We have a picture from Deep Creek in Punta Gorda. It was taken about 4:15, this video, to show us what's happening there. Some tremendous wind gusts in that neighborhood. And if you watch the street and you saw the wind carrying the rain and sheeting the rain on the street, it gives you kind of a good idea of how strong that wind is right there.
Parts of Southwest Florida have already lost power. In fact, significant parts have lost power. Wake News reporter Kim Powell's in Fort Myers, where she's now operating without electricity.
Well, at about 4:45 p.m., the power in our shelter officially went out. It's been flickering on and off for the last several hours, and it appears it's not coming back on now. So don't know how long we'll be without power. It might be quite a while. I'm going to take a look outside right now. The eye of the hurricane isn't quite to us yet. We are in Lee County. Door open. And you see these gusts of wind just keep getting stronger and stronger. I'm actually going to point out something right here. It appears the wind ripped this off of my neighbor's house. It covers up their power here. And this palm frond fell about 5 minutes ago. You can see here this tree in our front yard, that has snapped. And here's another big gust of wind right now. It's definitely too dangerous for us to go in the street, so we're safely in this little corridor right here. But yeah, again, our power just went out probably for good. So we're going to have to get creative on how to charge our electronics. Luckily, we have plenty of flashlights and a light for our camera. So that's the update here in Fort Myers. For now, I'll send it back to you guys.
Well, let's take a look at radar and the circulation of Irma on the Wink News touchscreen. Obviously, counterclockwise circulation with all areas of low pressure. And take a close-up look at the center of circulation was right over Naples now. So it looks like a dirty eye. It's not a really clean center of a donut, but there's a little green, so there's some light rain and some breezy conditions, but certainly not as windy as this northern extension of the eye wall. I'll give you a live look at the radar for a second. And Scott, on weather 1, if you can just take off our little velocity indicators there and the little purple that's indicating the watch that's in effect, because that's not important at this point. I want to show you that, okay, here's the eye right in this area here, okay? Counterclockwise circulation. So we've got the wind and the rain moving in that general direction. Can we see that at home? I know you're kind of backed up quite a bit here. Is there any way you can kind of zoom in a little? Don't go crazy. You can lose the border. We don't care about that. We want to see the image. And this clockwise circulation is going to continue. Now, there's more rain on the northern half than the southern half of this system right now. But look at this. Let me reposition this just a little bit. I'm using this to show you the wind, and we're going to talk about storm surge. All right, remember, here's the center of circulation. There's the eye. We've got that counterclockwise flow. That's the direction the rain and the wind is going in. So when we complete that, here's what we've been waiting for. Now that the hurricane is moving north through Collier County, on the southern side of the center, we're getting the onshore wind when it's still offshore on the northern side. Where is the storm surge going to be? Well, it's going to be on the coast. We know that. But it's going to develop on the coast that has the onshore wind first. So from Cape Sable to Chokoloskee to Marco Island, you're going to start to see the water rising. Because remember, what's the wind doing? It's coming in. And as the wind continues to blow at hurricane force, it's going to continue to push the Gulf of Mexico toward the coast of Collier first. So I expect that the water in this part of southwest Florida should have already snapped back from the extra low levels that we had earlier today when the wind was offshore. Remember, all the water in the canals and the river and the harbor was down very, very low. Even north of Tampa Bay, they had reports of the bay extremely low because of the offshore wind. But it's not offshore anymore. It's going to come in. So we're going to start to see this storm surge. We talk about inundation. It is salt water that will be coming in from the Gulf of Mexico. That's why many communities along the coast have been evacuated. So with that in mind, we've got the wind we've got the rain, and now we should start to see the development of the storm surge event starting in Collier County. I know many of you are listening on the radio, and you're really unable to picture what I am showing on the very visual tool, our touchscreen. My bottom line to you is that as the center of circulation is moving northward along the coast, the wind is shifting in Collier County, and it's becoming an onshore wind out of the west and southwest, and the water will start to rise. As far as this very rough patch of weather known as the eye wall that our former reporter Judd Cribbs talked to us about, and John and Laylee talked to us about how it was a horrendous experience being in the house, well shuttered, well protected, but still the experience of being in a house that was making noises and vibrating as the wind continued, described as the sound of a freight train. That's the weather that's going to be moving with the hurricane. So I'm trying to give you some idea of when that might happen to you if you're in the path of the eye wall. So we are at, time check, 5:30, 5:26. We'll call 5:30. San Carlos Park, you're up next. Close to 6 o'clock, you're going to get the northern edges of a 45-minute experience. I asked John and Laylee, okay, from the time it got nail-bitingly scary, noisy, windy, vibrating, to the time it stopped, how long did that period of time last? He said it was about 45 minutes. So get ready. San Carlos Park, you're going to have a 45-minute roller coaster ride coming your way soon, starting around 6. Gateway around 6:30. We've got Fort Myers, downtown Fort Myers, close to 7 o'clock. North Fort Myers by Suncoast and North Fort Myers in general could be 7:20, 7:30. Burnt Storm Marina, maybe 8:04. And the longer and farther we go out into the future, the more margin of error there will be as we're trying to estimate the arrival of this area of weather right here. And that is going to continue to track in this general direction. And that's going to be the worst weather in a very broad, bad weather setup. It's a hurricane. But even in a big hurricane, there is a nugget of extra rough weather, and this is it right in here, and it will be moving northward throughout the rest of southwest Florida. In the meantime, a lot of rain. Getting some reports of standing water again. We've had up to 7 inches of rain in rain gauges in Collier County. That's since midnight. That's in one day. But at least the rain is starting to let up a little bit in Collier. So I can't extrapolate and say that everybody should get ready for maybe 7 inches. It could be more. But they're going to have some significant rain, and that's going to create some temporary, to not so temporary, longer than temporary street flooding and ponding. But everybody's inside. I mean, I mentioned earlier, there's 3 days a year when Southwest Florida looks like this. Nobody on the street. The Super Bowl, Christmas, and when a hurricane comes through. So everybody's in. You're not out on the road. So if intersections get flooded, it's kind of less of a problem now because there's no traffic. So that's a good thing. So stay inside, stay safe, and get ready for wind, rain, and surge. The wind has been occurring, and that little semicircle part of a donut worth of super duper heavy wind and strong wind gusts is going to work its way through the system today. 120 mile an hour plus. We already had reports of 130 and 135 mile an hour gusts. Many trees are down across the region, and the windiest weather is yet to come as that eye wall moves northward. I already mentioned rain gauges indicating 7 inches of rain. Now, through the rest of today into Monday, tomorrow, 8 to 14 is possible. And that'll create its own fair share of freshwater flooding issues. And now I pointed out when I was drawing these arrows about the storm surge that is going to start to develop in Collier and then move northward along the coast. We're using above street level measurements this year. And I know there's been a lot of confusion about that. Well, what do you mean? You guys used to say above sea level. Well, the street in front of your house, the street in your neighborhood, 1 foot above the street. That means if you put a ruler on the street, there would be water covering the ruler. 2 feet, 3 feet, 9 feet or more above the street. And that gives you an idea of how high the water is going to be on the street where you live. And of course, your house is going to be higher than the street, so you've got some cushion there. But every house is built at a different elevation. But this is the guide for storm surge flooding through Monday. And some neighborhoods will have 9 feet above the street, others will have 1 foot above the street, others will have 0 above the street because you're inland, high, and you will stay dry from saltwater flooding. You can't protect you from the freshwater flooding that comes with the heavy rain. All right, that's a little snapshot. We want to follow the progress of the hurricane because as it moves northward, we're going to see more of Southwest Florida getting the onshore wind flow that's going to create the storm surge. And that's a very important element as to what is transpiring right now across Southwest Florida.
Okay, thank you very much. We're going to get you live outside right now. And this is actually, if we take that, our graphic down off the bottom, you can see better at the bottom of this. This is right outside of our back door. We'll zoom out a little bit. We have been watching. This is Billy's Creek feeding into the Caloosahatchee downtown in Fort Myers. The water was drawn out early this morning. It appears, right, you guys were same opinion, it appears to be about as low as it's been all day. I don't see a huge change there.
Yeah, it's hard to say because you can't really see it that well. Yeah, let's see a little bit of that too.
Does it look to you like that's about as dry as it's been?
Yeah, about the same.
I'd say it's lower. I see a little ridge there on the edge by the seawall that was not exposed before. And the wind is still offshore, so it shouldn't be coming up. I mean, we'll have fluctuations with the tide, because there'll be a high tide and a low tide. But from my memory, from looking at the edge that's exposed, there's more of it there. So it's actually, I think, still going down in Lee. It should be coming up in Collier, south of Naples right now. So that's that reverse surge where the water goes out before it comes in.
And of course, on the left side of your screen there, if you're watching us on TV, you can see the big root ball from the tree that toppled over in the high winds already. So that tree, Scott, thanks Scott, he's zooming in on that so you can get a little better look at that big tree toppled over. It's done.
And I don't know if I didn't notice it before, but or this has happened in the last few minutes, but you can see where that metal is peeling off of that roof there as well.
Yeah. Scott, they're wondering if you can pan that around so we could see the river from here.
Yeah, it's against the wind.
Oh, okay, so it might be a little difficult. We're going to give it a try. We're going to give it a try and get a little.
Against the wind here,
I'm trying.
No,
camera won't
can't do it. All right, that's all right,
bearings
Scott. Don't. That's okay, Scott. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. So there's some minor damage already that has occurred to some buildings and trees in Fort Myers.
Yep. Okay, let's go live now. I believe this is going to be the Sanibel Causeway we're going to try to see. Let's see what we see through this lens. Well, we'll take it at face value that is the Sanibel Causeway in there.
Yeah, it just froze up on us, but you can see conditions are not any better than they were the last time we looked at it.
The live video didn't look any different than the frozen picture, pretty much.
Let's go now to Nicole Valdez, who is outside of Health Park Hospital.
We're standing outside Health Park Hospital right now, and I can tell you we did just learn that they are now running on generator power. They told us that they lost power at least an hour or so ago, if not earlier than that, and they're now using that backup power. Good news, though, they did say they feel like they have enough fuel to last at least the next few days, but there's a lot of people, including patients, hunkering down in the building here. You can see they've got their shutters up, and they even have sandbags here covering one of the main entrances out here. We've been out here for at least a couple of hours, and I can tell you just about 10 minutes ago we felt one of the strongest wind gusts I've felt since we have been out here. And I want to show you some of what we're seeing of inside this parking lot. I can show you some of the trees right here. You can see their branches have already broken off and they're scattered completely across this area here in the parking lot. One of those trees has also already been completely uprooted. The wind out here is definitely picking up, and we're having very strong gusts at least every 10 to 15 minutes or so. I do want to get you to some video, and I want to show you what we went through. We were driving to this area earlier on today, taking US 41, and we stumbled upon a number of different things during our drive. First off, again, the drive itself was a little bit dangerous. We could feel that wind kind of pushing our truck into different lanes as we were driving in. Definitely not a safe thing you want to be doing during this storm, especially as Irma gets closer and closer to this South Fort Myers area. We stumbled upon a lot of wind there. We also saw one lake by the Miramar outlets. You could see whitecaps on that. It looked like it was the Gulf of Mexico, but that was just a little lake. We also stumbled upon a big tree limb, and that actually led us to experience something pretty dangerous. That noise you heard, a tree limb falling on top of our truck. Obviously, a dangerous situation for us as well as anybody else to be driving in these conditions right now. Thankfully, we are now safe. We're under the awning here at Health Park Hospital, wanting to still show you what it looks like out here in the conditions that we are seeing. But of course, we want to do that safely for you so you guys can get the best understanding of what this storm is doing as well as the effects and the damage that we are seeing. As of right now, it's been pretty tame. Most of the damage that we have seen are mostly to the trees in this area, but of course things will likely start to pick up and continue to get worse as the hours go by into the later on evening. Of course, we're going to stay out here and bring you all the latest developments of what we are seeing. For now, we're in Lee County, and Nicole Valdez, Wink News Now.
Wow, so glad they are okay. That is a scary thing. There's a reason why you shouldn't be out on the road, because that could happen to anyone, and it could have been worse, and then you can't get any help.
Right. Right. All right. We have some new video of the eye wall, or right before. This is, the first side of the eye wall, the hardest part of the hit on Marco Island. Paul Ashline sending us this in. This is about from 3 hours ago on Marco Island when they were really going through some of the worst of the storm.
And we also have some more video from Marco Island. A viewer sent this to Wink News reporter Michelle Kingston. This is Treasure Cove Circle on the island around 2:45, and you can see a street sign down there.
Let's go to Lehigh Acres. Matt Burbina, 11 o'clock this morning near Buckingham Airfield in Lehigh. Actually, no, this is the Collier EOC. I apologize to you. This is clearly the Collier EOC, right. And the heavy wind that was blowing there. That is some of the worst wind that we've seen with live video, at least when we first saw this. So yeah, that's a very dangerous situation there. But Collier EOC building and everyone locked inside safely.
All right, now we have Matt's video of an old friend of mine, Matt. I haven't seen him in a while. Thanks for sending this in. Buckingham Airfield in Lehigh Acres earlier this morning, and wow, the video really picking up for late morning. Considering in Lee County we didn't have a lot of wind in most of the area late morning, but even that is ominous and foreboding.
Yeah, it sure is, especially for Lehigh Acres. And we have some more video from Lehigh too, from 35th Street Southwest. Oh goodness, you can see a huge tree down, and unfortunately down on part of that home there.
We're hearing about one in Gulf Harbor yet, to a tree down on a condo. We don't have video of that yet, but it's just kind of coming in right now.
This video you're looking at here is from Joe Vickery. It's from the Southwest Cape around 2:30 this afternoon. You can see the water in the canal really moving, little white caps in a canal. You don't see that very often. That tells you how strong the wind is blowing there in the Cape, and that was again at 2:30.
Let's go back another part of Cape Coral. This is 23rd Avenue, and this is from a little earlier too. No damage here, but wow, look at the wind gusts and how it just wants to pull that bush right out of the ground.
I know, you sort of wonder if that was at, you said 2:30, you wonder if, it's picked up and if that bush has been uprooted.
Yeah.
If it's still there.
It'll be interesting. That's a great point. If some of you, and again, if you can do it safely, and safety is absolutely number one, if you sent us some of these pictures 2 or 3 hours ago of specific locations, and you have the ability to send us an updated picture so that we can show people the progression in your neighborhood over a couple of hours, we would love that. But again, absolutely, absolutely keep yourself safe. All right, what do we have next here?
I think the next piece of video we have, I'm sorry, is this the San Simeon development? Estero. Okay, we have some good wind. Oh, look at that. We don't know if the homeowner here took Jim's advice and cut one of the screens or pulled one of the screens out, or if the wind blew it out. But that was one of the tips Jim gave. But look at the wind blowing. Wow. And if he did that to try to protect his pool cage, probably with the winds that are coming today, that was a very wise move.
And that's only a half an hour ago. So as Jim said, Estero, this is a Rapallo neighborhood at Coconut Point. So they're getting very close to getting the worst of it. And this is only a half hour ago, so you can see that. All right. On Marco, we've been wanting to show this just for a little levity in all of this. This is catfish swimming down the street on Treasure Cove in Marco Island. Unfortunately, he has plenty of water to keep swimming there.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's not safe to go fishing yet because it's making it really easy.
Yeah, right.
We have some more street flooding. This is in the moorings west of 41 between Anchor and Harbor Drive. This person says in the eye at 5 o'clock. So this would be, you know, the calm, the still, the quiet.
Okay, let's take a look at this next video.
So let's look at Christopher Bravo, I believe, sent this video to us from Henley Court in Fort Myers. And you can see, look at the water all over the roadway. That is just heartbreaking to see all that rainwater and all that freshwater flooding already before they even are seeing anything post-hurricane. But there's a lot of wind in that area, too. And Christopher, thank you so much for sending that in to us and letting your neighbors know around Henley Court what it's like there.
And this, look at this. This is inside Gulf Harbor in South Fort Myers earlier this evening. And again, a lot of trees. It looks like trees swaying and trees down. I just want to read you, if I can find it really quickly here, something somebody who lives in there told me. A tree fell on top of a condo at Gulf Harbor a little while ago. Okay, and I have a picture now. We'll try to get that together and get that on TV for you. But yeah, so there's definitely been a little bit of damage anyway in the Gulf Harbor neighborhood off of McGregor near Gladiolus.
We have some video from Sherry in Cape Coral showing a neighbor's fence being blown apart and part of an Australian pine that toppled over in Cape Coral.
We're going to head inland now to Clewiston, and we're so happy that Donald Stark sent us this first video we're seeing from the Clewiston area. He has some video of some damage that has already occurred. Look at that roof tile being blown off, the metal from that roof, and the trees down all over the street and in that neighborhood. So they are seeing very heavy winds and rain bands going through Clewiston as well today. And really for them, it is a big wind event. And you can see some of the damage they're already seeing as a result. Look at that tree down. You see the big root ball in the middle of their screen there. And so they're having a lot of trouble in Clewiston as well.
This is 6 Mile Cypress in Fort Myers, and obviously through someone's pool cage. But wow, look at those palm trees go. A lot of neighborhoods going through that right now, and a lot of people in that same situation with all those pool screens, very vulnerable pool screens and vulnerable aluminum cages underneath all those trees. There's going to be a lot of those scattered about in various different conditions by this time tomorrow.
One of our former producers, Laura Shea, who's on Mohawk in Cape Coral, is on the phone with us. And Laura, we have some video that you've sent to us as well that we're going to play so that you can hopefully talk us through it. First of all, Laura, how are you doing?
I'm okay. This is my first hurricane, and I'm not a native Floridian, so it's a little nerve-wracking. I've been okay up until about now. It's getting pretty windy. But other than that, pretty much smooth sailing. Our house is new, and it's concrete block, and we've got impact windows and roll-down screens. So we've actually been able to watch the storm as it changed as it came in. So it's been interesting, but still a little nerve-wracking.
You know, you prepared your house perfectly. You got the impact glass and the roll-down screens, so you're in the safest place you could be in terms of hurricane. You know, you've prepared and you're ready to go, Laura. So what about the weather you've seen outside? When did you start seeing bad weather, and how quickly has it deteriorated?
I woke up to rain about 6:30 this morning, and it really wasn't too windy. It was probably around lunchtime we started to really see the wind pick up. And I would say in the last couple hours, it's gotten pretty bad. We have some fences around our neighborhood that have kind of toppled over, like portions have toppled over. There's a boat that's in a lot across the street that they've lost their T-top. They've lost a canopy. We actually still have power right now, which I'm completely shocked. But, you know, I'm actually in our patio right now where the roll-down screens are, so it's much more intense being out here, but I don't feel any air, any wind or anything, but you can hear everything.
So, Laura, I know you can see the canal back there. What does it look like out there right now?
So we're on a freshwater canal, and we're actually at the very, very end of the freshwater canals in Cape Coral. And it's gotten pretty high because the wind has pushed all of the water down towards us. We're actually seeing a couple of whitecaps in our canal, which is not something you typically see. But it's gotten pretty high. It hasn't gone over any seawalls yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if it reached that by the time the eye got here.
We're just glad you're safe, Laura. And, you know, you have a lot of friends here at Wink TV. And if you still have power in a few hours, you're going to have a lot of old friends from Wink TV stopping by to say hi and, you know, maybe borrow the shower and all those things that, you know.
Of course, you're kidding
do what
because
I
there's a
can.
curfew, Chris.
Of
You
course,
won't be going
we would
anywhere.
never violate curfew,
Yeah,
but
no.
whatever time that curfew's over tomorrow at 7 o'clock, you might
Yeah.
have some friends.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll
well,
do what I can, guys.
okay,
All right,
Laura,
thanks,
take
Laura.
care.
We
Thanks
really
for calling
appreciate
in.
it. All right, Jim.
Yeah, I'm going to show you where Laura is in the Cape and what the radar is indicating. First, here's the overview. Take a look. The rain and the radar from Hurricane Irma. There it is. You can't miss the center of circulation, even though it's not quite as distinct right now as it was earlier today. It was a landfalling hurricane over Marco Island. The eye went over Ladley and Naples. Now it's still in Collier County. It's that little dry area with calmer conditions surrounded by this eye wall. Now, we just talked to Laura Shea. She's former Wink producer, and she's in Cape Coral by Mohawk right in here. And she said, hey, not too bad. Yeah, doesn't look too bad on radar. Actually, we get rougher weather with thunderstorms. There's no lightning here. This is just light to moderate rain over Cape Coral now. Now, it's been raining steadily all day long. And there is some ponding of some roadways, and the swales are filling up from the heavy rain because all of this rain came through and continues to rotate from east to west on the northern half of the hurricane. But this is where the roughest weather has been. This is where wind gusts of up to 142 miles per hour have been reported. We've had a few phone interviews. One gentleman, John, in Ladley, described this as an extremely scary event. When this came through his part of Collier County, the house was vibrating, making funny noises. It took 45 minutes from start to finish. And then this moved through and everything quieted down. Still raining, still windy, but this is where the worst weather is. Not everybody in Southwest Florida is going to have that experience. You're going to have to be in the path of this eye wall. Now, we were talking to Laura in Cape Coral. I don't know that this eye wall is going to go over that part of Cape Coral. It might come over parts of the southeast and northeast, and I'll show you our time of arrival estimation for some of that roughest weather for a few neighborhoods that have a chance to be affected by it. But here's the counterclockwise circulation. Notice how the rain is kind of breaking up south of the center after a non-stop rain, up to 7 inches or more across the area so far today. Still very windy south of the center, but it is not as wet. The Hurricane Center has been giving us hourly updates. What happens when a hurricane moves over land and it gets away from the warm water, which is its source of energy? It usually weakens. This hurricane's been weakening ever since it came across Marco. Now it's a Category 2. It is a Category 2 hurricane right now. So it's decaying, it's weakening. And it's actually weakening pretty rapidly, considering it was a Category 4, then a 3, now a 2. So some good news. If you're north of this patch of rough, windy weather, because it won't be quite the experience for you as it was in Collier County. Let's take a look. We've got still some very heavy rain on and off. Clewiston, LaBelle, Fort Myers. Downtown Fort Myers, can I have your attention, please? Lehigh Acres, can I have your attention, please? This is it. This is the bowling ball of super rough weather that we already have knowledge of and eyewitness accounts and recounts of what it was like in Collier. It's coming your way next, and it will get rough rather quickly. And while the rain will be very heavy, it's the wind primarily that's going to provide a kind of a scary experience. That windy, rough weather is now crossing State Road 82. So already southeast Lehigh Acres getting a taste of that. If we go with John's experience in Lele, this could be up to a 45-minute experience before the front half pushes through and then the back half pushes through and the event ends. So get ready. Lehigh Acres to Fort Myers. LaBelle, look where you are. Now, as this moves northward, you might catch the eastern third of this. So I would say, at least right now, everybody who is listening right now on the radio or on TV, from LaBelle through Alva Olga, through Lehigh Acres, Buckingham, through South Fort Myers, North Fort Myers, perhaps even northeast and southeast portions of Cape Coral, to Bonita, well, Bonita Springs, you're getting off the hook here. It's moving away. So it will be soon. Estero, but San Carlos Park, Cypress Lake, you too might catch an edge here. The western third, this is moving almost due north. And this has proven so far to be the roughest weather experience for those who have already gone through it. There's the look. We already have some heavy rain in Arcadia. We're getting close to it. Looks like it's overlapping downtown to Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda. But that will move away as it rotates around, and this will move northward along I-75. Now, you got to give me some wiggle room on these times. But we believe this is a hurricane that's moving at about 12 miles per hour. In order to get this right, I have to get two things right. I have to get the forward motion right. We're going to assign 12 miles per hour forward motion. And I have to get the angle right. I have to get the cone pointed in the right direction. We've been tracking it here at Wink. We believe it's going a little bit west of due north. So if I get both of those right, these will be more accurate than if I get one of them wrong or both of them wrong. But I'll give you, this is what we think is our best guesstimate for time of arrival, because you want to know. If something's coming toward you, you want to have some idea of what time might it arrive. All right, get out of the way so you can see. Port Charlotte, let's start at the top. Let's see here. We are at almost 6 o'clock. It's 5:52. 6:39, give or take 10 minutes, 15, San Carlos Park. Fort Myers, and these times are for where the blue dots are. You see those little pulsating blue dots? So Fort Myers, right there by Route 41, we've got 7:35. It was an hour and a half. 8:45, give or take, Burnstorm Marina. Aquesta, 9:27. Port Charlotte, you got to give me a lot of wiggle room, Charlotte County, because you're out into the future there near 10 o'clock. And I'll update this as we get closer, as this gets closer to Charlotte County. So give you some idea of the time of arrival. If I get the forward motion right at 12 and the angle that it's moving at, its forward motion and its trajectory. And you can see here, here's the eye here now. It was over Marco, kind of due north, a little bit west maybe. So that's why I tilted the cone a little bit off to the west. Heavy rain Arcadia, Cape Hayes Peninsula, heavy rain. Charlotte Harbor, covered with heavy rain. Port Charlotte, Punta Gorda, you know about that. You've got it coming down. Well, this is the significant weather event right here. This is the Category 2 hurricane in a nutshell. And it's moving almost due north and will be affecting inland communities as far east as Lehigh Acres, maybe even LaBelle, as well as others a little farther west. Here's your guide for wind. What to expect: 60 to 90 mile an hour steady wind, 90 to 120 plus gusts. We've already had a 142 gust. So we already have verification that anything over 120 is still possible. But that 142 was when it was a stronger hurricane farther south. So it is weakening. So that's a good thing. 8 to 14 inches total through Monday. And storm surge is developing. This is a developing weather and news story now as the wind direction shifts and becomes onshore. Here's our surface wind model. This is an atmospheric model. It's trying to predict wind direction. Now notice where it has the center of circulation. Already we know we have a problem here because the center went over Marco and is really here. So if I could move all of these lines over about 20 miles, it would probably be more accurate. But I'm not as concerned with exactly where this is as I am concerned with the overall message of this picture. And the message is, where is the onshore wind coming from? And where is it now? It is in coastal Collier County from Marco Island southward. Actually, if we displace this to the east a little bit, because we know from radar that the eye is more here, then everything shifts. But that still gives us onshore wind south of Marco down through the 10,000 Island area. Then as the hurricane moves northward, and instead of over here, I think it's probably going to be over here, but that doesn't matter because I'm looking at the onshore wind flow, and as the strong tropical storm force and hurricane force wind continues to develop, that's how the water gets marched and pushed toward the coast, and it piles up in the form of storm surge, inundation along the coastline, and the water will rise. Roads will be underwater. And if you were told to evacuate, it's because of this. The threat of rising salt water where you wanted to be today, but it was not safe to stay, so you left. As the hurricane continues to move to the north, this storm surge nightmare continues to develop. Inland, not a problem. You're not going to have saltwater problems. It's this coastal zone, especially communities that are either very close to the Gulf or are on a river, Caloosahatchee, near a harbor, Charlotte, anywhere near another river, Gordon, that will allow the water to come in unimpeded with nothing to stop it. So this is the developing story here as far as flooding goes. Obviously, from all of the pictures we've shown you, all of the videos that you have shared with us, all of the live phone calls that we put on the air with residents who are experiencing this event or just went through a very rough weather experience with the eye wall, we already have eyes out there. We have seen widespread debris. This is not going to be like going out into the front yard and picking up a couple tree limbs and then getting back to normal. This is going to be an extended period of pickup. And not to get too far ahead of ourselves, because this hasn't ended yet. Where are we going to put all this stuff? One of the major issues after a major hurricane hits a community is the amount, the tonnage of debris that is created. Where's it going to go? Well, that's to be talked about later. Right now, let's get through this storm surge event as it continues to develop, and we'll keep you abreast of what's happening. And as we get some eyewitness reports from folks who get to phone in or email or whatever source of communication is still operational, we'll get you some details on what the salt water is doing. Right now, I can give you the theoretical talk about what should happen, knowing that strong onshore wind will develop. And the storm surge models predicted that there would be significant storm surge in many communities near the coast or with access to the Gulf of Mexico. So keep that in mind. And this is going to be a big story later today, tonight, and tomorrow. But we'll all get through it and survive. You'd heard from John in the Estero. Wow, what an experience. 45 minutes of being in a blender. But after it left, he was fine. House is fine. Trees are down, but he's okay, you'll be okay, and we've got a lot to cover yet. Let's get back over to Chris, Lois, and Amanda.
All right, thank you very much, Jim. Yep, we will be here with you through every step of it, today, tomorrow, however long it takes to get us through it, started to clean up and get everybody's lives on their way back to normal. So we'll be right here through the whole thing for you.
That's right. Right now, let me just confirm with our producers. We're going to go to a phone interview. Okay, so we have Bob Hofheinz, who is at Angler's Cove on Marco Island, and he can describe what he is seeing on Marco Island. They haven't had power since 11 a.m. So, Bob, thank you so much for being with us.
You're very welcome.
So tell us what you're seeing.
Right now, it's obvious that the wind has changed direction. We were watching it come in on the little lanai balcony here. We're in a condo that we're using because its owner, a good friend of ours, is out in California now. And she said, well, why don't you go to my fourth floor condo? And here we are. We own a home on Marco, but it's in the middle of the island, but we're not sure that we're in the middle, if that that's a good place to be now or not. But right now, the wind has obviously changed direction. My wife and I, Jerry, we watched everything come in and pound the sliders because that was the side that everything was hitting. And we moved to the back of the condo where the wind wasn't nearly as bad, but then something happened because that window started rattling.
Mm-hmm.
So we moved things from back to the front to the back to the middle of the condo. Right now, like I said, everything's blowing out. The trees are all blowing the opposite direction. You can noticeably see the water going out as opposed to in right now, although it does seem to be at times higher. It's like swirling. And
oh my goodness!
So we've been watching things from last.
I'm sorry to interrupt
night.
you. Can you hang out on the phone with us for a minute? There's an emergency briefing starting. We want to show everybody.
Sure.
We're going to get right back to this conversation afterwards. Listen.
Management workers will have to assess and clear. This effort starts as soon as it is safe to get these crews out on the road. County officials will communicate when it is safe to return to your neighborhoods. We hope to have our first assessments done Monday afternoon. These will be shared with the media here at the EOC and on our website, leeeoc.com. The Emergency Operations Center works with utilities like power, water, and sewers, and helps communicate disruptions. Most of the county remains without power, and this includes traffic signals. The curfew that's in place is meant to protect the community from dangers that may not be evident during the daylight. The curfew is in effect from 8 p.m. until 7 a.m. We urge people that are taking shelter and refuge to avoid the urge to immediately leave your shelter and return to your neighborhoods. Any questions that we can answer?
Have you gotten any calls that you can't attend to right now?
Currently, we're holding about 40 calls. Those have been holding throughout the duration of the storm. Our emergency medical services and fire branch workers are calling those individuals back to check on them throughout the day. And then as soon as the winds die down below that tropical storm force, then we'll initiate response to those emergencies.
And what emergencies are people calling?
That's something, unfortunately, because of protected health information, we can't speak to. Anything else?
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, nice. A brief update from the EOC, and that's what we were expecting. They're logging emergency calls because they can't safely go out and respond to an emergency at this time. So they're logging those calls, and they will get to them as they can once the weather clears. It's nice to know that they're calling people back and are able to try to maybe talk people through it and see what's going on. But, you know, that's the situation. In a hurricane like this, they can't put their lives at risk. That creates even more emergencies than we might already have.
Let's see if we can bring Bob back now. Bob, are you back on the phone with us from Marco Island?
Yes, I am. I started saying that last night we looked at a couple of the sailboats that were moored outside of the marina, and I went out. I don't know, good news, bad news. I went out during the eye of the storm because it really was nice, and a lady told me, she said, the sailboats that were out there, they're gone. She said, they sank.
Oh.
I saw them. So I didn't see them go, but she said they were, and I went to look from the view that we had last night, and there's nothing there now.
Oh,
there's another sailboat that turned on its side. I think that's flipped over now. And the Dolphin Tiki, which is a restaurant here, really nice, popular place, their roof is gone / collapsed. It's a wreck. There's a mast that's broken on another boat, and there are 3 really tall masts that are whipping back and forth like willow sticks almost. So
Wow.
it's bad. I'd like to say that it's over, but so we own a home here on Marco, and I know parts of it are just beginning.
Yeah. Bob, we have Chief Meteorologist Jim Farrell joining us with you on the phone right now, too. We've been wanting to talk to someone who may have experienced the entire eye. And, Jim, I don't know if you have any questions for Bob.
I do, Bob. Thank you for calling. First of all,
you're welcome.
Very sobering comments and believable comments that this is happening. Those sailboats that are missing, well, they're somewhere. They're either at the bottom or they've been floated away. This is one of the issues we were worried about. You know, how do you secure a boat? You have to, if you don't leave enough slack in the line, then if the boat starts to tilt because it's not upright anymore, then with 142 mile an hour wind gusts, if it tilts enough, of course, it takes on water and then it can go down.
Sure.
Many times after hurricanes come and go, we find boats miles from where they started. So I can only guess what happened there. Obviously, they are either somewhere else or underwater now. But that is a good example of what is happening in real time across Southwest Florida. One of the questions we have is, because our radar shows a lot of rain, but more north than south. You went through the eye wall, you were in the eye, and now you're on the southern half. There's not much rain left showing up on radar, but would you say it's as windy as it was on the first half, or less windy in your experience?
Oh, it's less windy. I mean, you could hear the windows while in another room before. Now, I'm standing right next to two really nice-sized windows, and every now and then you feel them rattle just a little bit.
Okay.
But I don't hear it.
So you are on Marco Island right now as you're talking to us?
Right, yes.
Okay.
Right on North Barfield.
You are in a location that should still be in the southern semicircle, so this is valuable information for everybody who is listening now. Those of us who are going to go through this eye wall, the first half, the northern half, is going to be a terrifying experience for maybe 45 minutes. But it will not be followed by an identical experience with reverse wind direction in the second half. When Andrew came through, it was a real donut. It was really bad, really nice, and really bad. So this is good news in that we're not going to get double punched on this one. It's going to be the first punch as the eye wall pushes through. Now, while you're on the phone, I want to pass something on that I've just received from the National Weather Service, and I need everybody in Collier County to listen very closely, and everybody else that has been evacuated for storm surge to listen very closely, or anybody who did not evacuate that should have. Surge, and I'm quoting, surge dramatically, italicized, increasing in Naples and Marco Island, up to 10 to 15 feet near the coast by 7 p.m. It's 6:07 now. In the next 1 hour, again, this is important enough to repeat, surge dramatically increasing in Naples and Marco Island up to 10 to 15 feet near the coast by 7 p.m. Likely 10 to 15 feet of inundation in Everglades City to Goodland. Likely, not probably. Significant inland penetration north of Tamiami Trail in Everglades. In other words, this salt